resilience through the pain. I'm a warrior.
Self-bio, sleep on checkmate. Are you kidding? Marco to the rescue. The blade comes out and he shuts it all down in one fell swoop. Absolutely stomping. Oh, what is happening? We got to the bridge. Backbone.
Warrior, I'm a hurricane like Gloria. I won't fail my times now. Rise of glory won't back down. I take the pain and I let it out. On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
Gonna look to make it happen, and there it is. Proper. Cannot be stopped.
I'm a warrior.
This man is absolutely insane today. Going on, what do they feed him today?
On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
Watchpoint pre-show. We're vibing.
Yeah. Warrior.
Completely ruined the vibe. I would love if we could make like a music video, like going into the playoffs. You know, they do like a stage playoffs to do a new intro or something.
Yeah.
We can sing like the Warriors soundtrack.
I think we can nail it. I really do.
And all
I mean, you're just like Warrior.
Warrior.
Yeah. See?
Yeah, pretty close.
We got it. Yeah. Now we just need to get approval from production, which might be harder to come by. But you know, we're pretty we feel good about our ambitions. Yeah, we feel like
Definitely.
we can nail that. Just like how sorry, can't transition from nail that. Yesterday we had day one of the Summer Showdown qualification matches. It was a great day. I mean, we had 2 matches that went all the way to map 5. One reverse sweep and one almost reverse sweep, so we're pumped to get into day 2 here at the Summer Showdown qualifiers. But reviewing yesterday's matches, we noticed a trend when it comes to the meta. It's a lot of Junker Queen, and also it's a lot of Genji, which we perhaps, you know, we did expect, but still it's a bit surprising because we didn't really get our fair share of Genji in, you know, 6 versus 6 Overwatch. Now we're 5 versus 5, and so I feel like we have to bask in like the Genji glory. You can see yourself, 46% pick rate yesterday. Ashe and Sojourn, you know, they're battling for their fair share, 24 and 22 respectively. Why are we seeing so much Genji, Costa? Like, why not Tracer? Why are we seeing Genji instead?
Well, so alongside the Genji, we saw almost exclusively Junker Queen, Lucio, and Brig, and those 3 heroes provide a lot of healing and overhealth and that kind of stuff. So what it does is it makes heroes like Tracer almost useless because the amount of damage that you do just gets healed back up. Think of the Ghost meta like we talked about. You want that execution presence that you have from the Genji. So the Genji is able to dive, play fast, also get crazy dash resets through the group of people. And then you have the Blade as well, which is a very big ultimate that can force out defensive things like the rally, like the sound barrier, and it just sort of all comes together on top of the fact that he's very survivable. So I think that's why we're seeing a lot of Genji. We did see hints of Echo coming in at times from time to time. You have the focusing beam that allows you to execute targets like Junker Queen when they get below half health. So I would expect to see both of those, maybe more Echo coming in the APAC region next weekend. But for right now, I would expect to see a lot more Genji, and it's awesome. Honestly, we don't get many Genji metas in the Overwatch League.
No, exactly. Yeah, we did see some amazing Genji play in APAC in the Kickoff Clash, of course. You know, the likes of Jinmu, for example, but also Who Are You? We're playing for the Shanghai Dragons. So I'm looking forward to next week where we'll see the APAC matches return. There's going to be a lot of good Genji gameplay. But sticking to the Western region, the one we're playing today, whereas us before us, we talked a lot about flexibility and being able to play so many different heroes. Let's zoom in a little bit. Let's inspect some of the best Genji players we have in the league. So we tasked our stats team, Noah specifically, to pick out his top 5 based on the statistics and based on the data. Who are the 5 best Genjis in the Western region? And this is what he came up with.
Wow.
Sam number 1, Kevster number 2, Proper number 3, Nero number 4, and Checkmate number 5. Some, you know, some expected names and some unexpected names here.
Exactly the list Reddit would come out with.
Okay.
I feel confident in this one.
All right. So, you know, let's kick things off here. Sam, I think Sam is like a top 5 Genji in the Western region.
Yeah.
You know, I think Sam is a great Genji. But number 1, reading into the data a little bit, are we underestimating the impact that Sam has had on this San Francisco Shock team? You know, we all talk about, Proper is fantastic, Kalush, you know, Violet in the backline. But Sam, the #1 Genji, statistically speaking, are we underrating Sam here?
I think he's been doing a phenomenal job on this team. Obviously, he's on the Shock, a team that has been incredibly dominant. They haven't lost a regular season match, so his stats are always going to be big because of that. But on top of that, he plays a lot of control maps. He's kind of like that first and fifth map pinch hitter for this team. He comes in and plays an aggressive style, and maps like Control generally have higher statistics. So that's probably why he's up there. But he has had some incredible performances for the San Francisco Shock, namely in the playoffs just recently. Remember that Lijiang Tower where he went crazy on that Gardens that we just saw?
Torb.
Yeah, and he played Torb, so there were style points right there as well, I guess.
Number 2, we got Kevster, and Kevster had an amazing performance yesterday.
Yeah, against the Dallas Fuel too, and he was on the Genji, and he really popped off. And I think for me, it's surprising that he's number 2. I expected him to be number 1 because he's Kevster, and we all know how good of a player he is. He's just so mechanically talented. He's just such a good player. But I mean, no surprise, he is definitely. I knew that he was going to be in the top 10, top 5. I think he is right now top 2. Very deserving, and I think he's like the player that's, I think, sort of what everyone expected to.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. He also, and this doesn't show up in the stats, and you know, this could be completely wrong, but I feel like Kevster has like the best movement in the league when it comes to the Genji. Like, how many times have we watched Kevster play Genji? And he's just like all over the place. He's just like, whoa,
I think he just, like,
whoa,
flies.
dodging and weaving. And
Like,
it's
watching
I'm always like,
Kevster
Kevster's dead,
flies.
and then he breaks people's ankles,
does
and he's like everywhere. It's cool to watch. It's
yeah,
cool to watch,
the best ninja in the league. That's Kevster anyway. But also, there was one more name on the list that sort of stood out to us.
True.
It was Nero,
Yeah.
the Atlanta Reign. Top 4? Really?
Well, we haven't seen much of his Genji other than in the kickoff clash. So I think he went crazy. Remember at the beginning he had that like crazy 5K on Eichenwalder, and he was just getting a lot done when they were playing it. So I don't think he has that much time. We were actually looking at the time played, and he only has about I believe it was like 100 minutes of it, which is, you know, this is all over 60-minute statistics. So it was awesome to see Nero get on this list. I feel like we haven't talked about him much this year, especially with speedily coming of age. That seems to be what everyone's waiting for. But Nero has been almost underrated as a player for the last couple of years. He actually performed quite well on the Shock, regardless of their pretty poor season. And Nero has been coming in to fill whenever they've needed him. So not just the Genji, he comes in and plays everything at a pretty high level. And that's what the Atlanta Reign need, and he has provided so much to this team for that.
Yeah. So we won't get time to make our own power rankings here, but I will give you one option, okay? You can replace a player on that list, replace a player in the top 5, and you get to have a Genji of your choose. So I'll rack up some names, okay? And you just tell me if you want one of those Genjis in your top 5 instead. We got Sparkle, Doha, Pelican, Dante, played most of Doomfist, Aldo, Finale, Assassin, Valentine, Backbone, Decay, Yaki, or Wub. Does any of those names would you want in your top 5 instead of?
I'm going to go first because I know who Danny wants. I'm going to go with Pelican from the Houston Outlaws. I think
top 5, replacing who?
I'm going to replace Proper because we give him too many. we give him too many props. Okay, yes, Proper, you're a great player, but this is not about you.
That's not how rankings
This is
work.
not about you, Proper. Okay, this is about giving the Genjis props, and I think Pelican has been very good on that Genji when he has played it. He has had some ups and downs, but he's had some nuts moments on the Genji.
All right, so Gusta's playing some like school politics or something, you know, 12-year-olds or something. Danny, we're ranking the best gameplay.
Right.
Top 5 Genji, skill-wise. You get to add one player.
You said you know who I'm gonna pick. Who am I gonna pick?
I don't know.
You just said you didn't.
Well, I thought it was going to be Pelican, so I stole it.
Yeah. No, I mean, I was going to do. Actually, that's right. I was going to do Pelican, but I have a bit of a recency bias, so I'm gonna go with Doha.
Okay.
Replacing Sam. He's number 1. He just hey, Doha just got back and give him some, spotlight.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah, Doha, let's go Dallas
Johnny's
Fuel.
segment has fallen apart.
People are like questioning our integrity on the desk, and we're just like, oh, screw the best players. Yeah. I'd add in Yaki.
Your integrity.
I would add in
Yaki?
Yaki because I think Yaki is amazing.
Yeah.
Who are you gonna replace?
I'll replace Nero. I mean, he's not gonna play when Speedly comes of age anyway. So
Oh man!
no, that was very rude.
Whoa. Guys, that's on Johnny, guys, not us.
You know, they're like giving the spice. You know, I'll give some spice out. It's just banter. You know, it's just banter. Nero knows. Anyway, when we come back, we will be talking through some of the future matches we will have played later today. We got some proper bangers today. Some really exciting matches. So, Washington Justice against the San Francisco Shock. That is the match that we'll be discussing next here on the Watchpoint pre-show. Stay tuned.
Washington?
The mid-season Madness runner-ups, the San Francisco Shock, will be taking on the Washington Justice later today in their Summer Showdown debut. And we're excited to see if the San Francisco Shock will also be playing some Junker Queen. We do expect that. But the Washington Justice, we don't know what they're going to do. We have no idea. This is a team that obviously has a lot of players on their roster. It's been a bit of a shaky season so far for them, but you know, maybe this can be the stage. You don't have to overthink the compositions too much. It's pretty straightforward. But who is going to play what? I think that is the bigger question for the Washington Justice. Obviously, if you look at their schedule coming up later this stage, they do play the San Francisco Shock today. But then they have the Paris Eternal, Florida Mayhem, Vancouver Titans, London Spitfire, Houston Outlaws. Those are, there's like 5 winnable matches there. I'm not saying they'll beat Houston or but they're winnable.
I'm legally not allowed to say Washington and winnable in the same sentence anymore. I'm sorry.
But didn't you say that, Costa? Didn't you say that Vancouver in Scrimbucks is saying that Vancouver is really good?
Vancouver and Washington. But I'm not buying into it. I'm not buying into the hype. I've been burnt too many times by trusting those kind of things. Washington has been good in the past, and then they have let me down one too many times. So here's the thing. I think you're with me, Johnny, that we both wish and we hope that the Washington Justice pull it together. And I really do. But I cannot buy in until I get a consistent theme. And when I say consistent theme, they need to give me like a year of consistency.
That's a long...
It's been a long couple of years, Danny.
That's actually quite reasonable. It's like 2 seasons of like frustrations. You just want one good of like...
Yeah.
The Houston Outlaws, I mean, they had like 4 months and then they just did the Houston thing again yesterday. So it never quite leaves you. And I don't think the Washington Justice, mantra will ever quite leave the Washington Justice. But one can hope that they improve later on this stage. Now, going back to the question, of course, is who is going to play what? This is sort of what we need to figure out, the Watchpoint pre-show. They have 2 good. I have to be very selective with the tank players. I think Kali also set a pretty impressive season the moments he's played. But it seems like Mag is like the primary tank for this team. He's seeing most of the play time. When it comes to the damage players, I feel like Happy is like a shoe-in for the Sojourn play. But then you have Assassin, who's like a dedicated kind of like Genji projectile kind of player. Decay. Can he play everything? We'd like to think so, but he doesn't seem to want to play everything. Yeah. And then you have a backline as well with Opener coming in from Australian contenders and actually looking quite good. Krillin has had an impressive start to the season, but Vigilante was waiting in the wings to turn 18. He was supposed to be the flex support star for this team. So what do we make of this Washington Justice team here? I mean, apart from Happy, who are like the players we want to see in their roster later today?
Here's the thing. Like, usually you would say Assassin should be the Genji player, but I feel like Decay has always brought that firepower, and I don't think he ever doesn't live up to that hype. It just feels like every time they take him out because he doesn't feel confident or something like that, and then they start to struggle. Regardless, even if they do want to bench Decay, that's fine with me. They just need to come up with a 5-player set that they want to run with and just stick with it and run with it, learn from that, and then build off of that, because they are good players. They have great players.
The talent.
No, I'm not going to say the word. But they really do.
I think Mitch is in Australia himself or something.
Yeah,
he's seething in a chair back in Australia right now. But like, the reality is that, and I'm not even asking for like they can be a top 3 team. They can be easily a middling team if they just play the right composition and the right players.
All right, so turning things over to the San Francisco Shock. They don't have as big of like roster questions, like who is going to play what, but they do have one little like conundrum.
Yeah.
They have 3 great damage players, Costa, but who should they reasonably play here?
They have a really tough situation of, we have 3 phenomenal players. Which one are we going to put on which? And
no.
Yeah, I know. How poor of us. And Krusty has shown a willingness to play multiple of these players on the same hero. And that's sort of what I want to talk about. We're expecting a Genji plus a Sojourn/Ashe. So the question is, who is going to play that? We know both Sam and Proper have played the Genji. They were both in our top 3 statistics for Genji. You can see the head-to-head right here. Proper does get more damage, but Sam, he gets more final blows, gets more value with those blades, but he does die more. Obviously, these are different metas, different times, and neither one of them have played that much Genji because they have been splitting the time. But then if we go over to the Sojourn as well, Sam and Proper have both played that Sojourn and had crazy individual performances. Sam on Eichenwalder had some nuts moments, but you can't forget that Circle Royale performance by Proper in the playoffs of the last tournament. So I'm kind of interested to see who's going to come out on that hit scan, who's going to come out on that Genji. And then we haven't even talked about, Kilo, who could come in and also play the Sojourn or the Ashe. So it could go anyway. And I'm excited to see what the Shock going to do. Once again, they are always good in the regular season. What I want to see is some consistency going into the playoffs so they can finally get a tournament win, because that's always seems to be where they stumble.
Yeah, I feel like we talk a lot about Sojourn for good reason here in the Watchpoint pre-show, but you can't forget the amount of Ashe we saw yesterday as well. And I think Ashe is like a very viable pick. Earlier in the season, Ashe was like, an optional kind of hero, maybe on like Route 66, stuff like that. But I feel like now Ashe is like, 50-50 with Sojourn almost, depending on what kind of style you want to play. You want to play around the dynamite, play a bit slower, or do you want to like play aggressive with the railgun? Now, there's been a lot of questions. It's been very uncomfortable here in our second segment here in the Watchpoint pre-show. Ground me. I need to be grounded, Danny. I need some reliability. Okay,
Yeah.
who are we going definitely see play in this match?
I'll be surprised if they don't play. If Washington Justice doesn't play Happy on Sojourn.
Yeah.
Because I mean, we've seen how good he is on that Sojourn numerous times. So I think we have all these questions on like who's gonna play the Jungle Queen, who's gonna play what. But 100%, I do believe that they should. They should. Yeah, it's Washington, so I'm being careful here too. So they should play Happy. I mean, yeah, it's a clear answer. He's just a great player, and he's shown that he could, I mean, even when the team was struggling, Happy always got the kills for the team. So I think definitely if they're going to be using the Sojourn, I think Happy is going to be the one playing.
I feel like Happy should be one of those like star players that you can like rally around. Like you should be able to like make preds on the back of Happy's individual skill.
And we do, right? Like we put so much weight into Happy, and Hex in the truck is always just screaming about how much of a Happy fan he is. He is one of the biggest Happy fans, and with good reason. He is always consistently very good. He has played on multiple different teams. He should have been that anchor and that staple for the Justice, and he needs to be that for them in this tournament.
All right, so there you have it, the San Francisco Shock against the Washington Justice. Now I have a fun little factoid, a fun little tidbit. So a guessing game for you, Danny. How many fans do you think predicted the Washington Justice to upset the San Francisco Shock in today's later matchup?
What do fans do they like Washington Justice?
They have fans.
There's nothing liking, disliking. They're trying to be objective here, I hope.
I'm gonna say, let's start with 25.
Less.
1/4. Well, less.
15.
Okay.
15%?
Yeah.
Less. 15 people maybe, but less.
It's 15 people?
No, I don't know.
5%.
Less.
Less?
2%.
2.6% of fans predicted the Washington Justice to beat the San Francisco Shock in their pick'ems. Now, if you're a Washington Justice fan and you're very upset about this, then I do recommend you go download the Overwatch League app and you can submit your own pick'ems in today's matchup. You still have about 10 minutes or so to actually get that Washington Justice spread in. So maybe you can bump it up to like 3%. Maybe most optimistically like 4. But you can go support your Washington Justice squad in the Overwatch League pick'em app. So go submit your pick'ems right now. We of course have one more match to preview, and you're going to talk about some Australian players. I see how excited you are about this. That's going to be great. Kasta talking about Australian players coming up next here on the Watchpoint pre-show. You don't want to miss it.
I love you, Punk. G'day everyone and welcome back to the Watchpoint pre-show, and we are talking about Boston, so I'm talking about my main man, Punky from the Boston Uprising, mate. He's going to be playing the Junker Queen. He has everything going for him. He has the Australian buff, he is an incredibly flexible player, and he has always been dominant for the Boston Uprising. Yeah?
Yeah.
How about you, Johnny? Johnny wanted...
I'm intimidated. That was
10 out of 10.
yeah, just keep going.
Oh, yeah,
keep
sorry,
going.
I actually had a valid
tell
point
me more.
somewhere along the line.
Tell me more. Punk, what's an uprising?
Yeah, and what I wanted to talk about is, I almost went back into my Australian accent really quick there. What I want to talk about with Punk is that he has always been successful for this team. Ever since he joined them in the 2020 season, he has tried to be replaced. He has tried to be, you know, removed from the team in a way he, like, every time they try and play someone else, Punk comes in and he feels like he fills that void. So he has a map win rate of just this season of 51.4%, while the team only has a 43% win rate. We talked about it earlier in the season of they were trading tanks, they had Marvel, they had Itzel coming in, but it feels like when Punk is in the lineup, he is able to excel on many different heroes. He plays the off tanks obviously very well, but he was able to come in, play this Doomfist. I expect to see him being the one to come in and play the Junker Queen in this meta, and I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to pull out, because the Boston Uprising, we can both agree here, Johnny, has been on the upswing. It feels like they started quite down, but we're
spring in their step.
Yeah, that's it. There's something about them that just sort of, I'm like, yeah, Boston Uprising, they're a professional organization, they could do it.
Something about the Boston Uprising, you know, there's just a smell.
Yeah.
You know, it's just something about them. You know, they're a bit exciting. I think they have like 4 wins. Yeah, they have 4 wins so far this season. But there's something about them. You know, maybe the Boston Uprising will find the momentum. But there could be, of course, one player that would stop them in their tracks.
Yeah,
Danny,
from the
who
Atlanta
would that
Reign.
be?
Here's another player, or another good example of, if he's this good on this hero, you should probably expect to see him play, and that is, I'm talking about Kai, and of course, Kai equals
We
Soldier.
have to. It's
We
in the
have to.
contract. It's in the contract.
It's like,
Who is writing
proper
these contracts?
San Francisco Shock proper, and if you're talking about Atlanta Reign, Kai and Sojourn, yes. I mean, and for a really good reason as well. Like, this guy just never misses. He's, I think, probably one of the best Sojourns that we have in the league. Just really mechanically gifted, and even I think in the mid-season Madness tournament as well, he was popping off as well. So I definitely do expect to see a lot more kills from Kai today as well.
He could play the Ashe as well, and like he has so many different looks. He is such a phenomenal hit scan player that has always been that staple for the Atlanta Reign, especially as of late. And just look at the numbers. They
Solo
speak for
kills
themselves.
first.
Yeah.
There you go.
So I got a question here for you, Costa. So in a meta like this, where we play double main support, there's a lot of sustain in this meta. Would you prefer to have a Sojourn like Kai on your team that like excels with the railgun? Is that like the key to success? Or are you looking for more like utilizing the slow or like this consistent damage from the rifle?
When we were watching the matches yesterday, it was interesting because I was looking at the 2 hit scan plays. I can't remember exactly what match, but the Ashe was massively exceeding the amount of damage outputted, but the Sojourn had a bit more final blows, and that's sort of conducive to how you want to play the composition. Do you want to have that high damage to mitigate some of that healing, or would you rather have that one-shot potential from the Sojourn? And I think you're going to see multiple different teams do different things. We looked at the hero usage graphic earlier, and they're about 50-50 at this point. I expect it to stay that way until some teams start to show that one side is head and shoulders above the other one.
Yeah, they talk about Kai's one tap, so we gotta later in this matchup. But there is also another player on the Atlanta Reign that I quickly want to mention, of course, as well. Because if there would be a stage that the Atlanta Reign would truly like break the curse and get like top 2 or even win a stage, I feel like it would be the one where the Jote plays the Jotes meta. Now, of course, Hawk, he was dubbed the Jote in the mid-season madness because of his proficiency on all these different tanks. It stands for Jack of all tanks.
Yep.
And as we take a look at Hawk's hero usage this season, you can see for yourself 54% Doomfist, but 22% of Sigma, 10% Zarya, even 7.6% Winston, and you know, a little bit of Reinhardt in there. We're not going to talk about that, just 23%. But still, Hawk has been one of those tank players this season that used to be an off tank in 6 versus 6, and it's just completely adapted so well to the overall tank role of having to play both main tank heroes and off tank heroes. And as we step into a Junker Queen meta, I want to believe that Hawk will be able to still show that consistency on a hero like this. And if Hawk keeps up this momentum, I think you could even make the case that later this season he should be awarded the Role Star. nomination, of course.
Yeah, when we first got our hands on the Overwatch 2 Alpha, like very early on, Hawk was someone who was putting the time into the game, and you can see it in his gameplay when he is playing. I expect Hawk to come in, put a lot of work into mastering this Junker Queen and excelling at her. So I think Hawk is one of those players that has like mastered his craft, especially with his flexibility on the tank role. We're in Overwatch 2 now. We're in 5v5. Tank players are going to be expected to play everything, be those jack of all tanks, and I think Hawk is leading the charge right now with that.
All right. Well, there you have it. Previewing the Atlanta Reign taking on, of course, the team that they will be playing later. Boston Uprising. let's take a look at our predictions. I promise I predicted that match, actually. Yeah. The Atlanta Reign against the Boston Uprising. Let's take a look. We were all wrong yesterday, apart from Costa.
Yes.
For the Mayhem pick. But in today's Preds, we're all
on the same boat.
I'm surprised no one took a punt on the Vancouver Titans, because I know they're winless.
I thought you were gonna do it.
No, I'm
were
not.
talking about Scrimbucks yesterday.
No, I'm not sold on it. I'm not sold on it. Obviously, the other two, the Shock and the Reign, have been performing so well lately, but I think Defiant have had their ups and downs, and Vancouver's in the air. No, I can't convince
You're
anyone.
really trying with this outfield.
I'm trying to really get you guys to flip, but no.
Yeah, really trying to flip our heads. But, that's our last match of the day, so we can't get too far ahead of ourselves. Up next, we'll, of course, have the Boston Uprising taking on the Atlanta Reign. That's been us here at the Watchpoint pre-show. Summer Showdown Qualifiers, Day 2 starts right now.
Warrior mentality rising through the flames, awaken the power held inside of me, harness resilience through the pain. I'm a warrior.
Self-bio, sleep on checkmate. Are you kidding? Marco to the rescue. The blade comes out and he shuts it all down in one fell swoop. Absolutely stomping. Oh, what is that? Haven't even got to the bridge. Backbone.
Warrior, I'm a hurricane like Gloria. I won't fail my times now. Rise of glory won't back down. I take the pain and I let it out. On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
Gonna look to make it happen, and there it is. Proper. Cannot be stopped.
I'm a warrior.
This man is absolutely insane today. Going on, what do they feed him today?
On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
Oh, that video got me pumped up. I'm excited to start day 2 of the Summer Showdown Qualifiers. We have the Atlanta Reign versus the Boston Uprising, and it's been a wild day. It's been already a wild qualifier so far, from the compositions we've seen to also the people we've seen play it, from Shu DPS yesterday to New York Excelsior reverse sweeping. I think anything is possible, so I think the desk and everyone at home should stay strapped in.
Yeah, I'm feeling very disconcerted seeing all of those blocks and predictions, because yesterday it was oops, all upsets all the way through, Lemon. So I think that no one should feel safe going into today, even if they do emerge into this particular tournament cycle as favorites. And we got ourselves a banger of a match to open up.
Yep, let's go into our first team, the Boston Uprising. No one on the desk predicting them, but honestly, when we look at their starting roster, a lot of love, especially from Costa to Punk, and it makes sense. When they play with Punk, we already saw statistically how they win more with them, but just the leadership and how important that leadership is in this meta is going to be pivotal for them.
Exactly that, Lemon. Custer described that Punk has the Australian buff. I don't know about you, but my Bible says that Australian buff actually means Mitch Leslie. However, I'm willing to admit that Punk is maybe the second Australian buff. On the other side, we've got the twin Vs of Valentine and Victoria. Victoria played a lot of Sojourn during the mid-season match, along with basically every other hit scan. So the question is whether Boston Uprising are going to pivot over towards the Ashe that some teams have been preferring, or stick with the Sojourn. I think that what experience we've had with Victoria previously in North American contenders is that Victoria is a very accomplished Ashe player who really likes that hero, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it come out.
And then Seeker, happy birthday, you're 18. I want to see this guy subbed in soon, because kind of my gripe with the Boston Uprising was kind of their allergy to Sojourn, and just, or maybe not feeling like they had a hit scan that was mastering the Sojourn yet. As of recent history, they were going towards that, but I wonder if Seeker's going to be filling in those shoes now that he's 18. But for now, we have the Victoria, the double V DPS duo, who even just recently were playing a lot of Genji Echo or Genji Ashe. Ashe. So like you said, the meta is going to fit them perfectly. And speaking of a meta that fits them perfectly, and flexible tanks that should do well in the Junker Queen, let's look at the Atlanta Reign, who have their starters all kicked up. Nero and Kai will be playing on our first map, and the desk already highlighted how, although Nero doesn't maybe have a ton of hours into Genji, I think Genji is one of his best heroes.
Yeah, Nero's Genji is fantastic, and also Atlanta Reign, they're playing the long game when it comes to this tournament as well, because I believe midway through this particular tournament cycle, Speedily comes of age, who has an amazing Genji and an amazing Echo. But that's not to detract from what Nero's going to bring to the table here. Atlanta Reign, I think we've all noted over the course of the Overwatch League 2022 season so far, is that they could be a little wishy-washy when it comes to the regular tournament cycle, but when it comes to the tournaments themselves and the matches that matter, Atlanta Reign ascend to a new plane. It's like, oh fine, just this once, Master. I will use my full power. And honestly, with Kai being one of the premier Sojourns that we have, it might be that Atlanta Reign are going to be one of the teams that actually gets a little bit more mileage out of those instant picks from the Sojourn headshots that maybe other teams aren't really leaning on as much.
And just the flexibility that Hawk has been providing. I mean, maybe he's not like a Reiner yet, but Hawk has been filling that role. And I think just looking at both a Punk and Hawk of how they came up as off-tanks, and you know, when you're an off-tank player, even back in Overwatch 1, you played a lot of Sigma. And I think that just understanding of the game when you're a Sigma player of how much you can move forward, how much and at what point do you have to move back, that engage, that disengage, that give and that take, that same understanding of the game, I think those skills will transfer so well to Junker Queen. And I'm really just extrapolating because we haven't seen these teams play in this meta yet, but it makes me so incredibly excited because we've even seen different interpretations of this meta, and just even looking at the Boston Uprising and how they've interpreted the meta in the past. They were the only team to really run the Sigma May Rush, which we thought was so strange, but it works for them. So a lot of the teams may follow, you know, the yellow brick road to the meta, which is the strongest, easiest comp to play, but maybe you can have some individual identities, whether it's like the May that could come out from either side, even from Nero as well, or other things, even the Echo from Kebster we saw yesterday.
Yeah, the May in particular, from Doha on Dallas Fuel, it got a little bit of mileage on Oasis Gardens. Here's a quick look at our map set. Of course, we're out of tournament, so it's not loser picks, it's just a set map continuum. We're going to see another foray of the Paraíso later on as well, which is going to test the defensive metal of these teams and how they're going to use and abuse high grounds with a composition that often just likes to get up close and butt heads with the enemy.
And depending on what part of Busan you're going to as well. There's Mecha Base, Sanctuary, etc., Gardens. So now we start off on Sanctuary, incredibly open map, not a lot of cover, and this is like one of those points of control where if you actually go for the objective first, you don't have as much cover and you're open to getting surrounded and poked apart. But when it comes to the composition of Junker Queen, which if you guys missed yesterday's broadcast, kind of the recipe for success is the Junker Queen, Genji, Sojourn, or Ashe with Lucio Brigida. So a lot of AoE heals, a lot of boop aways. You move as usually a unit and you have your Genji finish off kills, but if you go for the objective first, you might get surrounded, you might get picked apart.
Critical to note if both of these teams do play the Sojourn. Yesterday I had some choice words about Junker Queens in a defensive position trying to hold at chokes looking for early carnages. I think that works a lot better with a Junker Queen who can bait everyone to chase them out afterwards through a disruption field. It's less effective in my opinion when you have an Ashe on your team. So we might see a little bit more aggressive off-angling from Junker Queens after defensive positions are first established for these comps.
It's also so nice to see OG back on the Lucio. He was known as just the best Lucio in Contenders when we used to cast him back there, and you know, he adapted so well to the double flex support meta. But Atlanta Reign now duel with Boston Uprising. You got the double shouts coming back, bit of swinging, seeing if they can get any pulls with the knife, and I think that might have been into a tank from the Boston Uprising. But Victoria jumps up, headshot Hawk while he was low, couldn't get to cover in time, and that burst damage, that punish that Sojourn provides has been so pivotal. And although you have to build up to that charge and you don't have that consistency that maybe Ashe does with the dynamite, it's been great for Boston so far.
Critical bit of anti-synergy that I have to point out there is that I think that Ultraviolet actually whip-shot Punk out of getting hit by Hawk's Carnage. And that not only denies Hawk that damage, but also the healing you get from a wound, and it means that Boston Uprising supports can be a little bit more aggressive because they don't have to try and deal with the damage Punk is sustaining.
Now you got a disruptor shot at the bag, maybe forcing Boston forward, and Kai finds a headshot on MCD. And Brigitte is just the most pivotal person when it comes to that healing, and as soon as that domino falls, so do the rest of the Boston Uprising. And I mean, even when we casted yesterday, we kind of noticed how control we had back-to-back 99 rounds, everything going to game 5. It really is so back and forth and like a chess match when it comes to these comps.
Yeah, within those 99s in particular, we saw a lot of back and forth flips. It feels like this composition is not amazing when it comes to holding down a control point. It might be better to try and claim some of the early space. You can see at the moment, Kai's playing the off angle on the right-hand side. If they can force out the escapability from Kai, maybe Boston Uprising can negotiate themselves an easy 5 versus 4.
Oh, but it's the first blade from Nero, and everyone is there to support him, but you hear that echo. Valentine hoping to strike true as well, but not a single kill. A ton of cooldowns. You have now 3 sources of healing with this composition, including the shout from Junker Queen. Once that's expended, it's pretty long cooldown for the Junker Queen to get that back. Here's the Sound Bear and the rally from Atlanta Reign. They want this point so bad, and they want to keep it. And they surge into the Boston Uprising, removing the main healer, removing the only tank. And even if Boston gets some trades, they just really don't even have the men to go back to the objective.
Oh, maybe a little bit too aggressive there from Ultraviolet, but still, if they can get the stagger here on Valentine, it's all going to be worth it. And indeed they do. Atlanta Reign chased together, and honestly, Boston Uprising, their target focus wasn't quite there in that previous fight. We saw how low Ultraviolet got when he was in a more reserved position in his own backline. But because that was the target that was the chosen focus of both Faith and Valentine, Victoria couldn't really find an angle to get in onto Ultraviolet, and the aura healing was enough to sustain that support.
Oh, Rampage ready! He slips in 3 hit. Faith, Punk, and Victoria. The rally from MCD keeping his team up until the Kai thing happened. And he hits a second. The overclock is shredding, and Boston have paid no attention to, I feel like, one of the best Sojourns in the league. And Kai is farming.
I expect better from you.
And critically, with that rally expended as well, there's not going to be too much to deal with Nero's Blade, who's going forward, forward, forward. A breakout from Spawn with a Rampage into a 1 versus 5. It's brazen from Punk. But will it be rewarded? The answer's no, Lemon, because guess what? 100% was just around the corner. Atlanta Reign, strike first and strike true.
And you saw the importance of who was getting the first Rampage, because it came down to Atlanta Reign winning the fight off of that, and Boston just being a little bit behind. But not only do Atlanta feel like they didn't have to change their roster, they have an amazing Sojourn, they already had a main support. Other teams had to go and find main supports. Other teams have to develop a Genji player, but Atlanta Reign have all the pieces of the puzzle, and on top of that, they have the proactive and the aggressive play style. Now, the only maybe slight doubt that I would have in Atlanta Reign is how aggressive are they. Sometimes that can be a boon, sometimes that can be a bane. But we go to Mecha Base to find out if Atlanta Reign can take it all the way.
I like that Atlanta Reign, when they get aggressive, they're at least getting aggressive together. They do lose people, but the staggers achieving in many of these more aggressive fights are at least allowing for them overall to win the tempo. Valentine moving in alone here as the shout's going to wear off on Reign.
I don't even know how Ultraviolet died so early. It felt like Atlanta Reign were holding back, throwing a disruptor shot, trying to force errors out of Boston, but it was Atlanta that made the wrong move first. Boston only get, what, 2 kills on a Nero and Ultraviolet on a ton of ult charge, but capturing the point first is big.
Interestingly, Boston Uprising have now won both of the first fights in these controls, and I think that they're actually focusing Hawk super hard. They forced them to disengage down to the Mega Pack room here in particular, so maybe Boston Uprising are all about doing a front-to-back style of attack.
Punk a little bit separated. His team is above. I'm hoping to support. Punk takes shelter in the stairs as Boston really want to go back to this high ground and make sure that where Atlanta dropped, they're there to punish. They already do so on a Nero and a 5-on-4, but Punk activates the shout, but he's at half health, so he's being very measured on his approach, and then he starts to call the speed as Atlanta Reign are split away from their tank. Hawk on the left, the rest are on the right, and Boston coalesce to get that first pick. And Atlanta Reign, even though they have members coming back, they just can't seem to sustain, but they do actually pick off the support of Boston. So Atlanta Reign might think this is a window of opportunity, even if Hawk and Kai aren't here.
An incredibly weird position there from Faith in particular. Punk does remain alive and might have a shout to stay a while longer, but no ability to touch the point with that boot. And, oh, it might actually be a re-engage. Boston Uprising amassing their force, and it forces a rally.
It's a 4-on-4, and maybe even, oh, that's Victoria with the overclock on the high ground. Let's check it on him. But everyone from Atlanta's playing on the coast side or the high ground, so he hasn't had great targets. We zoom back to another perspective. Nero has the blade. Didn't have anyone too close or any targets that are low. And a charged up shot and a whip shot will kill Nero before the blade has any value. Meanwhile, the point has been captured by Atlanta Reign, now flipped back over to the Boston Uprising, who will extend their lead.
Punk's timing there on the Rampage was essential. Everyone massed up to try and get a little bit more force behind Nero's blade and follow up on the targets that he tickled with the unamplification. That's only one person hit with the Rampage, but Punk will die.
Rampage and all the focus on the Punk. Atlanta know the pivotal chess piece on Boston has to be the king. And without that, it's checkmate. Atlanta Reign now will get the flip the point, but at about 75% for Boston, it still comes down to last fight territory. It's not over yet.
Some good tempo there from Hawk, actually catching Boston Uprising off guard because quite a few Atlanta Reign members actually survived, and so there wasn't a full reset that was necessitated. We can see Hawk playing here, waiting for an early carnage, I imagine. That's a well-placed disruptor shot from Kai to slow down the advance.
And Boston have no ults, and they only need to win one fight to take the round and force the third one, so they can see how much they can bait out of the Atlanta Reign and apparently pick apart. They don't even need ultimates. It was Atlanta that pulled the trigger first on the overclock and got nothing. The ult value from Atlanta is pretty abysmal too. The blade from here didn't do much. The overclock here got 0 kills, so Boston winning the fight here is massive.
Atlanta's formation was also terribly split right there. Somehow Kai ended up using the overclock alone with no healing available, not even an LOS for a repair pack. Boston Uprising, they're trying to scout this out, but it's a good fake here from Atlanta Reign. A double pump, still going to be slowed down by the disruptor field, and they need to touch the point, Lemon.
Rallies will be important for sustain. Ultraviolet a little bit closer to hit his shout use first by Atlanta Reign, then the Boston Uprising. Victoria charged up, takes care of Kai. As that one falls, it's a 5-on-4. The rally starts with Ultraviolet. FCD still behind on his, but that extra sustain might be huge for Atlanta Reign, and it helps Nero slice through 2 and the 3rd. And this might be the age of Nero, who finally may get to shine on the Atlanta Reign. And they go back to the point, 70%. Now this is last fight.
That's an unbelievable fumble from Boston, considering they picked off Kai early. Valentine goes down to actually contest the point alone, and he ends up in a 1 versus 2, which is unacceptable, gets picked off, and then everyone else from Boston Uprising has to just try and chaperone themselves onto a point with no real cover. It's all going to come down to this next fight, Lemon, and Atlanta Reign can take the entire map away with a Nero blade.
The overclock from Victoria, but he has no space to work with. Their backs are against the wall as soon as they approach, and the sound beer from Atlanta Reign is so much sustain, especially for Nero. He climbs up to the bridge for safety, but the enemy was in his face. Now a big difference could be Punk and this Rampage, or maybe a Valentine Blade now that the barrier's out of the picture. And we'll check in with Kai to see now that he has a charged up shot. Can he shut down the Blade, but doesn't even have sights on him as the Rampage from Punk pierces through 3, and all 3 fall. Punk just got a 3K and might have just saving this fight for the Boston Uprising. We might be just going to round 3.
Critical timing there for Punk. Once again, catches Atlanta Reign midway through their rotations, and the internal ways that they adjust to the ultimates that have previously been used. Punk did this earlier as well. When we saw Nero blade into the midst of Boston Uprising, Punk turns around knowing that the rest of his team can win a 4 versus 1 and rampages everyone else who's following in. So Punk at the moment is making great usage out of a Junker Queen ult to just try and disrupt the overall plan of attack from Atlanta Reign.
I just also love the range that he chose too, because sometimes you see Rampages and they're going in deep. This thing, you could go pretty far with the Rampage, so you kind of want to use it as like the Overwatch 1 Reinhardt charge, where, you know, you're silver, you charge all the way, but if you're Grandmaster, you want to choose a closer range, so having a wall closer to you, so you don't have to necessarily int. So great job by the Boston Uprising in round 2. Go over downtown. Now Atlanta Reign want control of the Mega Pack, and Hog is all up in that business. Has already used Shout, and Boston not feeling so healthy, barely making it through the doorway. A lot of bleeding ensues as Boston have gotten 2 picks, as Atlanta Reign couldn't measure their aggression well enough, and even though they have the better position and control of Mega, they just didn't know when to leave. So Boston will get the point first.
That is 3 rounds in a row. Boston have won the first fight, and each time it seems like they're exploiting Hawk's desire to just go, 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 to kite away that commanding shout, and then round upon Hawk when he no longer has the means to peel for himself and has to rely upon Ultraviolet and OG. Hawk will need to be a little bit more careful in future control fights during the first round.
Yeah, sometimes Atlanta can be overly aggressive, but sometimes I prefer the overly aggressive than overly passive. At least take the risk and find out what results you get after that. As Atlanta Reign still vying for that Mega Pack control, they have actually Nero on the right of Victoria, hoping to put some pressure onto the Sojourn, and the shot goes through. Kai is down. The sound barrier starts from Faith not wanting to wait for Nero's blade for it. It's matched though by the rally of Ultraviolet, and that sustain made it so difficult for Boston to convert any kills, and on that approach they lost Victoria. So we go over to the point with what, like a 4-on-3 at least for the Atlanta Reign. It's all muddy when 10 people run into each other like that, but Hawk not wanting to disengage at that point will die on the point, and Boston keep control.
Not sure what happened to Valentine there. Just a little falling off the map. Maybe got caught by the train or something. But interestingly, they've actually going for the tempo barrier there. The second that he got it is some good ult tracking, because they know that Hawk hasn't been able to do a huge amount of these fights. He's been consistently focused and booped away. So there's a non-zero chance that Faith is going to have some good generation on the next barrier.
Well, let's see if Nero has a good chance to make something happen with this blade. It's more of a zoning blade. It's a scary one. All of Atlanta Reign left to the main and re-engaged with the sound barrier, just ran over Faith, and without that speed, Boston are having issues rotating away. At least they made it to high ground, made it through alleyway, and Atlanta Reign didn't care about hunting for more kills. They cared more about flipping over the objective.
Yeah, Atlanta Reign decided that it's a little bit too far gone and there could be a collapse waiting for them in that enemy territory, so instead the objective takes precedence here. And one of the things that Atlanta Reign have over a lot of other teams is how dangerous that overclock is in the hands of Kai, and how it demands a response, and if you have none, you're going to lose someone, and you might as well just fold, disengage, and lose the fight. Victoria has the same ult in their hands now with the overclock, and they forced out the deflect.
Another Nero Genji, man. He's getting these so quickly. Deals with Punk immediately. He was separated away from the rest of Boston. MCD was so low too, probably why he wasn't attached at Punk's hip. So Atlanta Reign still have quite a gap to close, even with Punk on, but Boston are still hanging around, so Atlanta Reign are actually going to engage into them while Punk isn't here. The rampage starts. It hits 2 of the Boston Uprising. Hawk did a good job of ending what he started, and the knife pierces the heart of Valentine, and Atlanta Reign take a fight.
Boston actually stay in that fight without their main tank because they have a Lucio advantage, knowing that Hawk could have to expend a commanding shout to get on top of them, and this means that Atlanta Reign about to expend maybe one more ultimate that they'd be comfortable with winning that fight. Now, there's a huge rampage advantage for Punk, and Ultraviolet's going to be the only one who can really do anything about the antis with the rally, generating that overhealth, but first he needs to build up more of a sort of hearty backbone of health before the rampage strikes.
And Punk is going to try and draw them into an area where this rampage has value, and he hits both supports of the Atlanta Reign and Kai. Ultraviolet will heal his team back up, give him some extra overhealth with the rally. And even through all the sustain, Boston didn't waste a single second. They sped into them with their own rally, and the focus fire is beautiful. And that's the type of meta I think bodes so well for Boston Uprising, when it's all on the back of synergy. We even saw yesterday how when the Gladiators lost, you could have the best players, but it's how they work together that matters.
Coming to this final fight as well. Sound barrier advantage for Faith. That could be what puts this one in the ground. OG can't even touch in time. Oh, gravity is not his ally, Lemon. That is twice now that a team just cannot touch the point. Atlanta Reign will drop our control map to the Boston Uprising.
It's just, yeah. I don't know who had this in their bingo card. And like I said, you guys are going to expect to see a lot of C9s and stuff like this happen. You have 2 supports with 2 boops, a flail shot and a boop. So you almost need more insurance than just the Lucio. But, you know, the Genji can only do so much after that. But wow, Boston Uprising taking map number 1. It feels like Upset City at the start of our Summer Showdown qualifiers, and we can't wait to see you after this break. Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch League. Yes, pigs can fly. New York Excelsior can take a bath. Dallas Fuel can take a bath against the Gladiators. I mean, we've seen some wacky stuff in this brand new meta featuring our brand new hero, Junker Queen. We're going into map 2, and yes, our overlay is not wrong. Boss and Uprising are leading the series right now.
Yeah, still winnable for Atlanta Reign. It's priced into some people's pick'ems, I'm sure. I expected Boston Uprising to put up a pretty good fight today, especially... We thought that Punk would come to the forefront, right? To play Junker Queen, because Punk has been such an amazing leader for this team that being able to move together and make these decisions in this meta is so important. And one of the decisions that's been most prevalent, it seems, is that Victoria's kind of been put on Bully Hawk duty, because while she isn't the largest hitbox of any tank, Lemon, she is still pretty easy to hit, and larger hitboxes serve Sojourn really well with her projectile left click and being able to build up towards those rails really quickly. We saw a lot of railgun shots onto Hawk just to make sure that he was continuously on the back foot and wasn't as adept at being able to control engages, because he had to use his commanding shout occasionally just to peel for himself.
And it feels like when you play Sojourn, which I was expecting to see more Ashe, but the Sojourn you can play further away, and I wonder if that positioning bodes to just, well, if there's a Genji constantly harassing you, if the Genji is within right-click distance or just any dash distance between the Sojourn, that is his #1 target. And I kind of saw the adaptation for both Sojourn players to create more of a distance between themselves and any potential divers. And speaking of that Sojourn matchup between Victoria and Kai, you know, I thought Kai did a sublime job on Sanctuary, but Victoria actually put up a pretty even fight when it came to the 2 other rounds.
Okay, so yesterday on Baiso, I looked kind of silly, saying that A would be remarkably difficult to cap for a bunch of teams, and then neither team managed to defend Baiso at all, really, until about 3rd point. So we'll see if that same motif is going to be reached today. Kai going for an early shot, but the question is it Ashe or Sojourn? I prefer the Sojourn here, Lemon, because the slide means that you can do a lot more in terms of following up on the engages that your team need to take speedily up onto the high ground.
I guess we're just not besties, because I prefer the Ashe for the attack at the very least, because if everyone's just going to play hide-and-go-seek on the defense and you don't have a way to charge up your shot, then the Dynamites at least is some kind of ranged option for you. You just yeet it and then burn them to death and at least force them to get off this high ground, but Hawk is just below them, tickling them, and Atlanta Reign are making their way. Punk is a bit separated. The knife goes in, gets some bleed on. Punk is half health, but while all of Atlanta is so focused on the tank, Victoria was able to get charged up and pick off Ultraviolet, who's probably chasing after Hawk, saying, "Get back here," trying to give him the
I like the
packs.
overall plan there. The overall plan was interesting, but the whole, like, Hawk was just like, look at me, I'm in the middle of your territory, I'm an easy shot. And it allows for OG to do some wall riding on this right-hand side and try and boot Punk off. Unfortunately, Atlanta Reign at that point had already taken too much poke, and so they couldn't fully commit to taking out Punk, and now they're back to the drawing board with, once again, Boston Uprising playing on these very inaccessible high ground positions. Atlanta Reign just going to skip this and play for point.
Oh, I love the dono wall strategy of Atlanta Reign of, like, we don't have to force them down, I'm just going to go to the objective and see how you react, and Boston reacted quite well. It's just always Victoria getting charged up and killing everything. Now he's at 94, does he connect on the Nero? And it doesn't matter because Punk is behind them and axing everyone to death. So Atlanta Reign don't even get a take out of that too.
Alright, so chat, now we're going to collectively pretend this is the day I said that taking point A is going to be really hard, because Boston Uprising are actually doing a really good job of using these wraparound high grounds to give over a huge amount of poke that Atlanta Reign are unable to really respond to. And they already have to use a speed boost or commanding shout to get to points, so then Boston Uprising can engage into Atlanta Reign from the high ground with a huge advantage, because those cooldowns are already being used.
Yeah, this duel between Victoria and Kai is also important, but for now, we've built up to force some ults. Be the Blade first from the defense, just going past the little train, and as on his way back, he's just slicing through the support. So no barrier in time for OG, not wanting to waste the rally from Ultraviolet, and Nero uses Blade, and I didn't even see it.
I like that Faith is also not reticent at all about just using the sound barrier. Usually you want to save that to deal with the Rampage. But the fact that you're defending from high ground means that getting value out of a Rampage is going to be super difficult for Hawk.
Okay, Kai needs to win this duel against Victoria, but can't connect the shot. Overclock at the top from the defense. Victoria just putting all the pressure into the front line of Atlanta Reign while keeping Kai in check, and Kai has been kept in check. He's back in the spawn room doors. Atlanta Reign is dangerously low, especially Hawk. He uses the Rampage, and while Boston are in his face, and he gets them low, but Atlanta Reign just can't seem to confirm any of these kills. And we're left with less than a minute for Atlanta Reign before they're full health by the Boston Uprising.
Admittedly for Hawk, that Rampage did make sense as a desperation tool, given that he had both of his healers alive still. I think if they could rush someone down, they needed to play for some kind of pick to try and attrition down Boston Uprising's hold here. I hope they're doing a wall boost to get Hawk up onto high ground so he can just directly contest people. Or maybe Nero's just going to wall everyone off after they go to the point. Oh, that's a beautiful boop!
Oh, Nero is getting tossed around. He wants none of that. Goes back. He's out of cooldowns too, so Atlanta Reign need to play this smart. They need to play this safe. They've already collected a tick, maybe even a second. Boston, they're going to want to recontest the third one. And the only thing they can depend on is some support ults coming up later in the fight, but Punk needs that healing now, and he's getting slowed by Nero. He can't even leave, even if Punk wants to. And the rest of the dominoes and the chickens will die behind the Boston Uprising's front line, and Atlanta Reign, at the last second, will get the point unlocked.
I love that secondary wall behind Punk as well, because while Punk still can peel for himself using the commanding shout, the wall blocks LOS, and it meant that no one else on Boston Uprising got the additional health, or at least none of the backline of MCD and Faith got the additional health, got the additional movement speed, and that means Faith has to stay on that aura and can't heal up while bringing everyone to the battle. Atlanta Reign, they've adjusted well here, but the question is, can the Nero main momentum be carried over onto second when once again Boston Uprising going to have access to some sheer high ground? And now we've got an objective that's moving in a payload, which is more difficult to wall against.
Dragon Blade for Valentine, no barrier yet, but it's so close for OG. They're really just happily pushing the card anyway. It's Boston are going to probably wait for the card to get further, and Valentine can drop into the backline. His main target will be either Ultraviolet or OG, maybe Kai if he's close enough. Just really any squishy targets. Avoiding Nero at all costs, because he's just going to ice block if you try to blade him. So Valentine waiting for the moment. Now the card is at the corner, knows that Hawk is on that left side and doesn't want to get close to him too. And all of Atlanta Reign are just right beside Hawk, so it's not making this opportunity of a Dragon Blade very attractive to Valentine. Now you've waited so long, there's a sound barrier available. The blade from Valentine first. OG's patient with it, waiting on the rally of Ultraviolet to see if that can keep the team up, but you lost Nero in the process. OG drops the barrier now at a 4-on-5 as Punk is getting booped away from his team, but a late sound barrier from Faith is massive. This will propel the sustain of Boston Uprising to a whole new level, and they just tear Atlanta apart.
An example there of looking for maximum efficiency out of your soundbar actually allows Nero to die, and maybe in the midst of that fight, the real turning point could have been the Blizzard. And I love this attempt at a spawn hold from Boston Uprising. With how wide they're playing on these high grounds, Hawk is going to have trouble using the Rampage to punish that sound barrier.
Nero and Ice Block, he's in a bad spot. Atlanta Reign need to move up to help him out, and the Rampage does just that. Hits a bunch. Boston Uprising disengage just to heal back up. But as they are, Kai is above them, picking them off, and Hawk just punishes Punk, who pushed up to contest. So 14 seconds left. Atlanta Reign still want to get way more push out of this.
Well, considering Boston's positioning, I think that was an ill-considered engage. Putting Victoria and multiple others down on the low ground when they could have just shot and used armor packs from the high meant they were incredibly vulnerable. Now this fight is going to be dictated by the Blizzard on the cart. Boston Uprising going to have so much trouble touching, and there's the wall!
Oh, the flail on Punk too, but he still came with the Rampage, and it's 1 meter left, and the ults come out for the Atlanta Reign, who've already used 2, including the Blizzard, but somehow Boston contested, but not until now. Atlanta Reign 2 cap was a little expensive, but still the job is done.
Oh, this is rough. This is very rough for the Boston Uprising. They really should have been able to negotiate that spawn camp fight a little bit better with Victoria and MCD up on high ground, but Hawk being able to score such a huge Rampage on a Boston Uprising that all went down to the ground meant that you could just roll that forward again and again. The wall tech here from Nero, it's going to be new in terms of where you place it on the map, but it works out just fine to isolate Valentine.
Oh yeah, 2 were isolated from the Boston Uprising from that Nero wall, but still that doesn't stop the rest. Once that wall comes down, the army of Boston are coming for you. So Atlanta Reign will have to reset, obviously, without Hawk, and Boston kind of peeked around the corner to see who's there and if they could stagger anyone else, and even just pulling someone with a knife can be big, but Kai ain't gonna test that.
It's one of the things about these newer maps, sometimes the disengagement pathing's going to be a lot less clean. OG's already taken down, and Atlanta Reign know they've got to call this one. They can't take a Junker Queen versus Junker Queen fight where they are at a speed disadvantage. I'm surprised Boston aren't being more aggressive here, but they will be worried about the wall.
How does Victoria not kill somebody there? At least he did a ton of damage, and that opens up Valentine, who's able to get dash resets, and Nero's immediately out of Ice Block. There's only 6 seconds left, and Atlanta Reign have to think about touching, and OG is just getting smacked around. He can't even get to the cart. So Atlanta Reign's push will end right here, right now, halfway to C.
Although Atlanta Reign, they have at least shown some perseverance and they've shown some adaptability in swapping over to the Mei. I doubt we're going to see it on the defense here, at least not until maybe 3rd point. But they identified where their problems were, and that was at Boston Uprising. Got 3 engages onto them when they moved over onto that initial point engage. And so being able to mess with that by having Punk consider a lot more danger in engaging in the front line meant that Boston were a little bit more trepidatious, piecemeal in their engagement, and that allowed for the isolation of targets. And I think that we're going to see a lot of teams, Lemon, when they start getting held back in chokes like this, might decide to move over to the Mei, because the Mei also means that Boston Uprising's engagements, they were suffering from a double slow, both the Disruptor Field and the Cryo Beam of Nero, and importantly as well, Nero's Cryo Beam can't be deflected by Valentine, so he has to play a lot more safely, knowing that when he gets under half health, he can't just play the deflect and then run away. He has to get out of dodge as quickly as he can.
Yeah, I think with the Mei, it's like, I think just if you had an Ashe, then the Genji is a little bit easier to play, because even the dynamite damage, maybe the consistent higher burst poke is what would set up your Genji better for success, to dash in, get resets, dash out ideally, if there isn't one of the 3 cooldowns that can save people, you know. But now that Kai and both Victoria are on the Sojourn, the high burst, it's kind of, you're waiting for that charge, you get the pick, you go in. But now once they are close enough, they have that extra win condition with the Mei wall, as you mentioned. So I'm liking this different approach, and the fact that Nero's been flexing to just so many things with the Atlanta Reign to see what is working. For now, it's the defense.
Seeing on the Mei here is going to be interesting because Mei requires a lot more commitment to be on the low ground. That's not the ideal wall there, Lemon.
Oh, and Punk got booped right into Hawk's space, but somehow they didn't get the punish. Punk is still dangerously low, and without Victoria, they can't exactly stop what is coming right now. So Atlanta Reign still kind of go towards the point. Boston might have access to the right staircase, meaning they could have the high ground. They could drop down onto the Atlanta Reign. So this is still an okay position for Boston once they get that 5th member back.
Yeah, the thing is, because Nero can't easily access the high ground without a wall boost, it's easily claimed space for Boston Uprising. Now they have a second phase of the fight where they're fighting Atlanta Reign at their strongest. In a clump on the point where the cleave from Nero can do huge damage.
Oh, did they get the knife on Ultraviolet? Doesn't matter. They all coalesce, including the dive from Valentine. And without that Brigitte, Atlanta Reign are going to suffer in just having barely any heals. They might be able to leave thanks to OG, but they are trapped in here and going to the slaughterhouse. So Boston getting the point much, much quicker than the Atlanta Reign.
Well, honestly, I think that defense could have worked out a lot better for Reign if they had Nero on the high ground to begin with. I think that having Nero in a position where he had to kind of be rescued from that ice block on low ground and that Atlanta Reign couldn't retake the high ground in good time, and so Boston Uprising kind of got that 2-phase fight where they could hold the first bridge effectively, even after losing out on one of their players early. Now Atlanta Reign, they're going to have to once again edit their tactics for the second point here, and again it's a sheer high ground that can be exploited, and it's going to be difficult for Valentine to try and brawl towards because Nero's going to be there waiting with a cryo beam. So instead, Valentine is going to be all about pushing the cart by himself until he gets forced out by Atlanta, who've given up the high ground.
Atlanta Reign just wanted to go contest, and we're just impatient. I mean, Boston waited for them to get around the corner. I thought Atlanta Reign were going to do the same thing, so they just went below Boston Uprising around the high ground, and now Atlanta Reign are kind of stuck. They're getting surrounded, and Valentine has already sliced through their taxi, man. So without the speed, how do Atlanta Reign get themselves out of the situation? Well, Nero's going to slow things down. He just threw a blizzard on the card and had to sacrifice himself for it. But at least now that Boston are all frozen up, Atlanta Reign were able to finish the fight.
I wonder if Nero stops here. No, actually sticks on the Mei. It's interesting that they decided to use the sound barrier here, although admittedly I did give Faith a lot of credit on the defense for using the sound barrier in a little bit more of a laissez-faire fashion, knowing that it's very difficult to get value out of the attacking rampage when everyone's defending from a high ground. Atlanta Reign made a quite unorthodox move there, but it seems to have caught Boston Uprising by surprise.
Now the Blade at the ready for Valentine, and he'd love to get to Kai, but the gap closes hard, and he gets Kai so low. But surely this is the moment for a Blade. The Sound Bear's already started from Fade, and Valentine, as he gets closer, this is the moment for the Blade, but he's been anti-healed by the Rampage of Hawk. It isn't surviving much longer, but it's still a net positive for Boston. They got 2 kills, or maybe 3, and Boston only lost Valentine, so they are heading for the end of point B.
So the question is here, how early does Punk try and use this Rampage? Atlanta Reign, their best chance to defend this map and not go up against match point against the Boston Uprising is to win this particular fight here, where it takes Boston Uprising so long to set up, and they have to go through a gauntlet of high grounds to once again buy this fight, back up to 5 versus 5 with a Rampage ready to go.
Oh, the Rampage is centered right onto Nero, and maybe even going for Hawk at that moment. Punk is in the corner, but the Animal will buy back, and Valentine got deflected. The overclock shot from Kai into Ultraviolet. What a play! Boston also just capped point B, and they have 4 minutes for C.
What a reflect. Where have these Boston Uprising DPS been the whole season? Here's a quick look at the reflect. Huge game sense here from Valentine, trying to stop that incoming damage. And of course, almost finishes Kai off afterwards as well. There is no room here to negotiate, Lemon, when it comes to the cart movement. Atlanta Reign have no grace, and they've got 1 high ground to play off. When they leave it is going to be tantamount to how this map finishes.
And it's kind of awkward of where to drop because of the giant speakers on that high ground, so it's a left or right decision for Atlanta Reign. Boston have already started harassing the high ground, but Hawk has dropped. He's used Shout. Nero needs to heal. The rally starts from the attack, and they just hope to bulldoze and bully Atlanta Reign away. They're waiting for OG to get barrier in time, but it's too little too late. The bulldoze has occurred, and Boston Uprising are on series point.
Bulldoze Uprising, baby, 2-0 against the Atlanta Reign. Maybe a couple of growing pains in this meta, and despite the adaptation that we saw going over towards the Mei, Atlanta Reign now have to do some deep soul searching in our break, and Seth is going to have to gather the troops and give one heck of an inspirational speech to try and turn this into a reverse sweep.
I mean, Boston are looking so good. It's like I said, guys, it's been the upset league. I mean, New York Excelsior yesterday, the Dallas Fuel. Could it be the Boston Uprising? I mean, after we've seen Atlanta Reign through the qualifiers, they've had their ups and downs. Was not expecting to see a down this early, but we're going to throw it to a break. We'll see you potentially for the final map. No need for barking. This is the ultimate Mercy skin, the Royal Knight legendary skin from the mid-season Madness. You can still get it. It's only 200 tokens. You only have a week left to get it. Ends on August 19th, and then it's gone forever. So make sure you get that.
Oh yeah, it's taking every bit of willpower I have, Lemon, to not do El Barco. Alas,
Stop.
Royal Knight, fantastic skin, and Boston Uprising, fantastic upturn in their fortunes. A team that is 4-8 and is honestly in this second half of the season looking not just for the Summer Showdown, but for playoffs and beyond as well. This is a grand place to be. Boston Uprising have a really good understanding as well of Paraiso, which is potentially going to be interesting. Like, I know I'm extrapolating a long way here, but down the line in Summer Showdown, if Boston Uprising make it and they can pick maps after potentially losing control, if they've got that pocket pick of Paraiso, then that could be a huge boon for them.
Yeah, I think what's important here is rotations and macro. And this is something that not every team has mastered when it comes to this composition because it's so quick. You have multiple forms of speed with the shout from the Junker Queen and the Lucio. You have so much healing that forgives every single thing, but once you make that decision on that cooldown, it's gone for 11 seconds. So that's why every decision matters, although there is a lot of forgiveness with this composition because of the amount of healing. But macro-wise, that's where Atlanta Reign kind of fall a little bit short. And maybe it's due to their kind of previous playstyle around the Doomfist, where you would have Hawk kind of play solo, Kai would sit back and poke on Sojourn, and then you would have Venom on Tracer or Nero on some kind of flanker. So maybe Atlanta Reign are just so used to playing as individuals and playing for picks that maybe this composition is a little bit hard for them to adjust to. But it's only the first match, so I'm not all doom and gloom yet.
Oh, I like the FAV on that shot. All right, Lemon, I'm going to give you a little bit of insight into what I see in the future here for Atlanta Reign, and 3 words. It's Kai time. Kai going to come out on the Ashe here, may even play a little bit of a Widow, but I think that attacking with a Sojourn here from the low ground is not particularly advisable, because one of the main tools that the Sojourn has is that disruptor field, and it's very difficult to be able to hit that effectively on targets that are above you, and so the instant burst that's delivered from a good aimer on an Ashe I think is a touch more valuable here for the Atlanta Reign.
Yeah, but that blue box is pretty sturdy, so you can just sit behind that and pray for the best. And Punk has already dropped to the low ground, hoping to just engage as quickly as he can while Atlanta Reign are accessible. But Boston Uprising, if they don't choose to engage, they're just gonna have to play Car Wash, and it's a long road. But somehow Valentine has already sliced through Ultraviolet, and without that healing, Atlanta Reign just gotta get back to spawn because Boston Uprising are on the hunt.
All right, I have to give the same advice that I gave yesterday to a team that was getting spawn camped on Junkertown. It is time to full W int in. Just trade for 1 or 2 people. It doesn't matter if you all die, you've got to break the spawn hold here somehow. And you could just burn the speed boost, burn the commanding shout, get on top of, say, Victoria or Brigitte and kill him.
Yeah, well, Atlanta Reign are getting on top of them for sure. They just used the shout and started to bulldoze them off the cart. But just created a little bit of space. Now Victoria can just kind of charge up these shots and has already warded Kai from the high ground. He doesn't have that advantage. Nero, though, is on the high ground behind the defense, so we'll see if he can put pressure on someone like Faith or finish off Punk, and Hawk will do that before Valentine gets involved. So on that 5-on-4, and especially without a tank, well, the Boston just have to head away or contest the cart and prevent progress.
Oh, quick reset there from MCD and Valentine. Almost the victim of a long-range knife. Now Atlanta Reign start to roll, but the question is, are they going to try and play a little bit more aggressively at the doors here? Without a disruptor field, it's difficult for Hawk to do that, so I'd much prefer him stay with the team as he's currently doing and get maximum speed on that cart. However, Boston Uprising are going to attack from the high ground, which is much more intelligent, providing they don't burn all their cooldowns while leaving.
Just the immediate drop from Punk to contest. Rally started, but it would push from the right side. But Kai's gonna break that up with the bomb, and he gets just picked off by Victoria with a headshot. So the defense are ahead only by 1 as Atlanta Reign shield bash out of the fight. But some people were still involved. Nero was all up in there with Hawk, and a bit of a disconnect from Atlanta Reign will cost them severely with their lives. Valentine just played and killed 2, and that's the end of that.
super smart there for Boston Uprising to invest the extra time limit in all going up through high ground before engaging. That gave them a couple of moments before they were in true danger of being picked to ascertain positions, particularly of Kai, meaning Victoria could come in from an off angle and deliver that rail headshot that meant that Atlanta Reign were going to be toothless during that attack. Now, sure, there is the blade available for Nero. That could be quite easily countered by Faith, and I would not be surprised to see him invest for Sound Barrier for the blade when Hawk's going to have trouble getting a multi-level rampage.
Just Atlanta Reign taking the closest rotations so they can be ready to engage. A rampage from Punk hits OG and Nero. They counter it with the sound barrier. Atlanta Reign are okay for now. Counter rampage just heard. 4 from the Boston Uprising are without heals, and Nero takes advantage of this moment to use the blade and kind of shied away from wanting to int at that moment, so got a bit of overhealth from the shout of Hawk, and I'd rather them be more calculated than measured than go for the 5K clip, you know, for YouTube and all that, but Atlanta Reign will still get point A.
I really like the strat there from Atlanta Reign, which was to have Hawk use the Rampage first, knowing that they were unlikely to hit that many members of Boston Uprising, but thinking they could just squeeze that ultimate out of Faith, which they absolutely did. Faith responded to it in kind, just trying to keep everyone alive, and that meant Nero could easily isolate a 1 versus 1 or 2 versus 1 against a Punk who'd overextended from their own Rampage, and then Atlanta Reign could play from a safer position.
Okay. Someone just be peeking the Kai, just aiming down sights into ships. So Boston gets scared into using not only Shout, but also the rally from MCD. So Atlanta Reign, they're chilling. They're on vacation. They're on the car. They're pushing it halfway. And now they might want to rotate to the high ground because once this cart gets at this bridge, now Boston can get the pounce on them. So Atlanta Reign don't want that to happen. They'll have a 6-member available. Kai can drop the bob, and he's going to be safe at a distance. Now Victoria's above him. He'll keep that in mind. So Kai might want to rotate somewhere safer, throws the bomb down at the end to put pressure on those supports, but Atlanta Reign are just getting surrounded and torn apart by the Boston Uprising, who win a fight.
This is a good illustration, Lemon, of the points I've been making about Ashe versus Sojourn so far, and that's that Ashe does not really have the mobility to be able to really engage in these fights that get so much faster. When Atlanta Reign get isolated and Boston Uprising rush on top of them, it's a 4 versus 4 back there, but Victoria can just slide and jump and easily get involved in that fight and add their DPS to be the tipping point to take down Ultraviolet before Kai can be a factor, even with Bob.
I'd love to see Hawk just get a knife pull of someone off the bridge, but Boston have already had their Genji drop. Valentine going after Ultraviolet, gets him into 1 bar and is not able to kill him. Massive peel by Atlanta Reign, and well, will they be able to live and deal with Punk? They do, and without that, Boston just hoping to die on the card and hope that they have a recontest, but I'm not sure they do.
Amazing kiting there from Ultraviolet as well, meaning that Boston Uprising have to overextend from their safe positions to try and back up Valentine, who dies anyway. Atlanta Reign seem to be thinking about these fights in a much more different manner and forcing different plays out of Boston Uprising that previously they felt the luxury to not have to rely upon. And that's really changed the power dynamic in this series. It feels like Atlanta Reign, they're the ones who are dictating the tempo now, or at least making sure that Boston Uprising, when they try and engineer a fight for their own win conditions, are having to move from safe positions to do it.
Oh, Nero dashes in, getting ready to use the blade, and then realize they're using Rally and Shout, and he's not going to get the dash resets through that, so Nero fades off into the distance, into the on the high ground, where Boston are just now realizing and now going after Nero, so are Atlanta Reign going to want to provide some backup? It's too late. So now Atlanta Reign have to reset.
It's a less of an ideal split. Commanding Shout used here by Punk just for a little bit of chase down, hoping for a stagger, but you've got to be careful at this point about peeking Kai in the ADS. You've got to try and make some good use of physical cover. And of course, Kai and Nero together, they want to collectively use both armored rally. Oh, nice, big blade.
I think he wants to use the blade too, and just still, these Brigidas are unkillable. Just the armor on top of the Shout, on top of the healing from the Lucio that you can't underestimate, and then the Inspire self-healing. It seems impossible, but I like the focus on those Brigidas. That's what's important. So Atlanta Reign don't get much out of that blade, but they do get some good cart push. Now Kai is 26 HP, and really Atlanta Reign need this momentum, and he pokes out, picks off Faith, throws the bomb down. It's now 6 on 3 at this point. Punk uses the Rampage, hits 3, including the supports of Atlanta Rain. OG has a critical health, finishes him off, I can't believe Punk missed the axe on that Genji. Either way, Atlanta Rain have 3 on the cart in 45 seconds, and they lock it in.
Even though Nero died during that blade, and I think that overall it could have not been used, Atlanta Rain did the proper thing there in just enforcing Uprising to use so many of their cooldowns to disengage from both the rally first, which still gave that overhealth to so many members of Atlanta Rain for the fight afterwards, and initially from the blade as well. And that meant that Boston Uprising didn't really have much in the way of emergency resources to deal with what came after, which was of course the reckoning of Kai and of Hawk. And even though Punk was able to get a pretty good rampage onto Hawk and the supports of Atlanta Rain, Boston Uprising had already moved back so far and used so many of their speed amplifying abilities, they didn't really have the gumption nor the ability to safely path for a follow-up on that. And Atlanta Rain, one thing we got to think about their rampages as well when they're used is that Kai can combine them with the dynamite for more unavoidable ticking damage where physical cover and disengagements won't save you.
Ooh, I've been waiting to see a knife pull off the high ground, especially now that Valentine's just out of all those cooldowns. And Kai's just there to pick them off. So it's like Hawk lines up the pins and then Kai knocks them down. I love that type of synergy. We even saw that kind of like Ashe plus Junker Queen love yesterday in the series. So Atlanta Rain finish with 45 seconds. This is huge for them because it's series point for Boston. So they needed this map completion.
Oh yeah, this was a resolve hardening map completion here, Lemon. To try and defend from an incomplete map would have not been a good mental place for the Atlanta Rain, but Kai's actually sticking with the Ashe on the defense, which is interesting in that, like, the Dynamite's going to be able to do good damage, but it also means that Hawk, compared to Punk, is having to play a lot more reserved because his disengagements can't be covered by a Disruptor shot.
At least for now. Victoria's just trying to get charged up off of anyone and anything. And just Atlanta Rain are hiding away, maybe not wanting to give that opportunity. So now the cart is under the Atlanta Rain, so choosing where did they want to drop. Maybe it would have been nice to drop on the other side where maybe you could have had access to the supports, but either way, it's a great spot to contest. The axe goes through 3 people. Fillets being created live in front of your eyes, but Valentine gets the bunt of it, and at least it's 4-on-4, but Atlanta Rain don't have a ton of heals without an ultraviolet, so this is just not going to be a good fight for them. They're going to play extremely passive until he gets back.
Yes, this is my flaying axe, and Ultraviolet, not able to pack himself, makes himself one of the most vulnerable targets. Hawk hiding behind this box here to make sure that he doesn't get pulled by Punk.
All right, Nero dancing around. Kai playing at the end of the point. When is Valentine going to want to apply some pressure here and just go after him? Because you can't let Kai just free fire. He's just going to pick people off. And that's how Atlanta Rain were even able to win point C, was off of Kai and the Bob he threw afterwards, which, by the way, that Bob's coming up soon.
One of the things we've got to think about in this particular matchup as well is that there's a lot more downtime in Ashe because of her longer reload. So if you can catch her while she's reloading, it's a fairly easy kill for Boston Uprising, but they need to be able to find that window, otherwise Kai will tear them apart on the approach.
Oh, Victoria's already taken some damage. The Bob from Kai is thrown in the middle. Boston are forced to move forward. They're out of cooldowns too. They use the sounder, the shout, and they're out of options. Punk grabbing the mini. He has MCD there. Finally gets the rally, and as Boston hope to make the most out of this rally, they kind of didn't let that build up in time. Punk walks out, dies immediately, and so did the rest of Boston. So half their time bank is now gone.
And that was a really good hunt there from Atlanta Rain as well. A well-placed Bob from Kai actually contests the cart the entire time, and that means Atlanta Rain can be so much more disciplined with their positioning. They don't need to worry about that objective because, honestly, Boston Uprising and no teams in this meta really have the burst to burn through the Bob in any efficient manner, especially after they've already committed to an engagement and they need to get value off of things like the commanding shout. Nero's going to be challenged for high ground here, but an exchange of armor packs means that he will get away with his life even after Valentine claims for territory.
Just Atlanta Rain around the corner, not wanting to play too close to the blue boxes, and it's because Boston are on the high ground hoping to drop down. Valentine's right in the middle of them, but it's a distraction because Victoria was the real threat. He's already picked off one with the overclock, and oh, he jumps and headshots OG. He thought he had cover, and Ultraviolet doesn't want any of that smoke. He shield bashes out of dodge, and Hawk is just there to die and contest, maybe take a few more seconds off, but this is a point A cap for Boston.
That is bloody filthy. And also, Victoria had a huge brain moment there. Boston Uprising as a whole, they know that Nero likes to contest these high grounds. So they play for blue box and actually have Valentine full commit to a dash on Nero, knowing that it won't get the kill, but knowing it will force Nero to disengage because it can't be deflected. And Victoria sets up a disruptor shot to his disengagement site down below where Ultraviolet would be able to pack him, and he just falls into it and dies. And that's a huge opening for Boston.
It's an opening that Nero can work with. He's got the blade, and Valentine's used his first, but he's like 2 bars. You just need to dash him, but Nero just can't even find him. Soundbear at the last second from Faith to save Valentine at the end. Now Boston, what else did they do? The Rampage hits 3. Hawk, Ultraviolet, and Kai head for the hills. Nero is in the backline with Blade, and all of Boston are so clumped up. Nero wants to carve them and isolate them, but they all turn towards him and hope to punish. But the deflect from Nero keeps him safe. He dashes to safety. And Atlanta Reign have made the most. They're so good at baiting and switching up their positions, and Boston don't know who to chase after. And that kind of chaos is what Atlanta Reign is thriving in right now, as Boston don't seem to be able to continue this fight, especially without MCD.
Yeah, Victoria's coming fresh and is still building up towards that rail, hoping that maybe a headshot could be an opener, but for now, Nero's going to stay on low ground. They can't. What a pull on Hawk.
Oh, MCD's rally. You gotta wait for that to go into effect, but Boston Uprising are just shutting the door on Atlanta. But there is some contest. I think OG is floating around, maybe Nero too, but this is very difficult. But Boston have to cap now because Atlanta Reign have respawn advantage and they're wasting time. They're contesting when they can, but eventually Boston have warded away everyone from the cart. OG's dead. Hawk's gonna contest at the last second, and Ultraviolet's rallying just to keep Hawk up. It's a 2-on-3 favoring the Boston Uprising, and respawn advantage for Atlanta Reign. Are Atlanta about to clutch this? They're investing more ultimates. They think it's winnable. They've just rampaged into 3, and Boston are not healthy enough to keep this going.
Faith still has the barrier though, potential for a re-engage there. Actually escorts MCD out of the low ground as Nero's once again made an aggressive play to control the high. Going inside the ship and hoping to maybe force Valentine out of this position. It's all on the shoulders of Victoria here with this overclock, and you know what? Faith can also almost freely use this sound barrier considering that this is one fight territory for Boston Uprising almost.
Overclock from Victoria on top of the box, and Atlanta Reign were trying to climb up to boop him down, but the damage has already been done. No kills, but it did get Atlanta low enough for them to want to disengage. And OG's been almost overly patient with the sound barriers, using it after Ultraviolet's death to salvage the situation. And will it? Atlanta Reign have Bob at the end, and they go back towards it as some kind of safety measure. And Boston, they start off the fights well. It started off 5-on-4. You killed Ultraviolet, but Boston can't finish off fights. But you know someone who can? It's Nero with the 4K.
Nero fiddled while Boston burned under the dynamite of Kai. Atlanta Reign hold Boston Uprising at the end of Gibraltar B. Many an attack has been stuck here, but none with quite so much gumption as Atlanta Reign showed to turn this series potentially around. They've been doing such a good job of identifying where in Boston Uprising the weaknesses are. Being able to force Victoria out of that off angle with the overclock was so important, because if Victoria had been able to stay there after Hawk had to use the commanding shout to try and deal with the damage that was coming through, they would have been able to rain so much damage down upon Atlanta Reign and maybe force a couple of those additional frags before the sound barrier too.
Yeah, I was kind of worried that if Atlanta Reign were starting to put Nero on Mei, was this them not believing in the Genji? Was this just trying something different? But when they went back to the Genji, man, did it look cool. So Atlanta Reign keep themselves alive in the series. It's still 2-1 for the Boston Uprising, and we'll see you after this.
shots, dead in the ground. We ain't the same, pull up. 3 rounds, bro, you done. We let it rain, head pop. So look out when we in the zone. Don't play around. I got a strap, put to your back. Tell you now, we laying it down. Yeah, bands up, trapped out. I bring the dogs, gang out. Look. Don't wanna fade and drop out, got no clout. Think smart, this crucial. We ain't no average usual. Nah, we let it rain, ain't seen a savage who you.
Y'all gotta stop saying that Leg Day and I are cursed, okay? We're not trying to curse all these game 5s, but we were kind of maybe heading that direction. Yesterday, we almost had 2 reverse sweeps. Only 1 happened, spoiler alert. But Atlanta Raid kept themselves alive after a Gibraltar win, and a decisive one at that after they stopped Boston short of B.
Yeah, that was a fantastic performance from Atlanta Rain, and in particular, the real change they made was putting Kai over on the Ashe. So we've got to discuss the mechanics of Ashe when going up against the standard comp, right? And it all centers around the Dynamite and how that interacts with the Genji. Because when you hit a big Dynamite on a team that's got a Brigitte and a Lucio, you've got a couple of options, right? Like, the Brigitte either has to hand out repair packs because they're presumably out of engagement range if you're doing like a preliminary Dynamite and can't proc Inspire, and that means that a lot of repair packs get used, or alternatively, the Lucio has to swap over to the healing crossfade, and that means that you don't have the speed to approach, and then to approach from there, you need to pop the commanding shout, or wait until the burning is stopped and the healing is done. And by that time, you're going up against another Dynamite as you make your engage, so it really messes with team's momentum and taxes the healers. So avoidance of the Dynamite is critical. And when you've got taxed healers, Lemon, that means that the Genji can easily find lower targets, dash through them, and get more picks like we saw Nero do on Gibraltar.
Oh, listening to all that, that feels like so many steps to this composition.
It is a lot of steps.
It's like reminding me of university. It just feels like a giant science experiment. If any one of those steps go wrong, the other steps can't happen properly. If you overlap some of the steps.
Where's our control group?
Yeah, where is the control group? Really, who is going to be the best Junker Queen team at really the end of this stage? I mean, every team gets to play 6 matches, by the way. This is a standalone tournament, so no matter how rough the Boston season has started, this can be a fresh new opening, especially even for teams like New York Excelsior that we saw yesterday took a win, and even the Dallas Fuel who are trying to start things off fresh. So we go to New Queen Street to see if Leg Day and I are truly cursed with multiple game 5s.
It's been a big week for blue teams, with the exception of London Spitfire. So we'll see if Vancouver Titans can continue that later in our clash for Canada. Both teams looking to pause it here for a little bit of presence on the high ground, and we see that Kai is actually going to stick with the Ashe that worked so well. Only hitting Faith with this particular Dynamite means that it's not the greatest value.
Here's the shout first, almost at the same time, a boob, which got so scary. I was clenching there, and Atlanta Rain already disengaged, and there was Nero really wanting to punish. Was that Victoria or Faith on the low ground? Either way, at any point, Nero could have punished that, but Boston turn, and they are surging forward, and have already taken care of Ultraviolet. And when it comes to push maps, it's always good to not leave any stragglers, no survivors, so you can get the bot push.
You know the rules. No survivors. We don't take prisoners here at Overwatch Elite. Boston Uprising, they're going to be trolled on the cart a little bit here by Hawk, and there is good time for the rest of Atlanta Rain to come on through, and there's an exchange of shouts now, so no more movement speed.
Only 3 meters for all that if you squint hard enough, but Boston, that's what we said. No survivors, but we kind of even saw that they struggle. They always are good at getting kind of first bloods. More often than not, they can do that, but it's finishing the fight. They kind of get lost in the sauce a little bit. So Atlanta Rain kind of hanging out in the staircase, and if Punk gets up to a Rampage, that'd win a 6th spot, but Atlanta Rain ain't gonna make that look cool. They're gonna round the corner and create more of a distance so they can see if someone like Kai can get some good Dynamite damage in. He throws it up over in stairs, and that's a point where Nero can follow up, and the rest of Atlanta Rain to push up, but it's the Valentine Blade plus the sound barrier from Fate. OG counters with his own barrier, and we're kind of left without really much kills, at least for the side of Boston Uprising. 22 meters though through, and you got the rally from MCD to see if Boston can sustain and make the most out of this fight while a DPS is missing. and maybe waiting up to the Punk Rampage, which takes forever to charge up, by the way, as Nero gets up in the face of MCD, and that's an easy collapse as Atlanta Reign take the fight.
Kai's so smart to use the Bomber, actually forces a Sound Barrier at Faith, I believe, which is not ideal. Bob is probably one of the least pressing ultimates to use Sound Barrier against, because while he does auto-aim, your composition has 2 separate team speed boosts. You should be able to out-rotate a Bob fairly easily, but the mid-fight timing that Kai had there forced that major resource out of Faith, and now Hawk and Nero should be home free for their ultimates. There's not much to stop them.
Oh, this Rampage is going to be juicy. Hawk hits 3, and Punk does the same thing at the same time, also hitting 3, but as who can capitalize on this moment? Nero used the blade and only took care of MCD, but that is a bulk of healing gone for Boston, and Atlanta had theirs still, but it's the DPS that set things apart. Victoria killing multiple, and Kai not having the same range. Victoria with the 3K gives Boston back the driver's seat.
It was an awkward exchange of fire, let's say that much. Kai, not quite hitting the shots that he needed to there, but now Boston Uprising can once more get a little bit of additional push, and Kai's actually out of this fight for a while, so it'll be interesting to see if Atlanta Reign take an earlier fight, knowing that Kai can be a factor from afar with a well-placed Dynamite if they can force out early resources.
All right, 40 meters and growing to 33. For the Boston Uprising, who are on series point. Now, I think a big winning condition is if you can get to the 80+ meter mark, and it's already starting off well. 2 picks of the Boston Uprising, who used Shout and the speed as Atlanta Reign were close, and Boston caught them off guard. They caught them lacking. But now how can you climb up to their high ground and really surprise them? Well, at least you got the butt scratch going, got better respawns, and Boston will hang out for now.
4-1 split there in terms of DPS is really important. Valentine distracting Kai and everyone else going on Ultraviolet was super important, because I mean Ultraviolet didn't see the attack coming as much and obviously can't repair back himself, so he's incredibly vulnerable. What a reflect from Nero. Unbelievable.
We've had 2 really sick deflect kills from both teams, and but now Victoria, Boston still think it's winnable, especially after slaying Ultraviolet and Kai. Valentine's Genji has been impressing me time and time again, and if Boston win this fight clearly, if this gets up to 70-80 meters, we could see Boston set themselves up for success. Even if there's so many minutes on the clock, Atlanta Reign have to stop this bleeding.
Again and again, Boston Uprising have identified that Brigitte in particular, not just Ultraviolet, is a prime target to be rushed over by this comp. Sure, she's got the disengagement of a shield bash, but if she tries to use that for damage or to engage into a team, she becomes incredibly vulnerable of being swarmed, overwhelmed, and impossible to heal up.
Oh, how greedy are Boston? It's at 90 meters. They could have left and hung around the corner, but they want more. And Ultraviolet doesn't use the rally, so the sustain is there for Atlanta Reign. The Boston back away. They use the blade from Valentine. They go after Nero, but he's supercharged up with OG Sound Barrier, so Valentine couldn't cut through all of that health. Hawk was able to disengage, although he was isolated. Nero keeps the attention of Valentine as Boston keep gatekeeping and girl bossing Atlanta Reign in their spawn, and it's Nero that will break them out of jail. It's a 3K, 4K, and no ace for him, but still a fabulous performance for Nero.
That aerial intercept. Nero's an exoset missile of a Genji. Unbelievable stuff there from the blade. There's no amplification on that. It's just the pure mechanics, and Nero has them in spades. Boston Uprising now. How do they turn this around? It was a poor rampage from Punk, admittedly, only casting OG, and Victoria wants to stop this here.
94 meters for the Boston Uprising. Atlanta Reign have so much work to do, and they have to cycle their ults well. Think of this, think of push maps as assault, where you have to win multiple rounds of fights, and the rampage and everything invested here for the Atlanta Reign is great. Well, they've lost only Kai and OG, so maybe not able to be more aggressive. They got to get them back first, but it starts with one fight, and let's see how far they get from here.
There's not a major stimulus for Faith's ultimate here as well, and we saw in our first control map that Faith is no stranger to actually just having a beat engage, but in order to do that, I think you've got to first force out a speed boost from the enemy team, whether it's in the form of a Lucio Amper out or the commanding shout from Hawk. And for now, it will once again be control of the bot, which is contested and levied between the 2 teams.
Yeah, Kai can also force certain rotations for Boston, just throwing the bot behind them. He does so. We'll see kind of where it ends up. Not even 100% sure, but Boston are forced to move forward because of that Bob, and the rallies come out to sustain, but Ultraviolet is barely still kicking, but he keeps Hawk, and he alive, who just is dominating this front line. So Atlanta Reign are chasing around the stragglers of the Boston Uprising, and through this win in the neutral, and now a second fight win around the corner for Atlanta Reign, means they could get closer to extending this closer to the 90+ meters. Now Boston, it took a while for them to die, so Respawns will be back soon.
Ultraviolet just pulled a mad Houdini there. There were so many people trying to focus him. I think if he shield bashes into one of the side rooms, slips away, and OG at the same time uses a boot to try and confuse the enemy and displace their crosshairs, they lose track of Ultraviolet, and suddenly the target they were focusing is nowhere to be found. They have to start afresh on someone else who's been getting AoE healing this entire time that can't be burned through. The butt scratch will be achieved. There's still so far to go for Atlanta Reign, but they have the tools to dig themselves a trench and wage a war from here.
Yeah, Nero just used Dash 2. He's gonna check out the gym. Not for himself, of course, but seeing if he can access the backline with the blade. He gets close to Victoria, forces the shift jump, as now, as a response, Boston bring out the blade. They've already slain Ultraviolet. The OG barrier keeps not saving Ultraviolet, and this is costing Atlanta Reign maybe pivotal fights. But without that healing, it seems Atlanta Reign just did more damage at that moment. So that could have been a flop fight for Atlanta, and it's still the bot going backwards. Atlanta needed to keep up that momentum. They only have a minute and a half left.
Atlanta at least returning with some good speed and tempo here just to keep the bot in the territory of the Boston Uprising where it can easily push. There's a Rampage coming through.
Ooh,
it misses
Zero.
everyone. Oh no!
Oh, the range did get nerfed, but still, Atlanta Reign not getting
Yikes.
any value out of that ult. It's a major yikes. This was a must win for them because now they have to win multiple fights just to get back to where they were before, and they're still down 30 meters. Are Boston gonna get their first win in the Summer Showdown against the Atlanta Reign?
And the bot is moving. There's only a rally in the hands of Ultraviolet to try and stop this. It's popped preemptively here. And Kai just going to be able to easily blink away from safety.
Sound barrier from Boston, and Atlanta Reign use the shout and the speed just to disengage. So smart from the Atlanta Reign. But what do they fight back with? Nier already dashes in. The Bob is added to the equation, and it's back and forth. But Atlanta are up by 1, and now 2 and more. Great shots from Kai, and always dependable mechanics when you have him on the team.
Not a huge fan of Faith using the beat there when I think that Hawks still have that commanding shout for the disengage like you called out, Lemon. Not ideal at all. You can just, I guess we'll leave. We've got plenty of time to work here. We're still going to be having to take these next fights in overtime. There are 10 seconds remaining for the Atlanta Reign, and the bot's already moved particularly far forward, which means that playing in cover is going to become less and less viable as the overtime wick burns faster and faster.
You have to win back-to-back fights with the Atlanta Reign if you want to make this winnable. Boston, it's time not to choke. The rally from MCD will buy you some extra forgiveness. Nero gets actually whip shot back into Boston Uprising, but still survives. And without Hawk, Atlanta Reign just have nothing to stand behind. And Atlanta Reign still have to contest the card. This is over. The Boston Uprising will take the series 3-1 against the Atlanta Reign.
Once again, I feel very disconcerted by all of those homogenous predictions because this is anybody's meta. It's anybody's game, but the Queen rules them all, and the Punker Queen was definitely something different. In the end, it all came down to simply MCD having a rally and well, Atlanta Reign, they used up a good amount of their resource in those fights previous. We didn't see amazing value out of some of those Atlanta Reign ultimates, including the Rampage, which hits nobody, and that could have been a fight win all by itself, Lemon. Suffice to say, I'm flabbergasted.
Is that Punk's mom? Is that Patty? I was like, I didn't want to like offend somebody if that wasn't the mom, you know. But hey, we got some visitors, and imagine winning when your parents visit. See, mom, esports is a career. But I also laughed at the end. I also laughed at the end when MCD was like, "Thanks for the scrim" as we closed out the match. I didn't know Boston wins one match and starts trash talking. I'm actually dead, but so are the Atlanta Reign, and we already talked about in our intro how, man, Atlanta Reign, they know how to turn up when it comes to tournaments, but qualifiers, you know, it's hot and cold.
Yeah, I think, as Ryder would put it, some early Mickey Mouse games is fine. We can let these go. We'll try when the tournament starts. Let's have a look at our player of the match. You guys already know who it's gonna be. The man who wields the Queen himself, the Australian buff. It isn't Mitch Leslie. It is the Punker Queen.
Oh, yeah, I mean, we already kind of had some hints that because of his leadership, I mean, statistically, the desk already highlighted that Boston win more when Punk is in the lineup versus Itzel, and Marvel's no longer on the roster, so Punk's leadership, as long as you work together, it doesn't matter if you have mediocre or MVP level or rookies on your team, it's how you target focus. And Boston have been great at adapting to this new meta.
Well, that's 2 thumbs and just managed a Junker Queen diff. This game. Very quick look at the stats.
He got player of the match also while his mom was visiting, so I hope he gets it. Hey mom, look, I'm on TV.
Maternal buff. We dig those. 21 on limbs per 10 is actually quite impressive because it's not that easy as the Junker Queen to be involved in every single kill, because obviously usually you want to be quite near who you're focusing, and although you do occasionally just hit a random shotgun pellet on someone who's far away, and therefore if a kill happens you sometimes get credit for it, but overall that's pretty impressive just ability to be involved in a huge amount of the fighting as a Junker Queen for a character that's quite limited by range.
We've had so many upsets. I mean, so far, I've already highlighted this a million times. You know, New York Excelsior getting a win, Dallas Fuel winning over the Gladiators. But speaking of a top dog that's been taught a lesson, we got the San Francisco Shock versus the Washington Justice. Now, all of the desk unanimously voted for the Shock, but they also voted for Atlanta for this series. That's going to be funny. And then at the end of the day, we also have the Canadian showdown between Vancouver and Toronto, but doesn't Boston have more Canadian players? Either way, we're going to throw it to a break, and we'll see you on the other side.
Push.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined now by the player of the match, Punk from Boston Uprising. Punk, congratulations on the win. Of course, 3-1 victory. Great start for the Boston Uprising. Did you guys have like a specific game plan going into your first match today against the Atlanta Reign?
Our game plan probably wasn't anything really specific against Atlanta, but you know, we've just been focusing on the basics of Overwatch this week, which is like communication, target focus, because that's definitely what this meta kind of asks for. So that was our practice coming into this match.
Oh, so we're like you said, like focusing and also communication. Were those things like the two key things that you guys sort of worked on during the break? Because today I think everyone could agree you guys seemed like a totally different team. Like I think, of course, you popped off, but I feel like all of the players on Boston Uprising, you guys are amazing. So was there anything other than like focusing and communication that you guys worked on during the break?
I mean, everyone's just trying to learn new characters. Like MCD's got to play Brig as a flex support, got to play Queen. So it was kind of just everyone's showing up to this new style very fresh, and no one's had experience on it, so it's just whoever can adapt quicker and, you know, get to know the meta and find out the best ways to win.
Right. Okay. And of course, Junker Queen. So I mean, like you said, you know, you had to sort of really learn how to play that hero. How is that process going for you? Are you enjoying it? Is it hard at all, or like how is it like for you?
It's good. I think you have to think a bit outside of the box. You gotta figure out the nuances of her kit and, you know, what's the most value. So I think the knives are definitely the most fun part, though. You know, when you hit a cross-map knife or you boop a Genji or a Lucio or something in and kill them, it's really satisfying. So I don't know, you just gotta go with a fresh mind and be willing to learn the new hero.
Right. All right. Well, Punk, thank you so much for the interview, and again, big congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There we go, the Punker Queen.
Yeah!
Punker Queen.
Punker
I kinda
Queen.
like
Full
that.
effect.
Yeah.
Thanks, Liz.
Yeah, I kind of like that. Boston Uprising, we talked about them having a spring in their step, and there you go, upset the Atlanta Reign. You know, I really want the Boston Uprising to succeed. You know, there was a meme earlier on this season, and it's sort of lost momentum. But you know, if
They are a professional organization. You said
you
it.
said it, not me.
Yeah.
You said it, not me. Yeah. If they can even up their score to like 8-8 in the regular season, get 3 more wins, like that would be, you know, professional score. So I'd like that. That'd be good for Boston Uprising.
Well, we were just talking to Punky, and he was saying that ever since he's been on Boston, he has not been to a LAN event. Like they haven't been able to qualify for any of these big moments over the last couple of years. So this is a really good moment for them. The Junker Queen meta and everything that's happening has sort of flipped all of our power rankings and predictions on their heads. Like, what are we? 0-4. You guys are 0-4 in the last 4 matches. I'm at a respectable 1-4. But yeah, like what has mattered in the past isn't as relevant right now, and it's a completely different skill set, as Punk was just saying in that interview. So I think it's a really cool moment to sort of see how teams are sort of making those adjustments, because I don't think Atlanta Reign by any means played poorly in this series. I think Boston just had that better coordination, better ultimate usage, and those are the key things that get you over the line right now.
Yeah, so, you know, as we recap this match, sort of, that is actually something that I wanted to get into. You know, the Boston Uprising upsetting the Atlanta Reign. Was this more of Atlanta Reign not playing up to their strengths? Just like, oh, it's not a tournament, we don't care, Danny. do you think it's like that, or do you think it's the Boston Uprising actually just like super motivated to get to this Toronto land?
I think it's more on the latter side. I mean, of course, Gator during the interview for the Mid-Season Madness did say that the money's a big part, but I mean they are a team, and I bet all of the Atlanta Reign really try to get the win.
But let's run
it
with
was a joke.
Yeah, let's run with it.
Of course it was a joke.
Someone's gonna be like, what? They don't care?
They
about regular season?
care. I think Boston Uprising, were the team that really wanted a little bit more, and like Costa said, I agree. I think they look a little bit more organized and coordinated than the Atlanta Reign today, and I was very surprised and very happy for Boston Uprising today.
So, Costa, let me ask a question here, actually. Or did you have
No, you go. No.
Yeah, so the Boston Uprising, I feel like they've improved, you know, bit by bit throughout the regular season. Like when we started this season of the Overwatch League, they utilized all their players. There were substitutions almost every single map, and they had like a 10-player roster or something. And they looked shaky, we didn't like what we saw, but slowly but surely, they've sort of like stabilized the ship, and now they look good. You mentioned that they look like very tactical in the way they rotate their abilities. What's the ceiling for the Boston Uprising? Like, how good can they realistically get?
The answer is we actually don't know, because they have a lot of these players that haven't ever been utilized in this way. As you said, the Boston Uprising, they've done the thing, we're in the 5th season, that they should never do, where you have a big roster, so you feel like you need to utilize every single one of those players. But ever since they went to the V Brothers, Victoria and Valentine, it has ever since we went back to the V Brothers, they look more consistent, and Victoria and Valentine both played individually exceptionally, and I think if they can keep leaning on them, give them those reps in the match, keep giving them that experience, they will get better and better and better. Where their ceiling is, we don't actually know yet, and then obviously Punk's getting some extra time. They do have Primzo on the bench, who's been having a great season, but MCD has come in to play this break, so I'm just excited to see more of Boston Uprising, and I hope they can keep this consistency up.
Absolutely. Well, for our next match, we have the Washington Justice taking on the San Francisco Shock. This is going to be a banger of a matchup. I'm really looking forward to this, because we've had so many upsets so far.
Yeah.
What's to prevent the Washington Justice from beating the San Francisco?
Might as well, man.
Anything is possible. Anything is possible. You can do whatever you want. So, you know, I actually think that, you know, there's at least a small chance here.
Honestly,
what was it? 2.6% of fans predicted the Washington. They have a bigger chance than that.
They do.
Yeah, no, I think they do. I mean, Johnny and I are 0-4 right now. We haven't gotten a single match right.
Stop saying that.
Might as well, yeah. Justice, please win. So we could just go 0-5. Maybe 0-6 maybe today. Yeah.
How did they get the job done then?
Huh?
How does Washington win this match?
They they use a Junker Queen really nicely, and they put Happy on that soldier. I don't know.
But he's technically not wrong, right? Like
play as a team.
Yeah. That's honestly how you coach right now in Overwatch. It's not the individual pop-ups. The thing that we know the San Francisco Shock for right now is individual brilliance. That's how they really get it done against a lot of these teams. They have these rookies that just have so much firepower. That isn't the only thing that you need in this meta right now. It is coordination, it is teamwork, it is ultimate usage. For all we know, the Shock could come in and stumble there, and the Washington Justice could work it all out in this meta. I'm not. As I said, I've always said this. The Washington Justice is a team that every now and then it clicks for them, and they look really good, especially at the beginning of stages.
That's true.
So this could be the moment that Washington Justice, they have it all together, they have that confidence, they're playing as a unit before it eventually falls apart.
Yeah, and if you want to make some like generalized analysis, because it's hard to get into detail here, you know, as a quick, pre-show to the match itself. But like usually it feels like Washington, they struggle when it comes to being proactive as a team.
Yeah.
But when they play reactive, for example, around Mags Winston, that is when they find most success, and maybe Decay unlocks something with a pulse bomb, stuff like that. If you can play reactive in this sort of like Junker Queen meta, I think it is something you could perhaps pull off. Now you have to capitalize on your hit scans, like Happy for example, and finish off those blows when the opponent players get low, right? But if you want to like play reactive with the commanding shout from the Junker Queen and disengage and then, re-engage onto your team, that is something I could see the Washington Justice pull off, right? So, that being said, it's the San Francisco Shock. So yeah,
that's the only thing for everybody, I think, because they're going up against San Francisco Shock.
Yeah, so plenty of hopium there. 2.6% of fans predict the Washington Justice. I kind of want them to be right, because it's 2.6. That's such a low number.
Yeah.
That's like 1 in every 40 matchups. Math, anyway. Let's just get right into the match, shall we? That's been us here for the game break here in the Watchpoint truck. It's time to send it over to our casters. And our caster for today's matchup is going to be Jaws and Necro.
Thank you, Johnny, for the warm introduction. My favorite section of the desk right now, or portion, segment, whatever you want to call it, is Scott just attempting to steer Clara away of thinking the Washington Justice is good and paint them in a good light. Like, that's the craziest thing in the world. Maybe not the hardest thing today, since they are playing the San Francisco Shock, but it's always fun watching Scott kind of squirm in his seat and try not to say anything good about the team. Of course, they are playing the Shock. It's going to be an upwards hill battle, but you know what, Johnny? I'm actually on your side. I kind of want them to win. Like, they do look good at the start of stages, Rose.
They do. They really do. And the fact that we've seen Washington Justice and San Francisco Shock play before, they did match up against each other in the kickoff clash. And if, memory serves, Jaws, that was a 5-map series. Like, I said that right. It's a 5-map series. Obviously, San Francisco Shock did end up winning 3-2, but it was still 5 maps.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, we're only on day 2, and we've already had a reverse sweep, like a game 5 we didn't expect to happen, and we just had that game where a lot of people thought Atlanta Reign would come out of the gate swinging, and then Boston Uprising take the cake, 3-1 in the series. Like, anything can happen today. Anything can happen. Like, look, it's a brand new meta, brand new hero, brand new Washington Justice, maybe. They still have to go up against the Shock. I mean, they're still crazy good individually, like Johnny was also saying on the desk. And the Washington Justice, look, they got Mag, Vigilante Opener, Happy and Decay in their starting lineup. Custer said as well he wanted consistency from the team, and their schedule doesn't look crazy bad coming out of today. This is definitely their toughest opposition, like it would be for most teams, but the schedule's not looking too bad at all, and they could be in a fairly good, they could have a fairly good win streak going into the Toronto LAN. We'll have to wait and see.
I think so. And, I think a lot of that today is going to be how we see Mag lead the team. He does tend to play a bit more reactively, and in a meta where you are playing a bit more of a rush style, you are wanting that main tank player to actually go in and get a little bit more aggressive and be a bit more proactive. And so I think that we might need to see a bit of a play style shift coming in from Mag, but you have so many great pieces here. Obviously, Decay and Happy, they have such a fantastic ability to have these pop-off moments, but it does come down to just consistency overall, and Washington Justice is a team that lacks that.
It has been lacking that in the past, but they do have such good DPS for this meta. Like, Happy and Decay's hero pool is covered very, very well in what we've been seeing so far. I don't think there'll be a team that'll shift up the meta. I think it will be kind of the Genji and the Sojourn / Ashe. We'll have to wait and see, but it is the team that they're facing. The undefeated in the regular season, San Francisco Shock. They're 12-0, looking at 13-0 after this match if they do end up taking the dub. Unstoppable squad.
And they looked even better during the Mid-Season Madness tournament as well. They got that second place, only losing to the Los Angeles Gladiators. And they are also a team that have exceptional pieces when it comes down to what that Junker Queen meta composition actually looks like. Like, Jaws, I am so excited to see what Kilo and Proper end up doing with their respective hero picks, because if they do end up running the Junker Queen, I think we're going to see a really nice battle between, of course, Decay Happy and Kilo and Proper.
Oh.
It's gonna be a good one.
It's gonna, in the DPS slot for sure. It's gonna be kind of crazy. And I was thinking about this going into the series where we see Kaluj and kind of Mikey chop and change around. Makes the most sense for Kaluj to be on the Junker Queen. He's had the most playtime on the Shock because Mikey was picked up fairly late. Well, I guess not late into the season, but later than Kaluj, of course, who was their only starting tank for the beginning of the season. We are going on to Nepal as our first map, another new map in the map pool, or old map in the map pool, I should say. But yeah, Kaluj is always someone you've got to look at. Kaluj and Mag's going to be a fairly interesting matchup too, because Kaluj, his ability to flex on so many heroes because he was the only tank on the Shock at the beginning of the season is kind of insane. And the aggressive playstyle of Proper and Kilo are just going to match that. I mean, Violet's Lucio, we've mentioned a few times, but it was a bit funny in the past. It wasn't the best Lucio we've ever seen, but it is really, really shored up over the course of this season. Even last year, to be fair as well. It just took him a little bit of time to get in that Lucio mindset, but him and Finn as the backline, just super solid. The Shock, yet again, funnily enough, a very scary team in the regular season.
Yeah, I love that you bring up the synergy that Finn and Violet have as a very established backline duo, and I do feel like I have some reservations about just how Vigilante and Opener are going to end up interacting as a backline, just because it's been Krillin mostly that has been in that support lineup, and so I think that maybe we will have to see some growth there from that backline to make sure that they can keep up pace with what this Junker Queen composition requires.
Bit of a quicker entrance to the midpoint of the map for the Justice. Opener tried to boot Kaluj out of the small door, but a couple of speed ups, of course, on each side, and the Lucio and the Junker Queen's commanding shout, so a bit more difficult to do that. Nice axe swing from Mag. Yes, it does heal people, or heal yourself. Thank you very much for pointing out that Dante. If you haven't seen the Dante tweet, pretty funny. Maybe that's why Houston lost yesterday. Not entirely sure. Violet ends up going down to Vigilante as the San Francisco Shock are forced all the way back. The point does unlock, and in fact, Vigilante finding a double kill. Good start for the Justice.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. Mag is definitely playing more aggressively here, and the way that the Washington Justice were able to shut down that choke was super impressive. Now San Francisco Shock do have to play with their backs up against the wall a little bit. It's very difficult to try to ingress onto the point when you know that you really only have two ways to do so, and Washington Justice are right there and waiting.
Well, that's a lot of deflect damage from Proper. He did get stuck back in with the knife from Mag. Justice are in a very good spot. They got Rally coming up. They got the beats. Both support ultimates going to be hard to chew through to the San Francisco Shock. Proper already in the backline, almost getting the one shot onto Happy. But there is the Rally. The Justice trying to go for a little bit of a spawn camp. And now with Violet dead, Shock have nowhere to run except for their spawn doors. Finn also ends up going down as the Justice only expend one ult in that fight. And they push Shock all the way back.
Oh, such value for the Washington Justice there. That rally was just insurmountable. Now San Francisco Shock, they can come in with a rally of their own, but Opener still held on to the sound barrier.
Well, you called it perfectly. They used the rally to get out of the doors that overheld the building up in time, but Decay's now going to try and slice through it. Not so much, not so quickly though, because San Francisco Shock respond with a beat. No one's going to die, not for at least a couple of seconds. The overhealth does end up wearing off, and that's time for Proper to pull the blade. He gets one reset off of Mag, and another one off of Vigilante. Looking for the Lucio, picks off Opener, and the San Francisco Shock end up finding almost a team wipe, and they end up capping the point.
What a fantastic timed ultimate coming in from Proper as well. Just waiting for the sound barrier to expire, and the fact that San Francisco Shock could hold on and sustain through the Dragon Blade from Decay made it way easier for Proper to go in, get behind the Washington Justice, and completely shut them down. Now San Francisco Shock gotta work up to the 72%.
Ooh, double rampage. Kaluj is antied, Mag and Opener antied on the side of the Justice. Opener goes super low, so does Mag. That bleed effect doing so much damage. Of course, it heals you too if you're the Junker Queen through the Adrenaline Rush passive, so you're pretty immortal. But when you're antied, yeah, not quite so lucky. So if both Junker Queens end up hitting each other, they don't get any benefit from that Adrenaline Rush. Shock end up coming out on top, and they continue to hold. But Justice in a fairly decent spot again. Got Rally way before Finn has.
Yeah, the fact that Vigilante has been able to build that up so quickly means that it does put Washington Justice a bit into the driver's seat when it comes to playing a more aggressive game. You can go in and engage with the rally, and that forces San Francisco Shock to have to play more defensively, which is a style that we haven't seen too much from them as a more aggressive type team.
the Justice, they know they can go in. Riley's online, Vigilante instantly pops it. Finn actually is already dead. Kilo gets a nice snipe onto Vigilante, stopping that rally from going through, but I think the damage is really done. Kalush, Finn dying, you got so much less healing and sustain in the front line. Now the Justice just need to go for the cap. This might be the last fight here for the Shock to come back.
I think it's going to be. This is definitely one fight territory, and you know, Washington Justice, they are building up to those DPS ults so fast.
That was a very early commanding shout from Mag. It's going to have to back all the way up as you see the San Francisco Shock barreling towards them. Finn's now got that rally online, and already you can see the Shock are actually pressuring the point. They're always going to get the cap, and in fact, looks like Justice is going to let that happen. There comes the rally from Finn. Now Justice trying to find an isolation kill. Overclock has been popped as the Justice lose Vigilante, forcing Opener to use that beat to keep them in this fight. Kilo now in a 1v1 versus Happy. Overclock versus not much else, but Decay finds both Violet and Finn with the blade, and the San Francisco Shock, yes, they cap the point, but the Justice are going to find the reflip.
Yeah, they do have a little bit of time. San Francisco Shock should be able to get back to the point to get the recontest, but they gotta go quickly and hope they don't get booped away.
99% the dash!
Woo!
Oh, proper dashes, but it hits the wall. Didn't quite get the dash onto the point to trigger overtime. Oh, that's just unfortunate. Yeah, it wasn't angled, I guess, directly towards the point. That was unfortunate, a bit of a dead dash.
I mean, we heard Lemon Kiwi and Legday talk about this as well, right? There's so many crowd control effects. Not only are you fighting against the architecture of the map, but also the fact that you have the flail coming in from the Brigitte, the boop from the Lucio, and it's just definitely difficult sometimes, I think, for teams to get that timing just right. So a little unfortunate there for the Shock, but the Washington Justice did look like they had firm control over the situation. So let's see what happens on Shrine, as we are going to see both teams continue with the same compositions as we saw before, but San Francisco Shock do get a bit of a leg up in terms of getting to the point because of that symmetric teleporter.
Kilo is fairly far behind though. Symmetric teleport is good, but you need your main damage source in that Sojourn to be at the point at the same time. Wow, Mag just got run over. I thought Finn might be in a little bit of trouble. They do end up trading, and actually Proper is in the back with the help of Violet, who was sped all the way there. Happy used the dash to try and get away, but Proper finished that up with a nice little reset. Wow, Proper and Violet, tag team duo taking care of the Justice.
This is such a good position for the Shock to be in as well, because now the onus is on them to really set the pace, and that's something that they are so good at. When we look as well at Finn just continuing to work up to that rally, and also how much damage Proper did in that first fight. Jaws, he's already 60% plus towards that Dragon Blade.
I guess the Justice can be thankful. Blades have been crazy good. They can get negated quite easily, but it is Proper, and yeah, he's pretty good at the game. He's going pretty low. A little cookie, please, if you don't mind. Thank you. Happy does right-click Kilo to start off the fight. Violet gets chased down. No wonder Proper wasn't getting healing. The front line of the Shock were just getting bullied. Yeah, doesn't matter how much ult charge you got, Proper. Unfortunately, it's no ult. Oh, Happy hits him with a bag. Nice, and a stern lock in his face. Love to see it. Justice end up getting the cap there.
It's so funny when these players like just so deadpan are trying to
deadpan in the bag. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's just another day at the office here. But now we're looking at the Justice just continuing with these more reactive ultimates as well in the support lineup. The rally, the sound barrier. You see that there's the Dragon Blade online for the Shock.
Really early rally from Finn. Kilo goes down first yet again. Not good for the Shock. We'll see if they want to continue this fight. Like you said, they do have that play, but it looks rather unwinnable. With Kilo dead, you don't have a crazy amount of damage. You're already looking for your Sojourn to open up some of these fights. So yeah, Shock, wisely enough, they decide to go once more. They've got a bit of time to play with here, of course. If they end up stalling out these fights, it's just way worse for you. You gain so much free ult charge away to the Justice.
Yeah, at least you have the Lucio, right? So that does get you back into these fights way faster. So we've already seen so many skirmishes on this point alone with these points going back and forth as well.
There's the beat there to counteract the blade. Yeah, Proper's just getting hounded down here. Happy using that overclock and dashing straight towards him. Proper's still pretty low, but spots Happy at quite low HP without a little heals left. He gets a pack just in time. Bit of AoE heal for the Lucio, but it's not enough to save his life. Decay jumps to the back with a blade of his own, takes care of Finn, but the rest of the Justice are really nowhere to be seen. Violet, once again, he's either taxiing Proper around or he's taxiing Kaluj to try and pick off people in the back. As soon as they heard that blade go off from Decay, they're like, well, the backline's a little bit more vulnerable. There's very little peel left.
Yeah, that is a good strategy for the Shock, but I do feel like sometimes it leaves them a bit vulnerable when you know that they're playing a bit split up as a team. Washington Justice have definitely identified that they're doing that and have just decided, okay, well, if one half of the team is in somewhere else, then we're just going to rush down the other half of the team that's in front of us.
All right, both Jungle Queens having the rampage. There's one. Oh, that was a meaty rampage. Hit 4 people from the Justice, and Kilo can sit up here and just play as a turret. And Overclock doing the rest of the work.
Well, that rampage is just so exciting to see hit so many targets as well because, you know, you do deal damage over time and you also prevent them from getting healed. So that just really makes it that much more snowbally when that ultimate is effective. We saw Kaluj get the value. Let's see if Mag can do the same as we enter into the final percent here for the Shock.
A couple more. No one C9 this time. No, they're good. Mag trying to line up for an ult of his own. He does find 2. Proper and Kaluj receive that commanding shout over health, but is it enough? Kilo's taking care of Decay and they actually trade Genji, so a solid 4-on-4, pretty even fight so far. And it's actually the Shock who let go at that point. The rally comes out from Violet to try and end it right here, right now, as Happy is chased down. Ends up sliding away, but Kilo is still hunting for him. Hits the wall with a slide, but Finn's going to do the heavy lifting in this fight. He ends up killing off Happy in the end, and Shock find the flip as OT ticks down. It's only Opener to touch. I tell a lie, it's actually Decay 2. He might be able to juggle enough time for Vigilante to come back and maybe earn a rally, but it's going to be an upwards hill battle. And in fact, Mag's coming back on the ball to try and stall for even more time. It's up to Vigilante to get this rally online. Mag's doing a fair bit of damage and disruption on the point to push the Shock away. The rally from Vigilante comes out just in time as the Justice don't want to let this match go over to the Shock. A rally is good for the time being, but Proper's still got the blade. He is pretty low and receives a cookie, but pulls the blade, and now he's only 50 HP. The Justice responding kind with a beat, but Vigilante just gets focused down by Kilo. Proper's blade didn't do too much damage, but it won't matter. The San Francisco Shock are just so good at this target focus, and now it is only Mag to try and stall out for more time, and it's not going to work out. The San Francisco Shock with perfect target priority stop both support ultimates from the Justice from getting anything.
That was excellent, and you know, you heard it from Punk. This is absolutely a meta where that target focus is so important. You can have those hero moments, but when you need to be able to combine all of this different damage output, whether it's kind of getting the dash resets on the Genji or trying to get those isolated picks with the Sojourn and just peppering that on top of what the Junker Queen provides, it's everything that has to work together. And so, yeah, you need all units focusing down one person. It looked really good there for the Justice for, you know, a hot second. I think Mag's Wrecking Ball did open up a window of opportunity for the Justice, but San Francisco Shock absolutely diffed that in those final moments when it counted. So let's head over to our third stage, Village.
Again, really nice target priority there in Vigilante. Justice is going to have to end this fight fairly quickly. They've removed the main damage dealer of the San Francisco Shock, but it's now, again, it comes down to that target prior, like you were saying, and there it is. That's what you want to see. It's so tough when you lose your break there. You lose a lot of the AoE healing from Inspire, you lose the Boop, you lose the packs for your Genji. Like, so much healing is just faded away, and the Justice, they come out on top this time around, end up finding the first cap.
That Inspire healing is really so important as well, especially when you're trying to play as this big group. You know, sometimes San Francisco Shock does split up a little bit, but Washington Justice, they're playing as a big ball.
Oh, wow, it's okay. I think he went through about 4 people with that dash. Ends up dying, though. And, good headshot from Kilo. His aim still surprises me, day in, day out. San Francisco Shock, in what was quite a quick team fight, annihilate the Justice.
That was great. And that was with such a quick cap as well. You know, San Francisco Shock, they don't give up too much percentage to the Washington Justice, and they also are basically like full on like they're getting close to some ultimates here. Like the rally from Finn, look at how fast that has been built up. Vigilante is at 47% right now.
God, he actually just triple packed Proper there to keep him alive. Wow. What more pocket could you really ask for? Maybe an orb as well, I suppose, if you want the ultra pocket. But yeah, every little bit of resource there into Proper to keep him alive. Another quick team fight for the Shock.
Yeah, and then they still have the rally now. They're going to have the blade, and there really isn't a good response to that call there coming out from the Justice. That rally or that sound barrier are not online just yet, and so you really are looking for the Justice to use the DPS ultimates that they've accumulated to hopefully take back and control of this point. But San Francisco Shock utilizing this high ground is making it very difficult for the Justice to find an opening.
Oh, blade for Proper. Maybe the Justice are expecting it, but yeah, that's real rough. The Shock end up actually using the rally too in that engagement. I wouldn't feel too bad about it though. They still got 3 ults coming up. Yeah, the Justice not really had a foothold apart from that first neutral fight, but you know, they got a rally, they got a beat coming up, and they've, well, in fact, all 5 ults basically.
Yeah, as long as they don't use everything at this moment to be able to take back control, I think they're in a good spot, but I'd love to see Mag use this Rampage.
That was almost a disgusting knife, actually. Pulled Violet in. If he got hit with a headshot from Happy, I think I would have screamed. All right, the Justice put themselves on the point. Mag's going pretty low. Commanding Shout mixed with the rally. That's a lot of health to chew through. Rampage comes out, hits 4, but Violet's beat is going to see them through at least a little bit of that damage. Another return beat for the Justice. They get hit with a Rampage from Kaluge, and now Decay, he's just going hunting. Finn dead, Kaluge down, and the Justice end up finding the cap mid-fight. The Shock pretty happy with that though. They did force the Justice to use a whole fledge of their ultimate, and they get 97% on the board.
Yeah, it was literally everything that they had built up. I mean, now we're just having a clean slate here for both of these teams where they're not going to have anything coming up for this next fight, so it's just a raw brawl here to be able to keep control or take back the control. San Francisco, though, yeah, they're pretty happy with 97% here.
All right, double command and shout on the point. The Shock. Justice can't get flipped here. It would be disastrous if they let this one go. They're going to have to juggle it somehow. They're not going to be able to do that. Not enough health, maybe. Target priority right now is that Sojourn. Happy is in a whole heap of hurt. Got triple packed. AoE boosted healing from Opener to try and keep him alive, but it's not actually enough. The Justice end up recapping in the fight again. They just play roundabouts with the San Francisco Shock. Both their DPS are dead. Proper can't use that blade now. He's in the grave. And the Justice, I said, look, don't lose the point. They did, but then they instantly reflipped, so it feels pretty good. And now some late stagger kills on the San Francisco Shock as they are nearing the 90% mark.
That reflip there from the Washington Justice was really smart as well. They correctly identified that Shock, you know, we're going to have to be able to use some cooldowns in order to actually take back control, and then Justice just waited until they had their own.
What an early fight. Ooh. This is so sick from the Justice. They're just going to run him down. Finn ends up popping the rally and goes down. So the Shock now only have that blade to work with, and Prop is actually just on the point. He had to go for that touch, otherwise the Justice would have just run right here. The beat from Opener. Everybody's got on overhealth, and now a blade from Decay. Goodbye, Violet. Goodbye, Kilo. The Justice end up finding the flip, and the San Francisco Shock are going to go down in map number 1. The Washington Justice, hey, they're off to a flying start. Ooh. Rose, look, we spoke about it at the top of the show. The DPS for the Justice, it's almost perfect for this meta. Genji player and a perfect hit scan / Sojourn player. It is looking so clean right now.
I mean, it's just also the fact that the Washington Justice are playing so hyper-coordinated as a team. Like, they're just sticking to the books of just playing together. And I think that's so smart for them because it just means that they can go after one target after another. And you can see how quickly sometimes they're able to just take out targets.
Yeah, this is definitely a close control map. And yeah, target priority is key. Shock had very good target priority. Justice just pipping them to the post there. We'll have to jump to a quick break. So we've got map number 2 loading up soon.
All right, I had to check on something in the break. I needed to see if Sen had prepped a tweet about shock on control, and they did, so that's perfect. Thank you very much, and yeah, it is shock on control. So what can you take away from that? Well, maybe a little bit of this, maybe a little bit of that, but at the end of the day, the Jest is still up one map over the shock currently. To gain happy, still doing really well, but a big point of that last map, Rose, that we talked about was the target focus.
That was definitely a huge factor for the Washington Justice, and you could see that San Francisco was still going for some kind of hero moments, right? Maybe kind of sending, of course, Kilo on the Proper on the Genji, maybe on a flank to try to get behind the enemy team, and it worked out sometimes, and you know, it was just an inconsistent strategy. So I really would like to see San Francisco Shock just kind of stick to a ball, like ball up, like group up, have a Kiki, I don't know, just like stick together, and that might be a way to also kind of get back into this series. But I think you make a good point too, Jaws, that it was control, and so let's hold off our reservations until we see what this second map has in store for us.
Yeah, it is going to be Hollywood. We jump on to next. Washington on the defense. Not going to be anything crazy. Although we did see a little bit of a variation with the Zenyatta and the Ana on the defense instead, but doesn't look like we're going that route. We are just going the classic Junker Queen comp. I kind of like the Zen and the Ana. On the defense. I will say. Even on second, because you can hold the high ground, you can hold super far away, which is ideally where the Ana and the Zen wants to sit. I guess... Let me think. I on second, maybe not, because you can get on top of people pretty quickly, and there's a lot of corners you can play out of the LOS, the Ana, and the Zen. But on this first point, when you are just trying to get onto the capture point itself, the Zen and the Ana holding down the bunker and the cafe is pretty nice.
It is.
I guess it kind of depends on what supports you kind of have in, what names you got in the lineup. But all right, is anyone going to die to start off? No. Big deflect, nothing.
I mean, I think I agree with you completely, but I think that the Zen and the Ana right now, they're just a little squishy for what this meta is operating on. If you get targeted down by this composition, yeah, I don't know how the Zenyatta would feel about that one.
Man. Killer got his head split too there. Jesus. He threw the dynamite and... Oh. Yeah, unfortunately, well, they're going to chase. Proper, dead. Chase one more time. I mean, might as well. You have commanding shout in like 1 second. Okay, bring around the Rosie. Kalush gets the spawn challenge. Nope, nope. Denied all the way back. There's the axe all the way to the spawn doors. You go. Not complaining.
What a different look from the Washington Justice that we've seen so far. This is a ton of confidence for them, and I love this look. I mean...
You know what this feels like, actually? It feels like day one Overwatch where no one really knew where to hold, so you just hold near the spawn around some sort of cover. That's what it feels like right now. All right, DPS, they do trade. Kilo dead is not great. That Dynamite does a lot of work to these comps. So Proper just doing proper things. Give him a 5K. Nope, not today.
Well, you know, at least some of the members of the Washington Justice did back up, and so you do have Opener that just respawned, and because they held so close to San Francisco's Shock spawn, Washington Justice should be able to get back in here for a recontest.
Good touch from Decay. There's the blade, there's the rally from the Shock. Can they survive? The Justice have popped a rally of their own, but Vigilante forced away from the rest of his team. Opener's got a beat. Does he commit? Doesn't feel like it's necessary right now. The San Francisco Shock aren't really expecting it though. Violet was 8% away. You might not even needed it, to be honest with you, but the Justice just send it in, guarantee that fight. The San Francisco Shock held their spawn, but now they have 2 ticks on point A. Not the worst, but the time bank slowly trickling down.
I think Washington Justice felt confident to use the sound barrier because of the fact that they have the Rampage and they also have the Dragon Blade online. And if they're going to play this more aggressive style, you're really just like, it's either going to work or it's not. And so you are banking on that Dragon Blade to make some good headway here, especially when you know that Rampage is going to make sure that no one can get healed.
Oh, 5-man anti from the Rampage from Mag. However, Violet's going to counteract it with a beat. The Blade from Decay. He's 10 HP. Finn hits him with a bash. The Bob doing a lot of work too, mind you. Stopping the Justice from just dogpiling onto somebody. And the San Francisco Shock end up capping the point. Was quite tough, I will say. The Justice had a fairly decent hold. Really, it came down to the support ultimates in the end. Violet had his beat. from the last engagement. Opener used his to stop that additional 33%. So just a small little snowball there for the Shock.
Well, the reactive Bob as well from Kilo, I mean, that just really did get that territorial control that Shock was looking for. I mean, you called it out perfectly. It's basically a turret that's going to protect the rest of your members from going down and just getting dove upon. But Justice, they're back up and they're hungry to stop the cart here.
Yeah, I'm looking where Kalusia's kind of set up. Problem is with a Rampage here, you have to wait for everybody to get down to the low ground. He does swing through, hits Vigilante. Can the break survive? Maybe ticking down. Opener needs to help Vigilante. He needs to get Inspire or something to keep alive, but wasn't to be.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing about this as well, when you're just going to chase down the Washington Justice is you're buying so much time, and I love that Kalush is just doing such a good job of getting aggressive, and like this is something that the Shock are very good at, playing on the attack and going with the momentum that they generate in these first few points on Escort and also Hybrid. So creating space for Kilo on the Ashe to just continue to get that consistent damage, super, super big here for the Shock to get the second point as well.
Abby's going to play a little bit scared. Already used that dash to get away from Popper. There's the blade, there's a million boops, but you've got to connect them first. Vigilante once again gets isolated on the side by Proper and Kalush. The rally for Finn to secure the fight. The Justice have lost both their support. All the store game now. I can't imagine Decay comes back from this one. He has a couple of HP. Proper gets the resets. And Mag gets tack knifed. And there's point 2 unlocked. 3 minutes to go for the San Francisco Shock. That was again, really good target focus from the San Francisco Shock. Vigilante caught unawares.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think that they made up quite a bit of lost time there as well. That the Justice were able to stall off of that first point. And so having 3 minutes to be able to capture this third and final point of Hollywood definitely feels really good. But the high ground approach from the Justice.
Someone's in the back line. Is that Kilo? All the way at the back. Nice target focus from Happy. Kalush is super low. The rest of the Justice are trying to focus him down. They do just that. The San Francisco Shock they get split up completely. I think Kilo was on the mega health pack all the way at the back. Finn does take care of Happy, but it shouldn't matter. You still have a decent front line with Kalush up. Sorry, with Mag up even, not Kalush. Kalush was dead.
Yeah, Mag has been doing a great job of just kind of making sure that everybody's staying together. You can definitely see that Washington Justice are all on the same page for the most part. But yeah, let's open it up.
Nice Rampage. Perfectly timed beat from Violence. And Vigilante caught out again. That's the third team fight in a row. He's unfortunately went down first. Blade from Decay. He's hunting for somebody, but Kilo's waiting for him around the corner. Good little ping there on Decay as Violet was chasing him. And the San Francisco Shock now marching on forward. Rampage in about, what, 10%? The Justice not really near anything. The closest ult they have is a beat at 70.
Yeah, and that might not come online in time for this Rampage Dragonblade combo that San Francisco Shock are working up towards. A little bit of a standoff, though, going on this right-hand side. No one really too keen to approach main at the moment, knowing how much open space there is.
Yeah, they're just waiting for that blade, like you mentioned, in that Rampage. Look at Proper, a couple of percentage points away. 3% to be precise. Oh, yeah, don't want to accidentally get one shot there. Kalush used that Rampage a little bit earlier than Proper maybe expected. However, with the blade, it's still people pretty low, and that was the chance to go in. A slash and a dash straight on top of Vigilante. A late beat from Opener. He only just got that sound barrier online. And unfortunately, way too late to save the Justice. And the Shock cap with time.
Yeah, Washington Justice ideally, I think, would have liked to get San Francisco Shock down to 0 seconds, but the way that the Shock played those final moments was just exquisitely done. It did look like that Rampage was timed a little early, and I think that Dragonblade would have been a nice complement to really just kind of follow up onto that damage, but it worked out well because you at least still saw that patience from Proper to wait to make sure that he could assure that he got those picks with the Dragonblade.
All right, let's see what they want to do on their offense. Our Shock gonna spawn camp? It would be a very Shock thing to do.
Maybe it's still very high risk, high reward though. I do think that Shock are one of those teams that could make a strategy like that really work, but at a certain point it stops working, and so, you know, how much time do you buy off of the clock when you do have a close hold like that? Where are you gonna get set up, Shock? This was just replay too, Violet and
the 1v1 of the century, the Lucio versus the Blade.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah. Stops Decay getting a reset. That was really nicely played by Violet, just staying alive, booping the Blade away.
Yeah.
You have to use the dash because the boot just sends you flying. Really nice play from Violet.
I like that too, because Decay was like, no, you're too slippery, like I can't go after you anymore, and had to just, oh no, Decay?
Yeah. I was going into Hollywood, I'm like, there's no way there's another Widow like spawn peek and a kill, right? And yeah, thanks for proving me wrong, Decay. Appreciate you, buddy. Easy isolation of Finn too. No Lucio, no speed boost, very little protection for the Brig. So they can't take too much damage, and Happy does die. That's not great. And Decay is dead. Okay, the Shock. Doesn't matter if they lost block supports, they're still going to go in. They got a commanding shout still. Kalush takes care of Opener, and now you're in the real gulag. A little bit of tiny Overwatch maybe. Yeah, Mag almost got staggered there. I'm not sure you can stagger a Junker Queen, but Shock did it for long enough. Very nice response. Didn't see them coming out on that one alive, but they, yeah, proved me wrong.
Same, but I mean, this is to be expected from a team that is as strategic as the Shock, right? They saw that, okay, we don't have the ability to rotate as quickly as we would like to because we lost Lucio, but it means we can back up and we can still play a very strong defensive game, and so Washington Justice, they gotta go again, but they are very close to getting that rally online.
Someone helps, okay? Oh, Happy, please. He's very low. Oh, hello. Hello, Proper. You're 1 HP. He is not dying, though, somehow. How is he still alive? How is he still alive? Okay, there you go. Flick of the wrist. 45-degree shot there from Proper. Now the Justice in a good spot. Happy on the height, or was going to go on height, and the Shock have had to retreat to that mega health pack. In the lower, they have only the Junker Queen and both supports down there, so it seems pretty easy for the Justice just to rush them down. That slowing field just doing so much work. Yeah, you got the Lucio speed boost, but the AoE from the Disruptor shot not only does damage, but slows people, stops them from running away. Decay does die, but the Justice have 2 ticks and building.
Yep, they're definitely going to capture this, get the payload unlocked and ready to rumble, and of course they still have the rally. Like, that's very impressive. They were able to win that fight, and then they didn't have to expend such a valuable resource. You know, especially when they did have it online, they won without needing to use it, so that feels pretty good. Especially when you know that Proper and Kilo have been putting in enough damage to have their ultimates online as well. Finn still doesn't have the rally. Like that, I mean, I think it's gonna come online with plenty of time if Shock need it, but let's see how proactive Washington Justice can get here.
Yeah, they can definitely stall out this fight if they need to build that rally up with the beat or with the commanding shout. Letting Justice push the payload for the time being for a more opportune offense. Surprise Kilo jumped down to the low ground there, but well, maybe using the bomb and the payload's going to be good enough. Decay still hunting for a target as the rally gets sent out by Vigilante, but Proper cleans house on that one. Vigilante using the rally going aggressive? I mean, the overhealth throws doesn't build up over time. It's not like an instant thing. Vigilante maybe getting a little bit too frisky there.
Oh, Proper as well, actually. That was a pretty big takedown there coming in from Happy, and now you have to see the San Francisco Shock retreat as the Washington Justice come blazing back out of spawn. I'm expecting so many more ultimates to come out here, though, as we are rounding this corner.
All right, Blade available for Decay. He's been screaming it for long enough now. The Blade has been pulled, a beat in the room, hits 4. The San Francisco Shock still in a good space to take out the Justice, but double support ultimate's gonna have to see them through the fight. That Blade from Proper's nice, but he can't quite find anybody. In fact, it doesn't matter, because the rest of his team just killed everybody instead. There you go, San Francisco Shock, utilizing both support ults. I mean, that's just the disadvantage there of just not having the rally to follow up after that beat. If you are the Justice, just a snowball of support ults for the Shock. Put them in good stead to defend second.
When you have the commanding shout as well, just to be able to layer on 3 different layers of protection, it's definitely difficult to get through if you aren't able to match that. But Washington Justice Justice still have a tool. They have 2 minutes left, and so they can definitely make this work. It's just all about how many members can MAG get in this Rampage, and what's the follow-up look like for Washington Justice to start outpacing the Shock a little bit more when it comes to those DPS ultimates.
And they are, yeah, the Justice is trying. They're going high ground, then they're going low ground, then they go through the bar, like...
Now they're behind that team.
Yeah, they just need a point of ingress, but they just can't really find it. Okay, they've got the payload moving again. They have the Rampage. Feels like they're just trying to bait the Shock into them so they can use a Rampage and get it onto the backline. Mag gets pulled in with that knife. There's the Rampage, comes out, hits 4. That's good. Target priority right now is Kilo and Proper. They take him down with ease. A perfectly timed Rampage from Mag. Maybe that's what they were doing. Maybe I called it correctly there. Just baiting the San Francisco Shock down to low ground to set up for that Rampage. And look at this forward push. I mean, yeah, there's no hope for you, unfortunately, Proper and Kilo. Straight back to this forward check.
Yeah, you take advantage of this. And now that the San Francisco Shock have been staggered a little bit too, like it just does bide some time for those doors to open. Happy, just making sure that that payload is moving. But you can see San Francisco Shock continuing to try to make this high ground work for them. And so, yeah, just kind of bullying them off.
Oh, rally in that small room feels pretty good. That Flower doing a ton of damage. Oh, yes. Nice rotation from the Justice. Up onto the high ground, use the rally in the room. Nothing really Shock can do. They had no support ult. So rounding this last corner, they still got the Justice still have to deal with the Bob coming up, with the Blade, with the Beat. So they're in a good position.
They are, but you do have a Lucio on the other side, so you might be able to just kite away from that Bob damage and still take a fight. Especially if maybe you like poke your head out, let the Bob fly, and then just be patient, back up a little bit.
Oh, Kilo in a lot of trouble. He's pretty low, sends out Bob for a little bit of cover. Bob's in a perfect position, just holding down the car. That was an amazing Bob from Kilo. Takes care of opener. Look at him, just chilling out.
Okay, you can't get away from that one.
No, you can't.
That's all right. Oh my gosh, Washington Justice might not be able to get away from this either. San Francisco Shock will back up here, but there's still 1 minute and 20 seconds. And the fact that San Francisco Shock finished with less than a minute remaining, if Washington Justice complete these 3 points, they're looking good for another attempt.
All right, Beats count on the Blade. Shock still have a Blade of their own. There's the overclock. Happy hunted for heads. Not going to find too many and might have his rolling on the floor if he's not careful. Violet takes a headshot. Does end up going down through that over health. Decay with a good kill onto Finn. Now he's trying to match Proper, but Proper had the dash and Decay did not. Proper sheaths his blade, but has only a few seconds really to turn this fight. Proper falls, Kaluge dies, and with 40 seconds to go, the Shock might still have a say in this fight. The Rise coming out. Decay's pretty low. They're in fact just trying to focus him down as much as they possibly can. They do manage to pick him off. Kilo comes back, and the rest of the San Francisco Shock going to be able to rejoin the team. Kilo finds yet another kill. Mag may have killed Finn, but with Kaluge and Proper coming back on faster heroes, it's up to the Justice to go for a quick reset and go again.
It's going to be a really tough one, though, because Mag just went down, so now that is another respawn. That's horrible for the Justice. They're going to have to wait for that to come online, but they can't. Decay has to be the person to go touch.
Okay, he does get there, Rose, but he's now on fire and has to back up. Both supports are coming in for the Justice. Vigilante pops that rally over health building for Happy and Vigilante and Opener in the front line. But Bob's coming out from Kilo again, and it's going to be hard to actually get to his position. He's sitting all the way in the background. There's the Rampage. It hits 4 people, and Mag has just sealed the deal. The Justice cap the point. No seconds to spare, so they do gain that minute. But that looked an incredible tough fight to win, but it was all on Mag's shoulders and he pulled through.
Okay, maybe it worked out that Mag got there a little late to the party. All the attention was focused on the rest of the Washington Justice members, and then Mag goes in with a giant rampage. That was so many people. Mag has had some really good consistency when it's come down to how many players he's been able to get in these rampages, and it's been just...
Yeah.
It's been huge.
Yeah, Mag's Junk Queen's not looking half bad right now. It's been interesting over the last couple of days to see the different tank players picking up Junker Queen, how they like interact with their comp, how they interact with the enemy team's comp, and how much effectiveness they get with that Rampage. We've seen a couple of whiff ones today. We don't see too many misses. The Rampage, like the cone of damage, or like the AoE cone, it is pretty big. But to hit consistently that many people, like Mag's been doing in the last couple of fights in that last round, yeah, it's a tough thing to do. And yeah, he carried second, really. He hit that 5-man, and then he hit a 4-man at the very end. Yeah, Mag's Junker Queen looking pretty clean.
Yeah, I mean, you prevent healing, and then you also get a chance to wound, which with the adrenaline passive heals you too. Like, yeah, if you're getting insane value, you're unstoppable as a Junker Queen, and that can make a huge difference. And you can see that for the Justice. But they got one attempt here, really, Jaws. So let's see how much they can make out of it.
Yeah, these comps are very stally, so yeah, you aren't wrong. One attempt, and that's basically it. Just poking down the shield and isolating Finn, which is probably going to be the name of the game, but going a little bit too deep. Disruptor doing a ton of damage, and now Violet is in the sights of Happy. A perfect Disruptor shot with the dash resets from Decay is going to see them good in this fight. Finn, not so isolated. It's actually one of the last ones to go down. The San Francisco Shock, they're going to lose at this point, but they can fight super close. This comp is very good at, you know, fighting to the spawn door, funnily enough, right? So I can imagine Shock are probably going to do the same, or at least hold on this high ground and then jump onto Justice as soon as they're beneath them.
Definitely going to take a quick fight here, but you've got to be very careful because Justice do have the rally and the sound barrier coming up. And if they're able to just use those and set the pace of these fights, this could be a huge snowball push for them to be able to make it through the second point.
Yeah, it's a lot of big neutral fighting right now, and whoa, Kalush goes down super early. What happened there? That was target focus and then some. Jeez. And now, well, the Justice rose, like you perfectly put it, right? That snowball, if Vigilante or Opener just use one of their support ults and then they use it one for the next fight, or it delayed into the next fight, like, they're going to be in a good spot to take this next point. They do have high ground, and in fact, they're going to go fairly early. Jumping down with that rally. Proper's already dead. Now Kalush is getting chased down. A blade for Decay as he finds 3 kills. Gets the reset. Violet scoots himself and Finn away from Decay. And yeah, they did use the beat. So now they got the overclock and the beat for this next push.
But at least San Francisco Shock, they do have some resources to come in with. Finn is very close to that rally. And Kilo has the bomb now to just put some extra point presence.
They didn't get the cap. Wow, they don't get the cap. Proper actually dashed onto the payload just in time, but Violet and Kilo are already dead. Mag and Decay just went to the backline as Proper had to go for the touch. The Justice end up capping point B in OT, and they're pushing on to third. I mean, look, the Shock have 5 ults coming up, but with only a minute to go and on Hollywood, this is an impressive push from the Justice.
Yeah, this is a huge hero push that we're seeing right now from the Justice. They could even just continue. They could finish this. If Happy pops off and we see Happy do happy things, this overclock could be massive and just completely shut down the value from the Shock.
There's Bomb or Opener. Yeah, Bomb's got high ground. Bomb's got high ground. And Proper has the blade. 5 ultimates versus none. The Justice are halted before that final corner. They still get 2 points and then some on the board with only a minute to go. That is a heck of something for Shock to match here. They got a minute and 52. Very doable. But the Justice had a very good snowball with their support ultimates and then playing extremely aggressively, knowing that the Shock hadn't earned support or like just any ultimates of their own because they've been losing some of those fights.
I mean, how impressive is it that Washington Justice needed the Shock to use a full slate of ultimates to stop the payload? And they got 5 points so far, halfway through third? This is looking like a tough ask here for the Shock. I mean, we see this sometimes when these teams that have smaller time banks, they go first, they end up doing these massive pushes, and sometimes the other team that has more time just can't do it. But look at the deflect. Like, Decay is just using these buildings to so much prowess. Wow, the move here is insane.
Yeah, that was a 1v2, 100%. Proper and Kilo going down to just Decay. And that's what you need, those hero plays. And that's what we expected from Happy and Decay in this meta, or at least what I kind of expected. Their hero pool does fit with the meta right now. Almost perfect. Happy goes for the, or Kilo goes for the quick shot, ends up missing. Switch over to the Sojourn, so it's an even match once again.
Yeah, but this is kind of one of the first times we've actually seen the Sojourn here come out from the Shock. It's usually been the Ashe.
Ooh, Violet in trouble, pretty low. There's Mag with the axe, cleaving Mag in twain. They're going to chase them all the way to that Mega Health Pack. And now the Shock in a bit of a similar situation to what Justice were in not a couple of minutes ago, with only a minute to go to attack this first point. Happy did die, but he'll go back to the point rather quick.
Yeah, that'll be a really easy one, especially with the movement from the Sojourn. You're definitely getting back in time, but that one fight being a whiff there for the Shock means that they have a minute remaining, and this might be the last attempt.
Very big aggro. Oh, that was an amazing counter bash by Finn, putting Vigilante on his butt, and he ends up getting killed off by Kaluge. All right, this is the push that they were after. Nice early aggression again from the Justice, but the Shock saw it coming this time around. No surprises here. The Shock are getting that point capped.
Are you sure about that? I feel like we might see a recontest here from Justice. Actually, we did just see Opener go down there on the Lucio, so you don't have the ability to kind of rotate around. But this does mean with less than 30 seconds remaining, Washington Justice can wait for these doors to open and then just pounce once the Shock start to make their entrance through this second point.
Yeah, they can make it the very last fight too. It's all about burning that time back down. They only got 10 seconds. That car's going to barely make it through the door. The Shock looking to play perfectly in order to beat out the Justice here on Hollywood. You got a Blade versus a Blade, a Shock versus Justice. Rob's going to pull his first, targeting Mag. Now does Decay pull his? Doesn't look like he wants to. Finn does end up falling. Maybe a turnaround is possible as Vigilante has earned the rally. It's all about just target focus. You've got to kill the DPS. Violet's going to go down and Vigilante says, no, it is go time. We're not waiting for another fight. We're going to go now. Opener's now earned the beat too. Kilo and Violet are dead. Shock need to get back to the point. Violet's got beat. Maybe, just maybe he gets back in time. But now with Happy with the overclock, they're going to hold Shock at the doors. Finn falls and the Justice now on match point.
That was such a huge boop at the end there coming in from Opener. Oh my gosh, like you saw Proper pull the Blade and then all of a sudden there was no targets in sight. You didn't even have a dash reset in your LOS to be able to make it back to the team fight. And then all of a sudden, yeah, Justice see that opportunity to use the rally and just close out the fight. Wow, Washington Justice, can they do it? We've seen this before, Joss, but can they actually close it out?
It's been an emotional couple of days. And emotions are still running high. Justice looking to maybe 3-0 the San Francisco Shock. Will we see another reverse sweep? We'll have to wait and see after this break.
But lightning doesn't strike twice, has never met the San Francisco Shock.
Just the depth of talent on their roster that can't be denied. Some of the most hardcore carry performances that I've ever seen.
This is going to be a wild ride. Somehow Violet's going to come to the rescue, get a double kill. Kalu says, how about that one, Chief? See you later. Dude, his aim is so crispy.
Man doesn't miss those. Holy cow.
Sam straight the backline, insta-killing. Oh, Mikey! San Francisco, the greatest team in Overwatch. It's time to celebrate summer. Share your art celebrating the Overwatch League and the summer vibes that we're currently having. It's very hot here in California, I will say. AC on permanently. On the fan art gallery for a chance to be featured on broadcast. Hope everybody else is getting their vitamin D every now and then. It's always good to step outside, take a little break, and yeah, maybe draw outside too. Could do that. Bit of paper and a bit of pen. I say that like I'm an artist. I'm not. I'm really not.
You're not?
But no. But we have some fantastic artists in the community. That is for sure.
We do.
So yeah, make sure you submit those overwatchleague.com/art-gallery. Right, back to the game. Washington Justice, San Francisco Shock. Look, I think many people expected us to be here. Shock lost control. Haha, yep, great. But the Justice with a phenomenal game on Hollywood. Like, I was just looking at what Johnny was saying, you know, on timeline, and yeah, he was saying how the Justice is so good at setting up these fights. The pre-engagements are kind of crazy. And worth keeping in mind, Rose, in this meta, it requires a ton of coordination from the backline, setting up speed boosts and like double booping people away. Vigilante and Opener are rookies coming into this season. They're going up against one of the most historied players in the Overwatch League in Violet for the San Francisco Shock. I mean, he has Finn with him too, another superstar rookie player. But Vigilante and Opener, they might not be flashy in the kill feed or anything, but they're doing a whole bunch of work for the Washington Justice as well.
Absolutely. I mean, this is definitely something that is such a nice, like, refreshing look from the Washington Justice. Just seeing that Vigilante and Opener have been so fundamental to making sure that these engagements can be quick and snappy, and also have the setup that Johnny was talking about. Like, you have to give them so much credit, but I think also you've got to look at Mag. Like, that, he's been leading this team so well. It's just been phenomenal. Like, this is a different team. This is the consistency and the standout performances we've wanted from Washington Justice all season.
Maybe this is their meta, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Mag's doing really well, like you were saying. His rampages, very, very well timed, always hitting, you know, minimum of 3 people, it feels like. Feels good for the Justice so far. Let's see if Shock can start that reverse sweep in motion. Although, look at this. Justice, yeah, this is El Clasico at this point, I think. Junker Queen and Spawn Doors. Name a better duet. I'll wait.
I don't know about that on Circuit Royale. I don't think that was on my bingo card today, Jaws.
Yeah, I think it was on anybody's, to be fair. Let's be real.
But it's working again.
Yeah, I mean, luckily Shock don't have far to run, I suppose.
Yeah, just two steps backwards. I think they're okay. They gotta take a second to reset though, collect themselves, take a deep breath. This is foldable. Let's see the Shock exit spawn, please.
Collusion finish so low. The Disruptor Shot covering both doorways, so the rest of the Shock wanting to like peek out and help the rest of the team is, yeah, it's kind of nasty. You've got to pick one door and then go for it. It looks like they're going to choose the left-hand side one. Fair bit of high ground. It's only a small high ground, but it's sometimes good enough, at least for the Sojourn, to get a lot of work done. Can't let Proper get anything away with anything too crazy, however. But look, straight back into spawn again. A lot of reflect damage. Okay, now the Shock are opening it up. Happy gets caught out. And the Justice, even though they've lost one, they are nearing ult, but it looks like a small retreat for everybody except the Junker Queen. Goodbye.
Well, now that the Shock have actually exited spawn, I mean, Washington Justice are still taking names here, but the most important...
Well,
I mean, he'll get back. It's fine. Yeah. But the most important part is look how much time Washington Justice have taken off of the clock, and that close hold actually allows them to still have that classic hold by that corner that we see from every team so far, especially when we've looked at the Sigma compositions reigning supreme on this map alone.
All right, double rally. You got to find a headshot to find a kill. There it is. Thank you. Proper. Mag, dead, Blade, pulled, double beat out. Anybody gonna die just yet? Well, Kalush around the corner, swings that axe. And the Justice, they have lost Mag, so a lot less firepower in the front line. And the Shock are gonna push around this corner. Mag should get back to the fight fairly quickly though, Rose, I will say. And they do have that ult coming up. So both Rampages online for this corner.
Yeah, I mean, they're still fighting on this defensive corner.
There's the Blade from Proper. There's the Rampage. Hits 3 on the Justice. Vigilante and Opener. A little bit worse for wear. Same with Violet and Finn. Target priority from Mag and Kalush looking clean. And it's just a bunch of like small 1v1v1 fights. Yeah, Mag caught out. He had, no one could really peek you there, and it was only Opener that could really heal you. Kilo stays alive, does the damage, and the Shock looking like they're gonna cap.
Yep, that should be a first point capture. No one can come back in and touch, even though I guess the Disruptor shot's gonna try. But now I think this is where the going gets tough. I feel like there is a bit of an advantage to the Sojourn that's going to have the high ground here on this particular section of the map. And the way that Happy has been playing, that really could be a big boon to the Washington Justice's defense.
There's the overclock. Happy on the, so not Happy on the height. Kilo on the height this time. Oh, Proper gets a nice little double reset kill, and turret mode for Kilo.
Okay, never mind. Kilo said, screw that. I'm gonna go take the high ground and take the advantage away. That's fine. Totally okay. Let's go again now, shall we, as we look at what's going to be on the board. And it's really nothing right now except for the sound barrier that Violet is working up to. That could just be enough sustain that the Shock need to very comfortably capture this second point.
Yep, commanding Shab to push them forward. There's the beam. Justice do not have support ultimates right now, so they're surviving just with flesh and bone. Yep. And even that's not enough, apparently. Yeah, if you have support ult advantage there, you just kind of steamroll. There's just no way you can come back. Unfortunately, Opener and Vigilante not building up those support ultimates as quick as they like, because they lost the previous fight. Now the point B has been unlocked, and what was quite a nice spawn camp. Shock actually pretty quick through point A and point B.
Yeah, they're making up for quite a bit of lost time there. And now the Washington Justice, though, they did take an eco push, and so they're working up to ultimates of their own. And they're going to have one ult advantage over the San Francisco Shock looking at this next engage. But they could still just win an all-out brawl here as the Shock.
Proper trying to set up for something. Maybe going in against this run. There's the Blade. Got to force that beat. Opener's 5% away. I don't know if he knows it. That's still so much AoE with the Dragon Blade. That overhealth, yeah, it builds up, but it's not instant health like the beat is. So, yeah, Proper able to just cleave everybody down. And that's the, I guess, the big benefit of the Blade in these kind of comps, because everybody's so grouped up. If you don't end up just getting rolled or someone beats right in front of you, it's a lot of damage. Like, sustained damage from the Dragon Blade through a couple of people. Enough to help Happy or Kilo, whoever's playing the Sojourn, to pick someone off.
Yeah, and now Justice as well. Like, they just used the rally. They've got 4 ults to use here. Just shut down the Shock.
Yeah, double DPS ult. Rampage coming up. They got the beat. They're Happy just playing all the way at the back here. I mean, you're just, again, just putting yourself in a position where you just waste the time of the Shock. The Shock making their way up onto height. The Justice are going to match them.
They have to. They can't let San Francisco Shock take that advantage away from them. But you will see them start to kind of posture themselves to get back to the point very quickly. Hope Justice don't fall for it.
Oh, wow. Happy goes down super early. Kilo wasn't even ulting. Happy was, but he ended up winning the duel. Still Shock playing a little back, even though they have 1 pick. No support ultimates coming out. Rampage at 5%. Maybe that's what they're waiting for. Not sure. Rampage comes out from Mag. Hits 3 again. Huge cleave coming out from Kalush. And now it's up to Kilo to try and finish this fight. A double kill, and the payload is moving. But the Justice look back. And with Kalush out of this engagement, There's no way Hilo can survive on his lonesome on the point. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go now for the Shock.
And this time bank is going to expire pretty quickly as well. You know that the Justice have the spawn advantage, and as the attacking team on this final stretch of the map, it can be very difficult to set yourself up to actually find an opening. So Shock are going to have to posture a little bit before they're able to make this move in. And they're going to wait for this rally and this sound barrier to be available for them to go.
Well, you called it. There it is. Sound barrier available for Violet. Another push here for Kalush. He's got the Rampage. Mag's going to have to be careful. Blade for Decay. There's the beat. He's not going down. He's going fishing. Comes up. Hook, line, and sinker onto Proper and Violet. 40 seconds to go. The Shock used the beat. They got the rally in that fight. Weren't able to use it, but they're going to contend with Justice's rally. It's all about trading their support ultimates right now, and both teams neck and neck. Oh my god, okay, Justice going for the spawn camp, trying to make this extreme last fight. The Justice, remember, if they hold them here, the Shock are going to have to send someone to touch. Kilo's already dead. There's 20 seconds to go, and the rally's still going off for the Justice. They're trying to pin Violet in. He manages to get back to the spawn in time with help with a commanding shout, but the Shock's still not at 5. Eventually, Kilo respawns, and Proper has the blade to maybe open this one up, but someone still needs to touch. The payload might be moving back, but Proper might be the one to do it. He does kill off Opener. Vigilante dies too, and he makes it to the payload in time. The forward hold from the Justice doesn't end up working out, and in fact, this Proper that comes up large. Both supports dead, and he touches the point, and they manage to get the cap.
That was almost genius from the Justice. It worked for one team fight. They got the rally out of the Shock. They did have to respond with their own, but it's also such a high-risk, high-reward strategy, and unfortunately, it was just too risky. That Dragon Blade did allow for the movement that Proper needed to be able to get back to the point, and because of how swiftly the Justice fell, they also just didn't get a chance to respawn in time to be able to get that contest. So fantastic that the Shock were able to make it through, get that third and final point, and now Justice on the flip side, they have no choice but to get all three themselves.
Yeah, no choice or say in the matter. That was a nasty bit of play. I really like the forward holds when a team is in that situation. 30 seconds, 40 seconds, or whatever to go, because you do force someone to go and touch. But Proper does Proper things. He's pretty good at the video game, funnily enough, and killed both supports with the blade and then dashed straight to the point. But Justice had a fairly good defense. Remember how much time they entered into point 3.
Yeah, they had a lot of time left, and you know, unfortunately, they did have a lot of that expire because of how difficult it can be as the attacking team to just be able to get in there, but they still did a good job. They did cap all 3 points, and now we're gonna see that close hold here from the Shock as well. How is it going to fare? Oh, Justice are already out of the door!
Oh, okay, they just run to point. Oh, well.
Okay.
Didn't expect that, did you? Swap sides. I've got 100 energy. Searching for somebody. Tries to get the flick on Proper, didn't end up working out. Still, they managed to find a kill onto Mag. Now, the question is, how does Justice really respond to this? Because they know the San Francisco Shock are just going to rush at them. Oh, yeah, Violet. A little bit too far up. Partial Junker Queen. Opener dies. Good trade, to be fair. Kilo's still killing, somehow. But it's how the Justice end up responding to that, and that was kind of perfect from Happy, just killing a couple of people, but they either had the option of going back to the spawn or just going for an all-out brawl, and they chose brawl and ended up coming up big. San Francisco Shock still waiting for Kalush to come back as the Justice forced them all the way around the corner.
Mag is creating a ton of space, though. Look at how far back he's really been able to push the Shock. He does go for a health pack just really quickly, just to make sure that he's not expending too many resources here from the support line. But Vigilante is so close to that rally, and once that comes online, expect a very swift push here from the Justice. Except Opener goes down.
Wow. Okay, Opener dead. Actually, Justice are going to try and win this fight. They end up using the rally. Can they find anything off of this? Late rally for the Shock. Later support ultimate, the better. There you go, they just run him over. I wonder what happened to Opener there. Proper just killed him with a regular shuriken. I'm curious how that actually ended up going down, that small interaction. Wow, they didn't even need to look at that kill, and he still killed Opener. Feels good, man.
I don't agree with the use of the rally there. Knowing that they were down the Lucio already and didn't have the same mobility as what the Shock had with 5 players still remaining, I would have loved to see the Justice hold on to that valuable resource to be able to move into this next one. You're really putting a lot of pressure now on Decay and Happy to make sure that they are going to find value from their own ultimates when also the Shock, they're ready to go.
Oh my god!
Revenge.
I don't know what happened. Prob's got the blade there, that's what I do know. Nice, double kill. Give him a third. He's 2 HP. Oh, gets tagged by Decay. Still San Francisco Shock. They hold on to that beat, which is the most important thing. Oh my god. I like switching to someone as they instantly die and we just see a corpse just fly onto the floor. It's like, how the hell did that happen?
Ah, physics.
Yeah.
I like physics.
The ragdolls I will say the ragdolls in Overwatch 2, a bit crazier than they are in a
They're very
Overwatch 1.
funny.
The amount of like breakdancing hogs I saw in the beta was insane. All right, there's 2 overclocks and Kilo has got the better of. Mag chopping him in half. Summoner's barbecue later on. Huge rampage from Kaluj. Use that commanding shout, hit the rampage in the back. Happy Decay, Vigilante, anti-naded. And with 60 seconds to go, hey, the Shock aren't out of this just yet.
No, this is a map that they're so good on as well. Kaluj, you know, playing the Sigma for these compositions and just knowing every kind of in and out of this map really, I think, is paying a difference here. Especially when Shock are they're playing together as a team around this corner and Justice just really can't break through this stronghold. They still have one more attempt though, Jaws, and they've got a whole lot of ultimates behind them to do it.
Yeah, Mag's got his own rampage now. He's extremely good on Hollywood to see if he can find the same success around this last corner. I mean, theoretically, everybody's lined up, so it could be fairly easy. He's looking for the backline, spots him out, hits the rampage, hits 3 of them. Finn, Violet, and Kaluj in a whole lot of trouble. The beat to help win the fight. I mean, if you've got to invest it, you've got to invest it. It's Justice with the cap. Perfect stuff. I mean, you said it yourself, Rose. They had the ult advantage. It was pretty easy from there.
Daggers too. Look how far back they're pushing the Shock. And with the fact that they've got Happy on the cart moving it forward, this is buying them so much time to really mitigate that high ground advantage. And so Justice here too, they're starting to rack back up ultimate percentage. They're gonna have the rally. It might even come online secondary to Finn's rally to just give Justice another, there you go.
All right, double rally. Dragon Blade trying to go for Kilo, gets the reset, a lot of damage from Decay. Finds 1 kill, make that a second with the kill onto Proper. And all this meanwhile, the payload has been pushing. Abby's been sitting on it, minding his own business. And all the way to the spawn doors you go. Oh, if he killed Violet there, that would actually been quite a sick stagger, but he doesn't end up getting it.
No, I mean, Shock should be able to get back out in time, but that payload is getting so close to its destination. Can anybody actually go touch?
Couple of meters, yep. Ooh. Okay, Proper goes for it with a dash. Receives the commanding shout to heal himself back up, or temporary health, I should say. Not quite a big heal. In fact, Finn doesn't hit him with a pack in time, and he ends up going down before he can use that blade. It's only 2 meters to go before the Justice have their chance to attack this 3rd point, and it looks like they're gonna have it. There we go. 5-player kill streak for Happy too.
There you go. Happy really putting together some nice work here. I mean, another overclock. Mag also with another rampage. Justice definitely looks set up for success here, especially if they can force out these ultimates that are already ready to go for the Shock. Gonna see this poolside push as Shock just kind of waiting to see where Justice want to take these fights. Shock playing a bit more reactively here. They have to, so that Justice don't surprise them by getting like a drop down.
Sounded like there was a concert going on out there. There's a concert going on while people are fighting to the death. That's interesting stuff. I mean, well, it takes all sorts, I suppose.
You know, you don't want to listen to some music when, when you're fighting to the death.
I mean, yeah. You could jam out by the pool. I wouldn't mind that at all, to be honest with you. The pool's pretty shallow though, so maybe just maybe not built for everybody. I prefer a swim rather than just kind of chilling. Whoop, daisy.
Wow, look at that. Kilo used the overclock to do nothing. You know, Justice baited that out and then just backed up. And now this cart is almost towards its destination. Oh. Big reset there, though.
Well, for there. Happy just poked his little head around the corner. Whoops, daisy. Use the overclock, sure, but he's got to kill. Why not? We'll give it to you. Good trade, everybody. All
That's
good.
okay. Justice are going to
Yeah.
come back strong. They've got both
5
support
ults.
ultimates. Yeah, just everything.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they've got to contend with, of course, the both support ultimates from the Shock. And they're letting them come in here. So, again, setting up for these rampages. Speaking of which, there it is. Early rally from the Justice, so they might be able to survive. A support ultimate laying on top of each other. Every single support ultimate thrown in, so it's target focus central for the Shock. They take care of Happy, but Finn ends up falling. In fact, now just a 3-on-3, but Kalush, Proper, and Kilo are so low, and Decay's got the blade drawn. The payload still moves as there's 38 seconds to go as the Shock trickle out of the spawn. The Justice know that they don't have that spawn advantage, so have to back all the way up. Every ultimate was basically used in that fight, and the San Francisco Shock still holding on.
And this is so rough too, because this is the last chance you're going to get as the Justice, and the fact that you threw everything in the kitchen sink at that last fight and it didn't work. Now you just have to win off of fundamentals here, and you know that the Shock can clutch.
Oh, Happy ended up missing that rail, and Vigilante's already dead. Only opener to heal now. Happy's going to have to go absolutely sicko mode to try and find something in this fight. Kalush holding down the fort in the front line as Decay is the one to touch in OT, but now Mag is down. The San Francisco Shock cleaning up over time. Well, no time for tea anymore. The San Francisco Shock hold the Justice just before that last point. And is the reverse sweep starting now? That's the question on everybody's lips.
Well, it has been something that has happened before. Definitely something that the Washington Justice would really like to not have happen again, but it's entirely possible.
Very much is. All right. We'll be right back after this short break. Are we going to see the second reverse sweep of this tournament thus far? We'll have to wait and see after this. Welcome back after that short break. We're heading into Push as our next game mode, but we thought we'd take a quick look at the healing done this season, entering this week. That doesn't include yesterday or today, but both the Shock supports are on this list. We've got Finn and Violet sitting at 5th and 7th.
Yeah, that's really impressive. Like, I think that, you know, San Francisco Shock, just looking at them as a team as a whole, like, really doesn't surprise me to see Violet and Finn on this list of players, just because of how well they really have been able to just kind of, you know, keep everybody alive, right? Like, there's a reason why the Shock are undefeated right now.
Yeah, every single piece of the puzzle is coming together to create a beautiful image that is the San Francisco Shock right now. Although, saying that, the Justice are still 2 maps up, sitting on match point. The Shock need that complete reverse sweep. We'll see if they can do it on Colosseo, which is our next map. Other couple of names on there that you definitely recognize. Shu at the top, of course. Ultraviolet there as well. So, yeah, a lot of names you'd expect to be at the top billing, but Finn and Violet, very much the backbone of this team. Now, I spoke about it just before this map, the map we just had, the Circuit Royale, about Vigilante and Opener. Rookies coming into the season, like, it's a big shoes to fill and big support players you got to play up against. Violet, Shu, obviously, for example. It's definitely, if I were in their shoes anyway, I would feel quite intimidated playing against some of the very best that the league has to offer and some of the very best that have been around for so long.
Yeah, definitely daunting, you know, but I think that, like, the fact that the rest of the Shock as well, like, we've got a lot of other rookies that are on the team, so it's not just Vigilante and Opener that really are making a name for themselves. The Shock as a whole just have been doing a phenomenal job this entire season, and, you know, I think a lot of people had questions about the Shock entering into the season, like, whoa, you like switched up so many pieces, but the pieces are falling together, and maybe San Francisco Shock can get this reverse sweep. But Colosseo, this is a funny one, right? Like, I feel like when we take a look at how these push maps play out, in particular this one, like, hero moments.
This one does take the cake.
Yeah.
It's the amount of crazy moments we've had around that
triple
first
collateral.
checkpoint. Yeah, this map has brought in so many good moments. I wonder if it's going to continue to do that in this meta. I can imagine so. Of course, Sojourn's still in the mix, right? So anything could be, as crazy as that triple collateral. I'm still waiting for the quad. Whether that's going to happen is beyond me, but I'm sure when the game gets fully released, it's going to happen.
Someone will.
Maybe not within months, but a proper quad collat is going to happen at some point or another. Maybe not in the Overwatch League, but you never know. I'm still quite hopeful. No changes for either side. Looks like, yeah, Finn not sticking on the Arno. He's going to go Brig. We did only see one team kind of swap things up here, Rose, and that was London Spitfire, but yeah, I think sticking with the Junker Queen seems the best for this situation, but that could change later down the line.
Yeah, I think just right now, though, knowing that every team really is trying to, you know, get comfortable with this new hero in that Junker Queen, you really do just want to get as much practice as possible in these official matches before you start getting a little fancy when it comes down to changing up the support lineup or even just what you're going to be using overall, like if it is going to be that Reinhardt comp. But with just standstill, you're really waiting for these cooldowns to come online and even maybe these Junker Queens to get a big axe throw at somebody.
Yeah, pulling someone in with a knife can be quite deadly, especially if you combine that with a Sojourn kind of shooting too. You can combine it. It's a very small window to try and get that kill, but whoop, that's okay. He moved super far away. Yeah, just a little bit of a neutral right now. Just waiting for a single pick from the... It reminds me of the Hanzo. Well, the time we had Hanzo here, it was just like, just waiting for the Hanzo to get a pick. I think it's pretty much the same thing right now. Kilo and Happy looking to get a right click on somebody. Both playing behind the wall, like... This is potentially the longest standoff we've ever had in the Overwatch League. It's been a minute and a half. Almost 2 minutes.
2 minutes here, actually. Like,
I would... You know what I'd love to know? What's the longest amount of time that has happened in a map where someone has not died? Like, is it about 2 minutes? Like, we're nearing the 2 minute mark and no one has died just yet, right?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't even seen any progress of this bot either. which I guess comes with the territory of nobody dying. But you really are waiting, I think, for the Sojourn to just charge up and then get a good shot at somebody. But like, you know, Decay is the lowest person, getting healed up very quickly with the cookies. It's wow.
Tough. It's tough. Like, look, we've reached 2 minutes and no one has died yet. This is the most pacifist game of Overwatch I've ever seen. But the thing is, Rose, I will point out, both Happy and Kilo have to charge their railguns off of something. Who are they going to charge off? The Jungle Queens aren't peeking. It's tough to get those charge-up shots, so it makes sense why we're just still waiting here.
Ooh, Happy gets a little low.
30 seconds. 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Wait, no, they're crashing?
Wait, they're jostling? Wait a second, Papa dashed in. Here we go, first kill maybe? It's been 2 minutes and 30 seconds and no one's died yet? Nope, they've dashed back out again. Reset, everybody. Maybe you could grab a cup of tea before someone ends up going down.
Oh, there
we
goes.
got a kill! Okay, Kilo kills Happy. Nice, railgun landed. That was about 2 minutes and 40 seconds before the first kill came in, and Decay earned himself a blade. He's straight to the back, Kilo's dashed away, and Philo finds the next one. Both to San Francisco Shock have the DPS ultimates online. Decay is dead, and Shock control the bot. That has got to be a record.
I think
it's just got it. It's got
I mean, like, yeah, we looked at the records for like fastest push completions. Let's pull out the books now on the longest time.
The longest time without a kill. Yeah.
This takes the cake. I don't need to do the math on that one. I'm pretty sure.
It's got to be. Okay, blades, rallies, and a beat. Justice layer their support ultimates, not great as Finn has got a, Violet has got a bait which he can lay down right now, yeah. And now Happy has been isolated, same with Mag. Shock off on a steamroll. Open and Vigilante using their support ultimates almost at the same time, just overlayering that overhealth. Yeah, I mean, you're invincible for a few seconds, but Violet with a very late beat ends up taking care of the Justice.
It just expires so quickly when you layer them on top of each other, like right at the same time, and then you don't have any sustain, especially if you are going to use them off kilter like the Shock did.
Rampage hits Opener and Happy, and in fact, Opener just dies to the bleed. Unfortunately, couldn't heal himself up as he was antied. San Francisco Shock, they are extremely mad right now. They went down 2 maps to the Justice, and their wrath is just overwhelming right now. They enter butt scratch mode as the Justice have to go for a full reset. The Shock backing up too.
Well, they have to. I mean, look at Violet just trying so hard to get back out of spawn to meet the rest of the Shock. Justice will be able to take control of the bot for a short while, but we're going to be right back where we started, waiting for somebody to get a pick here. At least Happy has the overclock. Maybe that'll help out the Justice, but I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, much of a stall game. Doesn't look like it. Nope, they're going to go straight in. Why not? You don't want the same situation again, let's be real. There's the ult from Mag. He's trying to focus down Kaluge. Decay helps him finish him off. All right, the Justice, with only one ultimate used in that fight, not bad whatsoever. End up coming out on top, but 66 meters plus the checkpoint for the San Francisco Shock. That's an extremely good start, and we're at the halfway point now.
It's good, but then you look at the Justice and how they've been able to hold on to these ultimates because of how fast Shock have won their fights. And now Vigilante almost has the rally again, actually outpacing Finn in this case to get that rally online just a little bit faster. Decay and Happy as well, double DPS ultimates for the Justice. Let's see what kind of value they can get.
They know where Decay is. Yeah, there it is. Overclock, making everybody cower for cover, hopefully in the corner, so Decay can follow that up. Oh, nice body shot, then headshot onto Kaluge. Healers were on high ground, couldn't see him go low, couldn't give him a pack, couldn't give him heals. The San Francisco Shock support line struggling to keep everybody alive. Happy taking a duel versus 3 people. The bot is continuing to go, and the Justice have double support ultimate coming up. Blade for Decay, Blade for Proper, but Kilo is already dead. A beat for Opener as Vigilante is holding on to this rally. The Shock end up using their beat and now pop the rally to keep them in. 2 DPS trades as Decay ends up falling. Kilo will be back in just a moment as the spawn is pretty close. Vigilante died mid-rally, and it is the Shock that come out on top. up, stopping the Justice just before that checkpoint.
Oh, that's gotta feel so bad as well for the Justice, because now we are well past the halfway point of this map. 3 minutes, 30 seconds left, and San Francisco Shock still have the lead. And this is getting into that dangerous territory for the Justice, that if they don't win this next fight, they may not have enough time to be able to play with enough team fights to take the lead back.
Opener was Dyson with death there. Luckily, rolled ones to Kilo. Happy not quite so lucky. And Kilo now just trying to protect Proper, who's getting chased down in the back. They're watching Justice quite split at the moment in time. They have to hide from Kilo, of course, but weren't able to isolate one target. Finn and Violet do end up falling over, though, for the Shock. So now no heals, only that commanding shout to keep them sustained in the fight. And in fact, that's all they need, apparently. Kalush pretty low. He needs to tag somebody with the knife to get that small bit of passive healing from the adrenaline rush. But Happy keeping his distance, takes care of Kalush and stops the bot moving. The Shock, they gain that checkpoint back again, so they're forward spawns and even a couple of meters.
Might help them out a little bit. I mean, yeah, we're right back at the neutral here. And you know that both of these Junker Queens are going to be trying to set up for a rampage, but Shock have just a little bit better when they do have that Dragon Blade to follow that up.
Yeah, I mean, this map was almost designed for Junker Queen, I feel like. Just dashing down the mid with the Rampage. Proper and Kilo are super low, though. I mean, Kalush is trapped in this corner. I don't think there's a point of him to even use the rally at this point. Proper's going to use that ultimate to finish this fight, or at least hope so. Mag and Decay hit with the Rampage from Kalush, and the San Francisco Shock with yet another fight. They stop Justice right in the center, so they might gain a couple of meters.
I think they will here, and this is the dangerous territory I was talking about. That now that Shock have very firm control over this bot, and they're even going to extend their lead. Justice here with a minute 30, they've got to play flawlessly. You can even see that Shock actually just going to go ahead and back up slightly to make sure that they don't lose their lead. That's what they're playing for right now. They don't have to do anything more.
Yeah, they know they can just burn the time down, basically. Oh, reflected disruptor shot. That doesn't feel good if you're happy. I think you wonder what happened there. Beat for the Justice as they march forward. It helped them, but the Shock end up just using that beat a little bit later after that rally. And now another rally for Vigilante. Happy and Vigilante are pretty low as Decay jumps to the back with a blade. He gets poop once, but not twice. Finn dies to the Dragon Blade, and the Justice end up cleaning up. The Shock, though, smartly enough, they end up all dying on this point. So with 45 seconds to go, they just need to win this preceding one, and the map might just be theirs.
Yeah, and with Kilo working up to the overclock as well, there is a good possibility that Shock can just capitalize on that, because we will see Justice at least reach this checkpoint, but oh my gosh, no they won't.
0.11 meters before butt scratch mode. Mag wasn't even in the fight. Opener had to run back to the rest of the to run back to spawn to pick up Mag. Meant Vigilante, Decay, and Happy didn't have speed to negotiate around the map and negotiate around the San Francisco Shock. So Shock are once again in the driving seat. 10 seconds to go as overtime approaches, and the Shock know they can just play time here. They can play to their tune.
As long as nobody gets off of the bot now, the onus is on the Justice here.
I mean, there's no ultimates for the Justice. And Kilo and Proper are nearing their ultimates. The Justice try and find an opening, but in fact it's an opening to the back of Decay's skull is what Kilo finds. The blade has been pulled, and just like that, OT tick down, and the San Francisco Shock are going to bring us to a map number 5.
Oh, reverse sweep is on the table here. Would be absolutely nuts if San Francisco Shock could get a second one. This would be phenomenal for them, but Justice, they do at least still have one more map. They just cannot drop the spaghetti. Oh my gosh, Jaws, I don't know how this is gonna end.
I said emotions were high coming into this series and into this day after yesterday, which was just an insane amount of maps, an insane amount of like ridiculous plays from Junker Queens, reverse sweeps. I mean, we could have another one on our hands already. It's only day number 2 in the Summer Showdown qualifiers, and it's already turned out to be quite a banger. Map number 5, we're going to another control map right after this break. both squads being on a similar stage as they did in the kickoff clash. Same situation. The Shock reverse swept the Justice last time they met in the kickoff clash. We're going to map number 5. Can Justice go for this denial? Like the San Francisco Shock, look, they're insane. We know that, right? Proper has been hyped up as a MVP Rookie of the Year candidate already, but the Justice, the way they're playing the Junker Queen meta right now and the way Mag is playing Junker Queen, they've been looking quite unstoppable in the first 2 maps. It's up to them to try and deny the San Francisco Shock. And in fact, Rose, stop them from going perfect in the regular season. The Shock is still coming into today, 12-0 regular season record.
Oh, there's so much that the Washington Justice could spoil here. Denying the reverse sweep, yeah, taking the first win off of the San Francisco Shock. Like, I know that they're hungry for that, but can the Washington Justice keep their mental strong enough, knowing that they got reverse swept already by this team after having a 2-0 lead? I don't know, it's tough. I think it's very, very tough to be in a situation like that as a player.
Yeah, you just got to keep your head in the game, right?
Yep.
It's just that mentality coming into this final map. It's always winnable. Always, always winnable.
It is.
Right, we're going on to Oasis University as our first round. Same comps, I could imagine. No, I don't think we'll see Ashe here. I think the Sojourn quite strong in the small corridors with the Disruptor shot. I've seen a few times where the slow has been quite impactful, helping set up even the Rampage at some times. Just making it easy for the Junk Queen to line up and get people in that slow field. Bit of extra damage plus the anti-heal. It's a pretty nasty combo if you can get it down right.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we do see kind of like the Sojourn and the Ashe interchanged for that 1 DPS slot. And we did, in fact, see the San Francisco Shock play the Ashe on Hollywood. But then that last attack push from them, they switched to the Sojourn and have stuck with it since. So, yeah, we're going to see both teams just kind of stick to the tried and true that they've been running for this match. Same players, same comps. And let's see if Washington Justice can win a second control map for this series.
Yeah, they did end up taking the first one away, so secret source maybe?
Maybe.
Looks like the Justice were a little bit quicker. Commanding, oh, okay, I was going to say, Commander Shao maybe from Mag? Because the Shock end up using theirs around the corner, use that speed up to run round, but I think before Mag could even get his off, the Shock end up hitting 2 picks and the point.
That's something that the Shock have been really good at, though, is just kind of waiting for, you know, that commanding shout came online at the perfect time, and once that was available, I'm sure Kaluj just said, like, let's go. Let's do this. Like, we have the support. And unfortunately for the Justice, I do feel like when they play on the attack of these control maps, it is a little bit more difficult for them. Like, Shock would rather play on the defense, and Justice would kind of rather do that, too.
Yeah, Kilo wants to sit on the background, that's for sure. All right, wow. They actually forced Shock away from the point, off it completely, and end up getting the cap. However, with Happy dead, there's a whole lot less damage to be had. Yeah, and both DPS now dead. Goodbye. Should be a good cleanup. This is fairly decent from the Justice, though, I will say. Getting a random flip like that, denying, what's that, 15% away from the Shock? Not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, but I think the Shock also recognized, too, that you can have point for a little while. We'll just beat you in a team fight and then take it back. It does help out the Justice slightly to know that they have these ultimates coming online, and if they're able to take one more eco push here, that could set them up to make sure that they deny that last fight territory from the Shock. But oh my god, Proper's going first.
Yeah, he's going in. He wants to get in their faces ASAP. Just extend these fights for as long as possible. Ag was the target, and you can see all the focus just lobbed towards him. No matter how many packs you have, there's not enough burst healing in the world to save you from the Blade plus some.
It's too difficult sometimes. There's just so many different resources that you can use to make sure that the Genji is unkillable. But, you know, Shock, they still held on to the rally, which they're going to start with now.
All right, double rally. Overclock for Kilo, trying to find some heads to snipe. Decay's in the back lines. He ends up getting chased away, but an extremely late beak saves Kilo's life for the time. In fact, Vigilante ends up going down. Though we're frozen time there, but no, we are back. Kilo dead to Decay's blade. He's got a lot of value on it so far, but can Max stay alive? No, he gets focused down by Proper yet again. The San Francisco Shock target priority, we spoke about it at the very start of the map, or the start of the match even. and it's still as good as ever. OT ticks through, no one can touch. Oh, just opener, but he gets meleeed. This Decay to touch next, he gets booped up, but it's just one after the other. Even a rampage to the back. I mean, yeah, it's as good as done. First stage for the Shock taken. They want that reverse sweep, and they want it now.
I think they might get it. If they keep playing the rest of Oasis the way that they just played University, San Francisco Shock may just deny Washington Justice again, winning a series against them. We're going to head over to City Center, and it's all going to come down to whether Washington Justice can take control of this point first. But the way that the Shock are playing, they're playing way more proactively now than what we saw them play in these first 2 maps of this series. What is Proper doing? I didn't know you could do that.
He's just hanging out.
He looks like a spider.
There's a weird little lip on the top of the door. He does look like a spider.
I have a problem with that. I don't like spiders.
Will Genji ever get a spider skin? That is the question. New Halloween skin, maybe. New skin idea. You can take that one for free, Blizzard, if you wanna use that in the game.
No.
Although, yeah, I guess for people with arachnophobia, it wouldn't be so great.
No thanks.
All right, high ground contest from the Shock, and oh my word, yeah, they're not expecting that one. Unfortunate. Wonder where Hab or Kilo was. It looked like he was on the low ground. And you can shoot from afar there, but it's a little bit. I feel like when you go to the high ground, the disrupt shot does a lot of work, and you saw Happy jump up, use a disrupt shot on the ground, a lot of area denial, and the Justice end up capping.
Yeah, now they're going to play that aggressive game that we've seen them go for in these previous maps as well, but is it going to pay off here? They cannot overextend, or Proper may just be able to get into the back line.
Oh, Fenz ends up going down first yet again. Look at how aggressive Decay is being. A little bit too aggressive, maybe. 1 reset, 2. Proper dashing through them all. Happy's so low. Proper with a 3K. Make that a 4, maybe? No, the cards will take that one from him. Proper almost ghost dashing through them. San Francisco Shock win that fight. Cap the point.
I warned you. I just want to put that up there. I mean, Proper just sometimes taking these flanks. It didn't work out when we were seeing it happen on Nepal, but I feel like he's finally gotten the timing of it right to make sure that he's in a position to be able to just go after the backline when San Francisco Shock are keeping the rest of the front line of the Justice busy. And so Shock now, they've got the high ground control, they've got a beat, got a lot of tools for success.
Oh. Another brute force, this time it's Vigilante. Blade from Proper. He gets the kill onto Mag, backs up round the corner, didn't want to get insta-deleted. His work here is done. Finding 1 kill with a Blade, especially in this meta, feels very good. Something that you should really be aiming for, I suppose. Shock have that beat to rely on for the next fight, and they can stall out long enough for Finn to get a rally. Justice coming up on both support ultimates for themselves. For the Shock in a good spot, 50% and building.
Yeah, this is definitely a good place for the Shock to be in. You can see the Justice are trying to get this point back in their control, but Vigilante and Opener, they cannot layer these right next to each other.
Oh, Scanny's healing. Yeah, he's good. Got the pack just in time. There's the commanding shout. Kilo's in his sights, trying to get a damage down, but a late commanding shout from the San Francisco Shock's going to be good, but not good enough. Proper with the deflect, almost kills Happy with his own railgun, but a nice wicked slide ends up finishing him off. Shock still 74% and a beat to hold on to.
Yeah, but you still have the rally from the Justice as well, and so while they also have other tools to rely on, like the Rampage and the Dragon Blade, Shock, they, you know, as long as they can maybe withstand that, they might be able to get their own overclock online.
Ooh, that was a disgusting Rampage.
Gross.
Luckily, Violet had the beat, but now a Rampage from Kaluj hits it straight to the back. But look at this damage from Decay. Anti, no problem, still kills 2, all the way up to the spawn for the Justice. They want to get these forward holds. I really like the game that they're playing right now. This is the tempo that they need to set, and they need to keep it theirs.
They can. I mean, this is the position that you think you want to see the Justice in. If they're able to force out the overclock from Kilo, and then they have the speed boost online from Opener to just back them up, then you're fighting in the neutral, and Washington Justice could win that with a huge pop-off from Decay or Happy.
There's the overclock. Decay's on the side. A speed boost in from the Washington Justice, and Finn takes a meat shot to the head from Mag. 90% of building for the Justice. Proper dead. Vigilante may have fallen, but there's little to no heals from the San Francisco Shock either. Mag in the Gulag 1v1 deathmatch versus Mag. A little bit unfair though, as the rest of the Justice are around him, helping him finish off that kill. And the Justice take us to round number 3 in map number 5. We're going the full distance.
Oh my gosh. It's if I had a nickel for every time we went to a 5-map series between Washington Justice and San Francisco Shock, I'd have 2. It's just weird it's happened twice, okay? Like, this is absolutely nuts.
Feels good.
Oh my gosh. Wow, and I mean, you can see both teams hovering over the Symmetra as well. They've both recognized how important it can be sometimes to be able to get to the point first. And especially on a map like Gardens, you want to have the high ground, you want to have that point control, and then you get to kind of spray into the open and get that poke. A little bit of a faster switch though from Kilo, but Happy might make it there first.
Oh, Opener being a little bit cheeky. Got to be careful as the Shock now. You don't want to get booped off the map. It's almost impossible for Kaluj really to go up to the high ground. You're going to have to wait for a double speed up. And in fact, it's Justice who are going to try and lead this dance on the low ground as most of them jump down.
Opener
they find the first cap again. Yeah, no, Kaluj going in, commanding shout in, but Vigilante's already dead. Opener not quite there to boot people away from him, but Mag is cleaning up both Finn, Kilo and Kaluj. Dead at Mag's hands. Cap for Justice. There's the Shock. They didn't get to that point first, or that high ground first, and they end up giving up a lot of ground.
No, I mean, the fact that you just saw Washington Justice do such a fast rollout with the Symmetra. I mean, Shock did it too, but just Justice did it better. Decay also almost has a Dragon Blade after the first fight. This is massive if the Washington Justice can snowball this. Decay has been getting some big blade pop-offs. Can he continue to do so?
He's only 20% away. Finn and Violet are super far away from their support ultimates. Kaluj is caught out. Yeah. Oh, dearie me. Happy does end up going down. Genji's doing work. Proper finds yet another dash reset onto Decay. He's determined to put a Shock on the point, and he's going to do so.
This is not the first time that we've seen Kaluj go down first, but then the Shock able to just clutch it out anyway. And usually when you lose your Junker Queen, it can be a little dicey because you don't have these other cooldowns available to really help you get that damage in and confirm those picks. But now it's Dragon Blade versus Dragon Blade here as the Justice come back to contest.
Mag trying to go for a point-blank knife, didn't end up landing, but it's okay. There's the blade, however the beat from the Justice built up super early on in this fight, but it's Proper still trying to go for it. Vigilante more than healthy and more than happy to take that 1v1. Rally from Finn, matched by Vigilante. If Violet can stall out the speed long enough, they might be in a good position to win this fight, but Decay is still holding on to that blade. Violet's used the beat and Kaluj is still pretty low. He didn't receive that overhealth. The Washington Justice in a good spot as Decay holds on to that blade for long enough as the San Francisco Shock use both of their support ultimates in that fight and still end up going down.
Oh my gosh, such good value for the Justice, and now you've taken back control. You're going to outpace the percentage that the Shock have captured, and you still have the Dragon Blade. Mag also with a Rampage, and these Rampages have been huge for this tank player. This could just be, you know, just cycle through. Dragon Blade, if you need it, maybe the Rampage? I don't know.
I think Rampage up. It hits 3. He didn't get booped, but Proper Collusion Violet in trouble. And now the hunt begins. Washington Justice smell the blood in the water as they charge towards Violet and the spawn of the San Francisco Shock. 70% for the Justice, and Decay unrelenting in his pursuit to hold on to the blade. 75%.
But it's perfect.
The Shock are almost in one-fight territory now.
They are.
They're going to go early.
Are.
Look at this.
Oh my gosh. The Dragon Blade could just stop them here. What did the Shock have to answer this?
Decay spots the backline, pulls the blade. Everybody from the Shock a little bit caught unawares. Decay's going pretty low. He needs the help for the rest of his team, but Kilo manages to back off in time and get the body shot in the back. Kilo ends up finding Happy off the back of it. It was a good plan from the Justice, but San Francisco Shock had the perfect response. 99% OT for the Justice as the Shock keep themselves in the series.
Bit of a miscommunication there from the Justice. Decay was ready to go with the Blade, but no follow-up from the Justice to be able to back him up. This has bought some time for the Shock to get ultimates of their own online, and we are in last fight territory. This could be it, Jaws. Justice are rushing back to the point to make sure that they've got maybe a second chance here, as ultimates are getting raced to get online.
8%, they want to just stall this out for as long. Whoa, Violet went to 1 HP. Not sure who had it, potentially happy. They lost Violet there, that would have been maybe the series over. Last fight, that's all they want. Rampage setting up for Kaluj. There's the commanding shout, there's the rally. It hits 4, but the beat from Opener is good. Hits every single member of the Justice as the rally from Finn comes out to try and save the rest of the Shock. Proper's not quite so lucky, and now Happy's on the high ground with the overclock. Decay ends up full, so they've lost both Genjis, but now it's up to Happy. He needs to come up big. San Francisco Shock with the beat, and now overtime is here. The Justice need to clutch up, but Kilo's not letting them do it. There's 3 members of the Shock huddling back into the choke point, and now the focus, the target focus from the Shock as they deny Justice. The reverse sweep is the Shock's. History always manages to repeat itself as Shock find the reverse sweep over the Justice.
The clutch factor of the San Francisco Shock really came into play here today. Whether it is proper, sometimes stealing the spotlight, this one falls to Kilo. Jaws, this was such a fun match between these two teams, and I know that it doesn't feel good as the Justice to get their spoiled match once again, but boy, do the Shock come up clutch when it counts.
Like time and time again, how do they keep getting away with this? They're going to continue their regular season spree. They're 13-0 right now in regular season. The Washington Justice came so close. This is the second time they've gone to a map 5 in a reverse sweep potential, and they have been beaten at the very last second. I mean, the San Francisco Shock, what more do you need to say?
It's just so impressive as well, because when you look statistically across the board, teams that lose somebody first tend to just lose the team fights outright. And despite San Francisco Shock losing somebody in that final fight early, they still managed to clutch it out. That's just speaks volumes not only to the individual prowess of each of the players on the team, but also how well they communicate as a whole to make sure that they are able to shore up some of those weaknesses when they do come through.
Yeah, that is insane. Like, losing someone first and then flipping it around, Shock special, apparently. They're looking good so far. And who's looking the best right now on the Shock? Who's getting player of the match? Well, it's going to be Kilo for this series. Kilo's Sojourn really putting it to Happy. They had a fairly even game up until this the last crucial team fight in the last crucial, like, round 3, map number 5. But Kilo, what feels like a mainstay in this current meta, being able to play both the Sojourn and the Ashe. San Francisco Shock can't get it done without him.
No, I mean, this is definitely like Kilo doing some heavy lifting here for the team, especially in those clutch moments where it counted. I feel like Oasis in that final fight is such a great example of how Kilo can just make these big hero plays that San Francisco Shock are known for. I mean, we looked at the top 10 healers leading up to this point, but if you look at also the top 10 final blows, you'll see Proper in that top 10, but Kilo is not far behind. And look at the performance that this player has been able to put on today. 53% railgun accuracy is still very, very clean for a Sojourn.
Yeah, it feels like you could give it to Proper as well, both Kilo and Proper. In fact, the entire squad of the San Francisco Shock, I think, deserved it in some respect, right?
Mm-hmm.
What a performance. What a performance. 13-0. I can't believe they have gone this undefeated in the regular season. Like, it is insane. Who will topple them?
Well, it could have been the Washington Justice, okay? We were very, very close, but that is still up for grabs here. And looking at the San Francisco Shock's lineup, maybe it has to be the Gladiators that have to play spoil to it like they did in the Mid-Season Madness tournament.
Maybe, just maybe. We'll have to wait and find out. That is still a story yet written. Right, we're going to jump to a quick break. We got the Vancouver Titans and the Toronto Defiant after this.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck. the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
It's okay. Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined now by Kilo from San Francisco Shock. Kilo, congratulations on the win. And yeah, I mean, this was a crazy match, and I do believe you guys did get the win, but it was a very, very close fight. So, you know, what were some of the problems that the San Francisco Shock had in this series, and how did you guys solve it to get the win today? 자, 일단 오늘 승리를 축하드리면서 오늘 경기 굉장히 접전이었죠. 또 제가 봤을 때는 그렇게 쉬운 경기는 아니었다고 봅니다. 키로 선수가 보셨을 때 오늘 좀 경기에서 팀에서 좀 이렇게 어떤 문제가 있었고 좀 그리고 그런 것을 좀 어떻게 하나씩 해결해 나가셨나요?
처음에는 그냥 단순적으로 그냥 하던 대로 했는데 상대팀이 좀 워낙 빠르다 보니까 근데 거기서 저희들이 포커싱 할 거에 합이 좀 잘 안 맞았고 근데 그걸 이제 3세트 가서 잘 풀어갔던 것 같아요.
All right, so at first, beginning of the series, I think we went into the match really thinking about how, we didn't think that much. We wanted to just play how we always used to play, our San Francisco Shock way. But that didn't really work out in the first half of the series, like all of you guys saw, because our enemies they had a very fast tempo. So that really affected our focusing and all of our strategies. But I think it was towards the third map where we sort of figured out their tempo and we sort of countered it, and that's how we got the win. All right, and also my next question for you, Kilo, it's a bit of a fun one. I want to get your thoughts on the meta. Like, what do you think about the current meta that we're in right now? 자, 두 번째 질문은 킬로 선수가 보셨을 때 지금 현 메타에 대한 좀 생각을 듣고 싶습니다. 좀 어떠신 것 같나요, 지금?
이번 메타는 개인적인 생각이지만 이게 빠르면 빠르고 느리면 느렸지 중간이 없는 것 같아요. 템포가 딱 그 느낌.
Okay. So, this is my personal take or my personal thought. I believe that this current meta there's no middle ground. If it's fast, then it's very, very fast, and if it's slow, then it becomes super, super slow. You did say that if it's slow, it's super slow. Is that what we saw on Colosseo when the beginning of Colosseo where we saw you guys just for like 3 minutes didn't do anything? 방금 되게 좀 느릴 땐 느린다고 하셨는데 이제 그게 저희가 오늘 봤던 콜로세오에서 그 3분간 대치 상황을 했던 게 그런 게 좀 이제 좀 느리다 좀 그런 건가요?
이제 그런 것도 포함이고 이제 약간 이제 받아치는 느낌 그걸 말한 거였어.
Alright. Kilo says that yes, of course, that's also a factor, but also he was saying more like how teams have to react to the enemy teams when they come in and when you have to fight them back as well. I guess he was talking about the tempo. All right, Kilo, that is it for the questions. Thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치겠고요. 오늘 승리 너무 축하드립니다. 감사합니다. 바이바이.
감사합니다. Thank you, guys.
Kilo's the best. He's just so happy. There you have it. The San Francisco Shock, they reverse sweep Washington Justice.
Why? Dude, Johnny's been just giggling the whole, the past 4 minutes. I don't know what's going on.
I'm a bit delirious. What's going on? How are you guys?
We gotta laugh. Otherwise, we're gonna cry. I was sitting through that entire match like, dude, the Justice, they worked it out.
They look good.
They look good. Mag on that Junker Queen. Oh, it was nice. It was spicy. The Justice, the way that they were moving around the maps, the way that they were taking fights, their tempo, it was all so good. And then it just slowly started to slip away from them. As you just said, Kilo, it felt like they took a more reactive tempo and they were just waiting for the Justice to do something because the Justice was so I guess they weren't hyper aggressive, but they were always moving to take the fights in the best position. I remember you actually saying this, Johnny, during the match, where you were like, it felt like they understood how to manipulate the Shock where they wanted them to be. And it felt like the Shock sort of started to work that out and started to counter it. But also the Justice just making some weird decisions in some of these fights, and I'll get to the last one when we get there, but it happened on Circle Royale as well when they decided to go touch the spawn on the last fight. It's like, I understand the idea of if you are negating them from getting to the point, getting to the objective, it gives you the advantage because you're once again setting the tempo, but it costs them multiple times, and it really bit them in the butt on that last fight on Oasis. The idea was good. You have that Decay Dragon Blade, they do not have a defensive ult to answer it, but they're just going too fast sometimes. And Decay went too aggressive, goes to touch the spawn challenge, gets punished for it, and it falls away from them. So I think almost getting a little too antsy. In the critical moments, Washington Justice getting a little too antsy to win this match, and it ends up costing them another reverse sweep by the Shock.
Yeah, it's pretty much the polar opposite, but it's a mistake that is sort of similar to a C9. Yeah. That in a C9 you step off the objective, and it's like a mistake, trying to juggle, the team positioning and stuff like that. And similarly, pushing up too far. and maybe trying to find an advantage in abandoning the point, but then it turns against you. I don't know where I'm going with this.
I agree. It's
like a positional fight approach mistake, and we've seen several teams do this. Like yesterday, we had Dallas Fuel who did it a couple of times.
Exact same thing.
Now we have the Washington Justice. So it's in that same vein that teams are trying to optimize and play the game optimally and really push themselves to the limits. But when it goes wrong, it just looks ridiculous, like right here.
Isn't the risk too high? Is the reward that big for you to take this really big chance? Because if you lose, then you just lose right away.
In that moment, I don't think that Washington had to do that. And we were watching them getting ready, and we're like, well, it's good because they get to pounce on the opponent. But it was obvious. It was obvious when DK pushed it too far with the Genji and got too deep.
It's nice to have that sort of catch them off guard, right? The idea was really good where they were all hiding behind that corner. They had the Lucio sort of waiting, calling when they wanted to go. But the issue that happens, especially for DK in that moment, is he has no idea when he turns that corner what he's going to look at. And same for the rest of his team. So instead of setting up a fight and being able to choose your moment to go, they're sort of just 100% committing, and what happens, DK just isn't on the same page as everyone. He goes way too deep and he gets punished for it. So there is merit to playing that aggressive style, but they had the advantage anyway. They had that blade. They did not have an answer for it on the San Francisco Shock. Just maybe, as I said, just getting a little too antsy and taking risks that don't need to be taken.
So the San Francisco Shock, they improved to a 13-0 record. Big sigh of relief. Of course, they continue their regular season win streak. They're aiming for that 19, which would mean they would tie up the Vancouver Titans from 2019. For the Washington Justice, though, they get reverse swept, lose 2 and 3. If we're speaking objectively, can we extract some good things to say about the Justice here, or do we just not want to?
I'll say something nice about the Justice. They looked really good, and I don't expect the meta to change. If they can just don't get boomed by this result, just accept that you lost to the Shock. Everyone expected. Don't play Sombra. Don't play Sombra. Don't change anything up. They were the better team in this match. In my opinion, they were the better team. They just made too many mistakes. Keep playing like that. They are playing worse opponents. We looked at their schedule earlier in the day.
And I really liked Mag's Junker Queen.
It was very good.
Mag's Junker Queen was really good.
Yeah,
you're right, Danny. Well then, that wraps up the Washington Justice against the San Francisco Shock. And now, it's time for the long-awaited, the revered, the world-famous Syrup Skirmish.
Syrup Skirmish?
Against the Vancouver Titans in our final matchup here, day 2 of the Summer Showdown Qualifiers. I'm looking forward to this one. It's going to be a battle for the ages. Yeah, what are you?
Was that why you were laughing the whole time?
No.
For 4 minutes.
Johnny was chuckling to himself before this
skirmish.
No. Toronto versus Vancouver Titans. The Vancouver Titans. The rumor is that they are really good in scrims. Do we buy into the rumors? Do you want to believe here, Costa? Or do you just no? I'm not dismissing it.
The same people said Washington Justice was also really good, and that actually was true.
Yeah.
So, there is merit there. Also, we have seen pretty much everything we thought we knew get flipped on its head this weekend. A new meta, especially such a drastic change like the Junker Queen one we have right now, anything can happen. Theoretically, the Vancouver Titans do have the players to play this, so I could absolutely see them taking it to the Toronto Defiant today.
Yeah, for you, Danny, you mentioned yesterday that you believe Toronto Defiant would be one of the better teams actually in this meta.
Oh, they better be.
They better be.
You guys better be good. You guys better be good, huh?
You're expecting a dub in this matchup?
I think there is a chance. I mean, like Costa said, this is really early in the stage, so anything could happen. And if the Scrimbucks are right, then yes, Vancouver might play it really close, but I do believe Toronto is going to be the winner for this match.
Give me a player to look out for, Danny. Give me one player spotlights. Hotba?
Let's go with Hotba.
Okay, well, what if Hotba doesn't play? Give me another one.
Muse? It's either that one or this one.
I think they're guaranteed to play, so there we go. We'll be keeping an eye on the Toronto Defiant tag matchup. Thank you, Danny. Yeah, I appreciate it. Once more, we'll be throwing it over to your casters. It's going to be Jaws and Necra. Back to it.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, Titans versus Defiant. I think Danny's got hit the nail on the head just looking at the Toronto Defiant tank line. Who's going to play today? We'll see. I can cheat. I know who's on the screen right now. So we'll let that reveal itself in just a moment. But this is quite an exciting game, Rose, because Titans right now, they are sitting on 0 wins. So they do need to find something. But what's quite exciting about this is that they've actually added a new player to their roster. Unfortunately, they let go of Shockwave, which was a shock to a lot of people, I think. That wasn't supposed to be a pun, but like it was a shock to a lot of people. But they brought in King, another rookie, potential superstar from North American Contenders.
I think so. I mean, King has definitely run the gambit there of the kind of contender scene, and now that he's newly aged up and available to be picked up for the Overwatch League, it makes a lot of sense that King would come into this roster to play projectile DPS. So I'm kind of expecting to see the Genji for sure if we're going to see that Junker Queen composition, but also the Echo. That is a hero that King could pull out of his back pocket.
Well, it's going to be Aspire and King in the DPS slots today, and would you look at that? The man of many talents in the tank role in Mirror. So, okay, they've opted to have False step away from this one. So I feel like with Vancouver Titans, Mirror's either going to be in for like the Doomfist or the Junker Queen. He's pretty good on those like super aggressive tanks, and maybe Junker Queen fits right into his wheelhouse. Masa and Aztec to round out the day. Now, Aztec and Masa, again, we're looking at another team with like a very, very strong main support in Masa. Like his Lucio is something that he's known for. And Aztec's Brig, you know, it's not too shabby. They are going up against Chorong and Twilight, which is, I wouldn't say the biggest mountain to climb, because I would say Masa's Lucio is one of the best that we do have, and especially his time on the Rain, for example. But Chorong and Twilight are quite a mean duo when it comes to it. There you go. So it's Hot Burst starting today, although in Hisu in the DPS and Chorong and Twilight in support.
I mean, you can't count out Chorong's Lucio. That's definitely something that is so good, and I could totally see Toronto Defiant and Vancouver Titans just, you know, trying to get around each other by using these Lucio speed boosts, you know, proficiency there from both Masa and Chorong. And I think it comes down to, you know, how are these DPS going to fare against each other? Do Vancouver Titans have it all together just yet, knowing that we do have this new inclusion of King, but we also know that like the Heast can be unleashed here, Jaws. So it's a tough toss-up for me.
Yeah, it is super scary when you see Hisu in the lobby. I mean, it's kind of the same thing as Yaki, where, yeah, I guess the team isn't doing, well, Toronto Divine are doing better than NYXL currently. They are 6-6 in the overall standings right now, so literally in the middle of the pack. But Hisu could just have these godlike pop-off moments, and it could be very scary to play against. And in a meta that we've seen develop, and you have to have a strong core in the backline. Obviously, your Junk Queen has to be good at setting up these rampages. But if your DPS, your Hitscan, or your Genji can find these small little openings and combo with your Junk Queen, or even your Lucio getting escorted round to the enemy backline and picking them off, you don't really have a leg to stand on. One pick is normally a death sentence for a lot of these teams. Well, unless you're San Francisco Shock, which is the opposite. If you get picked on the San Francisco Shock in a 4v5, you're probably going to win. But not all team is like the Shock, okay?
Yeah, I think that we can put the Shock in a league of their own right now, given that they are at a record of 13-0. But yeah, you can see that there is some history between these two teams, but they have not played against each other in this season of the Overwatch League yet. So we finally get that Canadian clash. And I don't know, it draws it with how these matches have been going so early. I definitely see this as a toss-up. I think Vancouver Titans could win. They have been looking better and better as each stage has progressed. And Toronto Defiant, though, too, like they had a great stage last stage, and I think that they can continue to ride some of that momentum heading into stage 3. But it's all about how these Junker Queens do, and we can see one change right off the bat there, and the DPS lineup. There's the Mei coming in for King.
Oh yeah, King and Masa already going pretty low though. Yeah, his Icicle's been quite deadly to low targets, but King, his first match and his first death in the league. Welcome, welcome. At the hands of Hisu, no less. The Vancouver Titans pushed all the way back. Masa escaping with his life, quite luckily.
You will see the Toronto Defiant cap the first point, and we also get to talk a little bit about the Ashe and how that kind of interplays against the Sojourn. You can see the Dynamites are going to help just bully the Titans away.
Yeah, Mei very classic on this map. just to lock down things like this. Big axe swing from Mirror. That knife was pretty gigantic too. Hit a few people with that. A lot of additional healing when you do end up getting the adrenaline rush. Much harder for a team to focus you down when you got heals pumped into you, plus your passive going off, and just like that, Titans find a very quick flip.
Yeah, you could even see that, like, when we actually saw Mirror take some dynamite damage from Hisu, I don't think I saw the health bar move. Like, you had the adrenaline rush healing kind of helping to balance that out with the wounds. But now Toronto Defiant, they've got to go again. It's the rally, though, from the Vancouver Titans that is going to be the first one to get built up here, unless Twilight can manage to match that pace. Getting closer.
Yeah, Aztec is 88. Twilight 85. Oh, dearie me. King's first kill, obviously. There you go. Not bad at all, especially a headshot onto Chorong. That's almost the perfect pick, but King and Aztec end up going down. Bob on the point to play a little bit of a doorkeeper. Aspire's aim looking as clean as always, but a little bit unlucky for the rest of his squad, who ended up just trying to force their way onto the point, and they pushed very aggressively in, just leaving kind of Aspire behind to get poke shots. And I guess they were hoping to push the Toronto Defiant around the corner so Aspire could have 3 shots, which he did for a short while, but they were not expecting that Hisu Bob would just put a spanner in the works.
No, I mean, that's another nice advantage to having the Ashe over the Sojourn, is that the Bob does provide you with a more point presence, and then also you have the ability to kind of push the enemy team into where you want them to be for the fight.
Oh, what a wicked shot! Chorong, he didn't know where his head went. Nice little overclock there from Aspire. Both rallies going off, but before that overhealth can build up, they're already cut down. The Toronto Defiant will let go of the point once again as the Vancouver Titans have Blizzard, they have Beat, they have Rampage coming up, 63% of building. This is turning out to be quite a scrappy one so far.
Absolutely. I mean, you've got the Genji blade on the side of the Toronto Defiant, and you do have the sound barrier as a response to, you know, if you do end up getting caught in the blizzard. But I am looking at Chorong there to really maneuver the Defiant around some of these bigger ultimates from the Titans, the blizzard and the Rampage. They've got to get past this point, though.
All right, King. See what you got. Your blizzard could be massive. Maybe bait Toronto Defiant in. They have beat, which is going to be a bit of an issue. I wonder how the Toronto Defiant are going to handle this one. It looks like they're going to be an aggressor in this fight. The blade comes out from, although Chorong's beat infinitely too late. That beat from the Titans was there to match it, and the overtime ticks down, and King's Blizzard seals the deal on round number 1.
Oh, did you see that too? Aldo actually went over to the hut on the side to wait to be able to get the overtime touch, but then that wall coming in from King just denied that ability to make it there in time. So a very clean round number 1 here for the Titans. And now we get to go over to Sanctum and see it all over again. But King's probably not going to play the Mei this time. I'm more confident in this Genji choice for Sanctum.
Yeah, makes a little bit more sense. Oh, okay, Aspire POV. Never going to say no. Oh my god!
So nasty.
Always feel nice. It's like ASMR getting headshots.
It is such,
especially as Sojourn.
Yeah, such a satisfying sound. But I do like that, but I also like that we get a chance to see, you know, a bit more of kind of the mirrored compositions coming through. Just again, the Ashe versus the Sojourn here. Hisu already with a nice bit of damage from the Dynamites.
Yeah, everybody's so grouped up, so Dynamite does a fair bit. Oh, Master 20 HP. Amps it up, gets the commanding shout. Now a big boop away. Got to help somebody. Oh, Hisu's off the map. Not sure what happened, but he's dead. Not great. They trade DPSs though, as Twilight marches forward with the rest of the team as they isolate and kill Aspire. Master with no boop to be had, and resets for Although. What will happen to Hisu then? Maybe a little bit of a slip up? Not sure, but they still end up winning the fight, so that's all that matters.
Tactical strategy of just falling off into the ledge. No, I'm just joking. He ended up actually coach gunning himself off into the abyss.
Away from King, but into the pit. I mean, he was 1 HP, probably would have died anyway, but...
I at least denied the ult charge, so that's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So. Go game.
Take those. Small advantages, that's what Overwatch is about, especially an ult charge. Although, huge dash. Speaking of ult charge, he's 90% toward that blade already. King lagging behind ever so slightly, but he is chunking away at the health bars of the Toronto Defiant on the sidelines. But now with that, although he gets one more dash and earns himself a blade, the Vancouver Titans, they're trapped in a corner. Although he's not going to let you escape. Aspire does end his life, but the rest of the Defiant here to clean up.
Titans, though, they haven't had a chance to use any of their ultimates yet, but the fact that the Defiant were able to win that fight with just the blade alone does still leave them with 4 ultimates to be able to deal with the slate that Titans are coming up with. Double support ultimates for both sides. You've got the Bob as well, so, you know, if you see the Titans go in one direction, you can use the Bob to funnel them in somewhere else. Oh my gosh. Unless King just goes down now.
All right, charge in. There's the Bob. Blade gets unleashed, but double beats Vancouver Titans and Toronto Defiant. They're healthy. Someone died. It was hashtag double Bob kill. Thank you very much, Hisu. All right. Toronto Defiant now 75%. The Titans, well, they used that B in that fight, but they still have that Rampage. And the way the Toronto Defiant are playing right now, all the way up in their spawn, mind you, they might make some good use of it. Now, they have the rally to come back in, but someone's going to need to touch. There's only 10% before Defiant tie up these rounds.
Yeah, Masa might have to make a quick dash over there with a wall ride or something, but look at who's stopping him at the door.
There's the rally. Good luck killing anybody, and good luck getting to the point. That was a really nice early push there from Toronto Defiant. Hopper just lining them up and knocking them down like they're Skittles in a bowling alley. I mean, that map, I feel, or that specific point in the map, that little mega health pack room, is actually perfect for Junker Queen to use the ult, because everybody has to funnel through anyway, but so you go from one end to the other, in one door, out the other door, and then you're safe. Like, it's kind of insane.
Still, Skittles on a bowling alley? Is that what you just said?
Skittles, yes. Skittles. Aren't they? They're called pins, but aren't they called Skittles too? Or am I thinking something else? No, I'm obviously not thinking about the sweet, but or the candy for the American viewers.
Well, that's too bad. I was imagining Skittles on a bowling, like actual candy on a bowling alley, but that's fine. Sorry, I just got so caught up on that because I was like, I don't know what you mean.
Oh,
but...
I'm pretty. Oh no, you know what Skittles are? I think Skittles is like miniature bowling. I don't know what I was saying, but I meant pins in a bowling alley. I don't know what Skittles came to mind.
They do line themselves up that way to be knocked down. That is very true. As Toronto Defiant set themselves up to knock down another team of the Titans.
Aspire in a really nice position. Unfortunately, Miro not quite so lucky. Nice little team wipe. Ooh, goodbye, Aspire. Oh, Choron doing a fair bit of damage in that fight, I would say. Getting a couple little final blows.
Yeah, I think that like Chorong just plays a very aggressive Lucio sometimes, and I think that pairs very well with Hoppa's aggressive style of tank play. I mean, the Junker Queen does seem like it's a nice fit for the Toronto Defiant, and they definitely have all the pieces there. The Titans can, you know, keep themselves in this game, but the fact that Toronto Defiant, they went 100-0 in that last round, and Hisu just getting another reset here.
Yeah, this is what we spoke about with Hisu at the top of the game. He can just have some like freakish performances on the hit scan. He's always somebody to be feared in the server. He had himself a Bob in that fight, and the initial dynamite damage too was enough for the Titans not to go in. Then it delayed them long. Okay, well. Okay, well.
I love how we highlight Hisu and then he goes down to a big click here from Aspire, but point still stands absolutely that I think also Hisu being on the Ashe, it provides so much consistent damage to the team.
Ooh, wow. Aspire quite easily dispatching with the DPS of the Toronto Defiant. Toronto Defiant still want to fight this though. He's just coming back with the Bob, can just launch it onto the point as Twilight keeps their team healthy with that rally. The overhealth is now fading away for the Toronto Defiant as the Vancouver Titans use one of their own as now the stalemate begins. Don't worry, it's not another 2 minutes and 40 seconds of no kills as all the support ultimates have been used, and although it's pulled the blade, oh, Masa. Almost Ajax, but no, luckily got that off before the blade hit him. Aspire with 2 nasty shots. Can he make it a third? Looking Hisu's way, but has to deal with a brig right in front of him. A little flick, no, but the disruptor shot's enough. The Vancouver Titans wipe the Defiants and claim the point.
really big fight for them as well, because they still have the Blade and they still have the Rampage. And if Toronto Defiant don't get this sound barrier timed correctly, then that could be another great fight win here for the Titans, and they definitely need those, knowing that Toronto Defiant are in that one fight territory if they take back control.
American Liner trying to define up with his Rampage. Another pretty easy Rampage spot, I feel like. It's so enclosed.
Down those stairs.
As the Blade, nice little boo from Twilight. Chong's going to use that beat, pushing King all the way back to the rest of his team. Good trade, though. You always want to trade that Blade for the beat or another support ultimate. A massive Rampage from Mirror. Can the Vancouver Titans finish this up? They are all pretty low, but Chorong and Twilight are keeping the rest of the team alive. Although he's dead, but they still have Hisu, who is a majority of their damage. He takes down Mirror, but the Vancouver Titans are still coming out on top. There's Hisu's life put to an end, and with 60% on the board, Titans looking good for this next one with Rally and Beat coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's just so much sustain, and you know you're going to have to deal with Hisu's Bob sooner or later, and that's definitely going to be coming up as well. It's going to be about timing once again, though, Jaws. Who's going to rally first? Who's going to rally next? Aztec's going to get it online before Twilight, but does that mean it's going to be used first?
Double support's coming online for, Hisu again, man. It's either Hisu or Spyro starting these fights off with headshots. There's the Bob, there's the damage. Rally from Twilight, and in fact, Rally from Aztec. Yep, that went a little bit amiss. Masters, I guess, at least got beat for this last fight, but you know what Toronto Defiant going to do? Of course, they're going to play all the way up. They've got a little bit of overhealth, but that will fade away in just a moment, and there's no support ultimates here. So Toronto Defiant, the Vancouver Titans are going to have another time to engage.
Yeah, they need that sound barrier, though, and they need to be able to get to this point.
Oh, Hisu's already dead. Again, a Spy starts off the fight with the headshots. The beat from the Vancouver Titans, but Mirror doesn't receive any of that overhealth. He is pretty low and needs a desperate pocket. He doesn't quite get it as Twilight ends up killing him. Aspire now with the overclock has to end this fight before Hisu can get back in time. Hisu switching over to the Symmetra? Okay, it might not even be needed. I don't think it will be. The beat from Chorong. It was late, and it's going to end this round and end the map. The Toronto Defiant, one map up over the Titans.
What a good showing from the Vancouver Titans, though. You know, this definitely looks like it's going to be a great series between these two teams. And the Titans' pieces are fitting together pretty seamlessly, it feels like. But the Defiant just once again kind of continuing the momentum and the synergy that they've developed as a team. And yeah, they'll start up 1-0 in the series.
Feeling pretty good, and having a close series against a team that's quite literally middle of the pack right now, 6-6. It's got to be a bit of a confidence booster to King. He didn't have any like crazy wild pop-off moments, but he looked pretty good on the May. That is for sure. We'll see if that continues. We're going on to the next map just after this. Alright, welcome back. I did do a little bit of research on Skittles to make sure I wasn't going crazy. And it was a game played in Great Britain and only Great Britain, so that's why you didn't instantly get it, because I was like, wow, no wait, am I the insane one? But apparently it's been played for centuries, around like over 500 years, in like various clubs and stuff like that in Western England, the Midlands, Southern Wales, and Southeastern Scotland. So there you go. Skittles the game. It's like a miniature form of bowling. Like there you go. There's some history lore. Here's some Skittles lore. But yeah, I was convinced I was going crazy. I've been saying this wrong the whole time.
I just had a very funny image in my head of like the candy like skirting across like a bowling lane or something, like curling almost. Like that's what I had in my mind. Like, so woo. I had to ask the question. But
hey, that could be fun too.
Hey, look at that. Guess where we're going? We're going to the new map that we have shown off in a few series before, but Paraíso.
Yeah, I can't. It's a fun map. I think when I initially played it, it's a tough map to assault, I must say. That was my first impressions when I jumped on it.
Definitely.
With these kind of fast comms and how quickly they can rotate, it kind of you can kind of get around that small little bridge, but it's just kind of timing your cooldowns, timing your speed boost, timing the commanding shout to either get under the team and straight to the point, or under the little bridge and then around to the back. Like, it's definitely a tough map to attack, I will say. And I remember watching a couple of the Contenders games as well, and I saw one of the teams play the Sigma on the defense, because they have that high ground that like encapsulates the point. We're not going to see that here. I think most teams are more than happy just to stick on the Junker Queen, but it might be a small evolution we see later down the line.
I think so. We have definitely seen that adaptation in Stage 2, where Sigma does get played a little bit more often on the defense. We see that on Midtown a lot, and then maybe see something a bit more aggressive, like a Winston or so, and on the attack. But yeah, we're going to see that Widowmaker just for a quick scope and a potential pick. But the reason why this first point is so tough, I feel like, is because you have something like a Sojourn or an Ashe that can get a quick pick. But, well, that's not good for the Defiant.
Oh, where'd he go? Where'd Twilight go? Oh my god! The camera wasn't even on it. It was like, okay, a little bit of a slow start, and then the whole of the Vancouver Titans just hit that go button. Commanding shout, plus the amp to speed people through. Oh, Hisu, you're not in a good spot. Nice coach gun, though. Can he escape? No, he cannot. Master chases him down. Good, quick offense here for the Titans. Toronto Defiant still have an opportunity to come back as Twilight is on the point, but he is alone. Yeah, and gets killed off.
Oh, you saw the Disruptor shot as well, just kind of splitting up the rest of the team. This is going to be a quick take here for the Vancouver Titans. So fast. They were able to just get Aldo kind of out of the game. Oh, Hoppa? Is Hoppa? No. It's like Hoppa surely does not get away with 1 HP.
No, he's good. That's a very fast thing. 5 minutes. Wow. Very,
so much
very
time.
Quick. And now it's just like a battle, like jostling around this high ground. Most teams right now are just holding here. It's been good to see teams adapt to our new heroes, but when new maps get put into the game and having teams like show different flavors of that as we go into either the the qualifiers or the tournaments is really interesting. So I'm super excited to see how this kind of evolves. This high ground here is so oppressive though. Hisu has such a long sight line to throw dynamites just like this over the payload and try and pop people's heads. Speaking about popping people's heads.
So does Aspire.
Yeah, so Aspire popping Hopper's head like a watermelon. There you go.
Yeah, I was like, Hisu might have that, but Aspire seems to.
I guess watermelons don't really pop. Maybe a balloon was better.
I think they can pop. Have you seen that rubber band trick?
Oh,
no, you put like all the rubber bands and then it just like bursts open. There you go.
Yeah.
A watermelon.
That's a horrible. That's a horrible thought about comparing that to someone's head, but I mean, you know, vaporize, whatever you want to call it. All right, let's see how Toronto Defiant end up defending this point now, because the Vancouver Titans, look at the ultimates they got online. Almost 4 coming up right now. Aspire's got Overclock, he's going to unleash it, although trying to dash the front line ends up getting insta headshot. Toronto Defiant have got Bob coming up in a couple of seconds, but Aspire just going to town right now. Mirror takes care of Twilight, and now Toronto Defiant don't have supports. The Bob might be there, but he's pushed off. And the Toronto Defiant taking point B with ease. Big grin on the face of Aspire right now.
He deserves it. Like, please, like, you should be happy with that performance. Vancouver Titans, I don't even think they needed the rally there. Aztec just layered that on top just in case. And also, I kind of like that now you don't have the option of layering both support ultimates at the same time. But honestly, Titans might just be able to make this work with a clean run. Josh, they have like 4 minutes and 40 seconds right now. Toronto Defiant haven't won a single team fight yet.
Well, they got ults. That's what's important. Although they got to contend with the Blade, the Beat, and the Rampage from the Titans. They're moving this payload at quite a speed. You can jostle in between those doors to try and keep it contested. The Blade comes out. There's the Beat from both sides. Now target focus begins. Rampage hits 5 on the Vancouver Titans side, though. Can Toronto Defiant actually finish these kills up? No one's gone down. Finally, King is eliminated. But 5-man anti from Hopper will seal it. It took them a little while to finish them off, but in the end, they made it work, and they've halted the payload for the first time this map.
Okay, but oh my gosh, like the fact that Vancouver Titans held on as long as they did, everybody was like at 20% HP, and that was just kind of nuts. Vancouver Titans even had the ability to back up a little bit here, but of course the Defiant are going to play a bit more aggressively. That does give Aspire a lot of...
Oh, yeah, that's not great.
Yeah, I was going to say a lot of risk.
Fighting the spawn doors, why not? Oh, Junkweed's so low. Oh, nice reflect kill. Good meat shot there by Hopper to kill Mirror. Payload inching its way back, but it shouldn't matter all too much. The Toronto Defiant more than willing to scrap around the spawn doors. No ult, so it's literally just neutral fights right now.
But the Bob is coming up for Hisu, and so if you're going to unleash that at the spawn doors, then you're going to force the Vancouver Titans once again to go into the position where you'd rather take the fight. I mean, Hisu is getting so close.
Yeah, you're going for 6-man on the field in just a second. Bob will make his grand appearance. King dicing with death a little bit as Hisu is just firing pop shot after pop shot, just holding down the fort. Can't still move him back, so they are losing progress right now as they get spawn camped. It's up to the Toronto Defiant. When do they want to go? Well, they got to go soon as Twilight and Chorong end up going down in the same frame, it looked like there. Now Bob not doing all too much again. Hisu, unfortunately, your support's died as soon as you used the ult. Just unfortunate timing. Well, 10k DPI.
I mean, sure. The strafing, though, from Hisu did make that overclock a little lackluster. But, you know, Titans, they've got both support ultimates online. They are making their way towards that final destination. This Dragon Blade from the Defiant has to be big here.
Well, they're going to pull it. Oh, Marta Ajaxed! Oh, dear. Up in the skies, and although had him in his sights. An Ajax from Marta. The beat cancelled as the Vancouver Titans are sent back to spawn.
Oh, that feels so bad. That feels bad, but at least Aztec didn't use the rally too. I mean, Vancouver Titans went into this third point with 4 minutes and 40 seconds, and so they still have a minute 40. But, oh, geez, Defiant.
Another chunky rampage from Hopper. hit almost every single member of the Vancouver Titans, but that rally from Aztec was perfectly timed. Both Brigittas are now dead, and Hopper looking for more. He hits the knife, although finishes up, and in fact a beat for the Toronto Defiant too to keep them in. Okay,
why not?
All right, all the way up to the spawn doors. I mean, Twilight's going to come back in just a moment. Man, what an ult from Hopper there.
That was huge. I mean, some of these rampages have been absolutely massive, and I love getting a chance to see how much that influences some of these team fights. But Titans, I think Toronto Defiant have correctly identified that they are going to be coming back with a few ults, and they do not want to fall victim to that close hold, resulting in potentially a downfall and a completion of this map for the Titans. So they've got to back up and spread out a little bit.
All right, it's Mira's turn now with that rampage, but the Toronto Defiant playing on the high ground currently. Spy starts it off well. Isu dead, although kills Marsa. Although kills Marsa. And there comes the blade from King. What can he get done? He's chasing down the Lucio. He had a reset on the dash. Oh, fancy footwork from Chorong. Stops King's blade getting almost any value, as although is cleaning up. Isu comes back with a little bit of revenge onto King. And with 10 seconds to go, the Vancouver Titans not finding a place to use that rampage.
No, and they might not even get a chance to. I mean, although is going to be going up to the spawn doors.
Oh, there's Mira. Uses the ult out the spawn doors, but yep, perfectly put Rose. They're not going to have a chance, as Toronto Defiant knew they could play up to the spawn. That was an incredible beginning the round there from the Vancouver Titans. They had, what, 5 minutes going into that third phase?
It wasn't until the cart got stopped in third point that Toronto Defiant won a team fight. That was blazing fast, but unfortunately that time bank just wasn't enough.
Yeah, Toronto Defiant just with unbelievable pressure on the spawn, and that's what honestly I kind of like seeing the spawn cams. Not gonna lie, like
they're funny.
I mean, Hopper using the rampage. Like, look how large that was. It hit 4 people. It was Aztec who actually semi-saved that fight with a rally as soon as that came out. But with the rally countering the rampage, it's pretty tough because you end up building up the overhelp, and it's not instant. Oh, this is the Ajax. He hits him once.
Oh no!
And he hits him again. Oh my word! Actually, no. Chorong. Yeah, no. Chorong booped Masa. Masa was trying to get the beat up onto the high ground, or like either on that
like the upper layer, the ledge, right? Because you jump up a little bit and then you kind of decrease the latency of it by going to a higher ledge. Yeah, that boop from Chorong was massive, and then Aldo just finished it up.
Yeah, that was incredible bit of teamwork. Woo!
Oh, no.
Ooh, body shot. Not today. Spy was brave enough to stare him into the eyes with that one.
That could have been disastrous, but it wasn't. So Toronto Defiant just gonna have to go the cheeky way through. Might be tough. I mean, Aldo is going to be able to get up close and personal, but when you also have King there with a deflect of his own, it does make it a bit more difficult to get that poke damage in with the Ashe. So you're waiting for these Dynamites to have a big impact here.
Going over the top. Yeah, you might as well just throw it into the corner there. That's normally where a lot of the defenders end up holding if they're a little bit low. King with a nice kill on his like-for-like. There you go, good defense thus far. This is what you want to see from the Toronto Defiant, just all-out aggression. Because when Toronto had the tempo in their favor, it was devastating for the Titans. So, you know, play their own game. Play up to the spawn doors. Go off, King.
I was waiting for it. I was like, yeah, it has to happen at least once. King has now gone through the full initiation, right? Getting his first death, his first kill, his first pun.
His first spawn cam.
Yeah, just everything.
Hasn't had his first ult cancel yet, though. That's a rite of passage.
You're right. Wait for it. Maybe not this match, though, but wait for it. You know, Vancouver Titans, though, still, like, if they have the rally, they can just continue to play this up-close and personal game here with the Defiant. Aldo's already so low.
Yeah, look at Spy's vantage point. Oh, sitting all the way at the back. Toronto Defiant unable to really make a move. I think they're scared of what Titans have already got in their back pocket. Of course, we can see both rallies used. Okay, now just wait for the overhealth to build up a little bit, then go in. Titans gonna have to respond with another beat. Both support ultimates now out. It's up to the DPS to try and find kills. The blade from King is pretty good. He gets coach gunned, he gets the reset of Hisu, dashes back to the rest of his team to help finish the job. 1 minute and 49 seconds to go as all support ults now off the board.
I mean, that just feels so bad, though, if you're the Defiant. Because you really wish, I think, that those ultimates would have been enough to be a response to the Blade and also, of course, the support coming in from the Titans. But now it's Rampage and DPS ults. Rampage first, see what follow-up needs to happen. Toronto Defiant do have an extra DPS ult in their pocket. But is the Bob going to be enough?
Well, Bob has arrived. He's cleared out a lot of the space and has forced Titans all the way back. They don't want to fight in that small corridor, but Hisu goes down again. Dude, Aspire and Hisu are just trading these initial kills. It's really what is opening up the game, both for Titans and Defiant right now. Dragon Blade Fall, though, receives double pack and an amp of healing as Master gets chased down. He is antied from the ult from Hopper. However, Aspire and King just cleaning up on what was a good initiation from the Toronto Defiant. It's kind of thwarted by Aspire using that overclock and then King following up with a nice couple of kills. Hopper's going pretty low and is now just up to Titans to clean this one up. Maybe stagger a couple of people as they continue to hold. 30 seconds to go for Toronto now.
This is coming down to the wire. Could Titans get the full hold here? We're seeing a panic switch from the Defiant to switch Aldo over to the Pharah. You know that's desperation mode when you're going to use something that's not as meta of a pick right now. But you might need this long-range damage.
Yeah. Blade from King, his target, the Brig. He gets a reset and Choring is dead. There's no hope to touch the point now. Vancouver Titans holding Toronto on first to tie up the series.
Wow, what a phenomenal defensive hold. You can see Aspire just chuckling to himself. You've seen that smile. The whole team is smiles right now. And I think the Titans, they're just kind of feeling themselves going into this matchup. I know that first map didn't go in their favor, but it still feels like King is sliding into this lineup really, really nicely so far.
Yeah, he's looking pretty good, that's for sure. And he's going up against some big names. Hisu, Twilight, these are some OGs. All right, they tie the series up. We're going to jump to a break as we dive into map number 3. forget to pick up the Royal Knight Mercy skin before it's too late. The Mid-Season Madness Legendary skin is on sale now through August 19th. For only 200 League tokens, so you should have enough by now, if I'd hazard a guess. So yeah, you can pick that one up in-game. So yeah, go do that right now, and then come back and watch some more games. Vancouver Titans and the Toronto Defiant currently tied up. Are we going to have another Game 5? There have been so many Game 5s over the last couple of days.
I'd be pretty happy with that. I'd also be really happy if you and I don't get a C9 yet.
True.
I know it's going to happen, but like not
Very
today,
real.
Please. Not today.
I like that, but look, that's going to be impossible. There's going to be a C9 at one point or another, at least one per day at this rate, I think. Let's have a look at Aspire's stats from the last map. I mentioned it during the cast, but him and Hisu were just trading these like first bloods like over and over again in these fights, and his Sojourn has been looking good. I feel like more often than not, I'd have to actually check the stat numbers, but he's getting more first picks onto Hisu than Hisu's getting onto him. Hero damage done per 10k, not bad at all. Quite a few final blows, and a lot of them being railgun kills, mixed with the overclock, and only 3 deaths. So sitting in a nice KDA currently.
Absolutely. I mean, just 18 final blows to 3 deaths, I think is really fantastic. And on top of that, you know, Aspire also barely missed a deadlift on Nepal as well. I know that map did not go in the Titans' favor, but you could definitely see how they were able to turn it down on Paraíso with that full hold. Like, that was just nuts. We have another map upon us, though, to see who is going to finally take a lead in this series. Junkertown. Junker Queen on Junkertown? I feel like that joke has been made already.
Oh, yeah. Probably.
But I didn't
and
get
it will be made another few more times, don't worry. You can make it, everybody will make it. It's all good. Everybody gets the single round of jokes in until the viewers are sick of it.
Sorry. I'm not sorry, actually.
Let's see what the Vancouver Titans want to do, because, come on, you gotta spawn hold. There's no shot you don't.
I think you have to. I think, like, at this point in the stage, you have to. I will not take anything less than a spawn hold. Wait, but do you do the thing on this map where you would have to like creep up to the spawn doors, or do you think everybody knows at this point there's going to be a close hold, so you don't like crouch and then like sneak up?
Yeah, it feels like everybody knows already, and you can like peer out the little window quite quickly, so you can kind of guess.
I miss the days of like sneaking up on the spawn door and surprising people, but that's okay.
Yeah, oh, it's not quite on the spawn doors, but they're still holding fairly close. I guess they want to give a sightline to Aspire, so he can sit up on the high ground, but I mean, Hisu's going to do exactly the same thing. He's playing Widow, he could be playing Sojourn or Ashe here. It would still have an enormous effect. Oh, nice little headshot there into King. Helps although finish that kill. Although, yeah, look at that. Funnily enough, Aspire's getting another first blood for the Titans.
That's not surprising. I mean, this is still a defense I think Toronto Defiant can crack open, but oh my god, Torong and Twilight.
Almost a little honorable 1v1. Commanding shout for Mirror. He's alive and well again, or not quite so well as he is alive, or was alive, as the hold has been broken. Just time and delay. At least you get like a couple of fights on this point. Okay, kill the sports. Charge. Oh, King kills Twilight. Has he got a reset? No, he does not. Little flick and a headshot from Hisu, and that'll be done. Still a minute off the board. Not bad. Not complaining.
It still buys you enough time to get in 2 more recontests. So the Titans, I feel like, are going to be pretty happy about that, knowing that they also have the Lucio to just kind of get them in a little bit faster. But look at the control. Defiant are just going to get up very close, like Titans already.
Wow, yeah, you see the disappointed look in Master's face there. Didn't expect to go down that early. The hands of Although once again. Rally for... What? Well, rally for both teams. As Hisu ends up falling to a coach gun reflect. That's something you don't see too often at all. Toronto Defiant aren't quite moving the payload just yet, just happy with brawling out and then getting the objective. But they actually need to kill King. And in fact, a B is going to be invested by Toronto to try and end this fight. Aspire now has to back all the way up because Master went down first in the fight for Titans. He's not going to use that beat to go for a big re-engage just yet. Going to have to wait for the rest of his team to go once more, but it looks very contestable.
It does, but the choke points are being held down so cleanly by the Defiant. You take so much damage coming in.
Oh, Bob gets hella poops. Not sure where he went. Although pulls the blade, he's done enough damage to earn that and then some. There's the Bob kills. He's used Bob carrying Toronto.
Yeah, Hisu is 11-3 right now.
I'll have you know, Hisu's Bob is 11-3 actually. I think it's all Bob. Personally, I think it's all Bob.
Is it all Bob?
You know what it should do? It should divide or like separate the kill numbers, so you can't claim credit for Bob's kills.
I
should have
think
his
so
own little
too.
stat card. I think that's the
agree.
most fair.
I, for one, do welcome our Omnic Overlords. So, it's been a
Well,
while.
unfortunately, he doesn't have a Bob now.
No.
Might have to hope for one. Commanding shout to back up from the blade, but King's already got the resets. So much AoE damage. And with a commanding shout behind you too, that Genji does not die, and he gets extra speed, so pretty tough. And this is another horrible choke point to run into. And because the way these comps end up interacting, like, the Titans are more than happy just to continually running into people on the high ground, because Mira has the rampage. You come up on height, he's going to hit that Q key.
I don't think it matters if you're up on height or he could just drop down. Like, if Toronto Defiant move in at all, Mirror is ready with that rampage. Looking for it.
He is. Trying to look for a small opening. Twilight's got the rally, so he needs to kind of judge when Mirror's actually going to go for this rampage. He needs to activate the rally first, ideally, and then the rampage hits. So the overhelp is still building, so they don't instantly all die. Oh, commanding shout used by Toronto Defiant. That rally coming in from both teams now. Mirror holding on to that rampage just for the time being. Aztag trying as he must to get those cookies up onto the high ground. He got booped down to the low. If he was there for much longer, I think Toronto Defiant would have rounded on him. There is the rampage, only hits one this time though, and now Mirror's in a little bit of trouble, but that healing from the adrenaline rush, yeah, a couple of people with that axe swing. No way he's falling from that.
That was just an unkillable Junker Queen. Absolutely. I mean, we talk about Genji being so survivable in this meta, but Junker Queen as well, of course, has such a large health pool when you consider how much the adrenaline rush is really able to help sustain you. Masa has the sound barrier, Aspire has the overclock. This could be some explosive damage here. Look at how Vancouver Titans are playing around these stairs. Toronto Defiant don't really have a choice except to try to go behind them. Oh my gosh, no tiny Overwatch, please.
Yeah, it kind of sucks though for Toronto Defiant. I guess you're kind of hoping that the payload was near that door so they could juggle it a little bit, and then they could at least stop it from moving back as it's continuing to do so. A complete swap of sides here. Yes, Defiant are on the attack, by the way. Bob on the point to contest as there's only a minute to go, so one team is going to have to do something. Blade's been pulled, beats have been popped, and all those trying to find kills. The resets are good enough. He gets taken care of by Aztac, but Hopper's there to clean up. They swap sides, and they end up on the attack again, and they got the payload going.
Now Defiant are going to have to play a little bit more upfront by Titan spawns, because Titans still have a chance to come back in and contest. And there's only 35 seconds remaining here for Toronto Defiant to get this second point.
Riley rampage even for Hopper. Aspires in the perfect position with this overclock as Chorong falls first. Overtime is approaching with a 0.49 meters to go. Hopper's in a little bit of trouble. Use the rampage to get out of there. It does end up hitting Mira, but now it's about focus fire for the Toronto Defiant. Mira doesn't end up going down, and the Vancouver Titans are going to hold them just before this second point. No checkpoint for you. Rampage comes out. Chorong was the one to touch, but gets pushed away before he can do so. Toronto Defiant, they got a victory in their sights. They need to defend just before that second point. But the Vancouver Titans, I don't want to call it too early. They're looking pretty clean. Maybe even staring their first win.
That'd be pretty big. Yeah, they're still looking for one. And they've been close. You know, at the end of stage 2, I felt like they were getting really close to being able to take a win, but it just was so close yet so far, it felt like. Now, though, it really is just right in front of them. I think that they are playing around the strengths of the Toronto Defiant really well. They know that Hisu is a fantastic marksman. And so play a little bit more not in the open. I think it's working out for them, using just that natural cover and then also just having that survivability from all those different cooldowns. Titans are doing pretty nice today.
Yes, they are. Now, how are they going to counteract this spawn hole? That's the question. Hisu's Ashe has been pretty decent, but you mentioned Aspire at the very top of this map, almost having a deadlift on Nepal, like going crazy on the Sojourn. He's really been a massive asset to the Vancouver Titans. And the funny thing too, Aspire's playing against his old team. He got brought on fairly late into the Toronto Defiant and made an unbelievable impact on the Tracer. He was someone that I don't think was going to be a free agent for long after last season. I'm glad he's found his home on the Vancouver Titans and now trying to draw them to that first win.
They might be close to doing it. It does look like Vancouver Titans have been able to break out of the spawn doors. Pick 2.
Good kill to start off with, yeah. Glad I spoke about him because he delivers over and over and over again.
And the space now that Vancouver Titans can take here. You can already see that Aspire has left the building. Just not going to be on the payload.
He's left the building. He's bashing down the Toronto Defiant headquarters main door, demanding a W. Demanding a W right now. He might just get one if he continues this performance. Toronto, though, still have a nice little push onto this point, but that's a... Wow, that disruptor shot hit every single person on the Toronto Defiant, sent them all pretty low. Axe swing onto Mirror and a knife throw too to draw him even closer. Focus fire is good for Hopper as the blade not quite there for King just yet, but the rally short is for Twilight and Aztec. Only a trade currently, but with Mirror dead, Toronto Defiant, this is their go time. It's hard to chunk through these health bars after that rally, but they're able to control the space and the payload just for the time being. They have to wait for all those to come back, though, to fight as 5.
And Mirror is now back, too, so here we go again.
They're looking at Aspire. Well, they should be looking at Aspire. He's looking to open up this fight again. He's got 100 charge, looking for that headshot. A swing and a miss onto Chorong as he activates the beat behind cover in order to not Ajax. Master's going to do exactly the same thing as everybody's health bars get generously increased. Now the Bob joining the fight. A 6v5, a little bit unfair. Let's even the playing field. Or at least Vancouver Titans tried. King and Aztec end up going down as Bob leaves the scene. They're going to hold the payload.
Vancouver did get quite a few ults out of the Defiant, though, and so now, you know, as long as they can kind of kite away from all those blade, they should be able to fire back with a blade of their own. Aspire, though, cannot get picked off here. Needs to continue to open up these fights with a big pick. It's tough to charge up these shots, though, to make sure that you are getting this one-shot potential.
Well, all right. Blade from although he got the commanding shout. Mirror just got absolutely obliterated in the front line. A very quick fight for the Toronto Defiant, even trying to find a stagger kill on to King. He's not going to go down surely, but no, he's 1 HP. Reset for although he can get out of there quite quickly. Toronto's
so close.
sitting on that rampage.
I really think that King wanted to be able to give a little bit more ult charge over to Aztec, but just didn't quite get there in time. And now Defiant, it's sub 1 minute. They're gonna get aggressive. They know that cart's moving backwards.
Oh, 2-man anti from that rampage. King and Master in trouble. Yeah, King was way too deep. And now he's put to sleep. The Toronto Defiant gonna continue this spawn, hold, resets. After reset for although, as he's just cleaning up with the help of Hisu. There's 30 seconds to go, Rose. And the payload is still moving back. And at this point, you're afforded yet another fight if this payload moves back even more.
Exactly. That's what Defiant are hoping for. Like, if the Titans do win this one, Aspire's gotta get this headshot.
I mean, yeah, there's just almost no way. You're in that small corner. Blade to exit the spawn doors. They're trying to force Toronto Defiant back. They're playing tiny Overwatch. The blade ends up running out though, and the Junker Queen's knife a little bit bigger than King's. Mira does take care of Hisu though in the side and manages to get the touch with the help of Masa. Commanding Shout to heal him all the way back up as Aztec now with a rally puts himself on the payload. It's a bit of a 3-on-3, but Hopper's going pretty low. It's only got to rely on that Lucio healing, so he's a little bit worse for wear compared to the Vancouver Titans. A double anti from that Rampage, and now Mira is in trouble. Masa earning the beat could be their ticket to this first point, but looking quite unlikely now as King ends up going down.
Oh, so scrappy. The sound barrier has to keep them alive here.
Yeah, Hisu with the bomb coming online rather quickly. He's on the low ground. Twilight actually switched over to the Ana, a hero he's quite famous for, and now just taking pop shots to the enemy team. The bomb's been put on the point to stall, but it is only Hisu and Hopper in the front line. The Vancouver Titans have control of the payload, but their health bars are dwindling. Hisu's bomb ends up disappearing, and so does Mira, and they step off the point for not a brief moment as overtime disappears. The Toronto Defiant now at match point.
That was such a scrappy fight, and I feel like Titans were just so close to being able to push that cart just a touch more forward. But that disruptor shot that ended up coming through from Aspire, you could see that like Mira was trying to dance in it, but it just wasn't enough to keep the rest of the Defiant away from the payload to bully them off. So now, I don't know, we're going back and forth, Jaws, but can Defiant just close it out here?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. We're going to jump to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We've got map number 4 on your screen soon. Welcome back. A lot of elated Toronto Defiant fans at their HQ over in Canada. Yeah, they've been going crazy right now. Love to see it, love to see it.
It honestly just makes me so happy to see that Overwatch fans get a chance to enjoy matches together again, because I feel like that's what the Overwatch League is all about, is getting a chance to cheer on your team with other people that also like your team.
Yeah, I mean, just fan events and just like with the Arlington homestand or like the tournaments, like just anything that involves the fans being able to watch games together, and even better if they're live on a stage, you know, like that's what esports is all about at the end of the day, and that's what, yeah, it's just enjoyment. It's just love all around. You love to see it. It's been a bit of a weird, obviously, couple of years, but it's still nice to see people being able to, you know, chill with their friends and just hang out together and watch some classic Overwatch. Although, I guess not so classic right now, with Junker Queen being meta. I guess that's brand new, but yeah, regardless. Well, they're definitely hoping for a win. Toronto Defiant are one map away. Look, Vancouver Titans is still performing exceptionally well with their brand new DPS King, who is starting today.
They absolutely are, and you can still see that, like, Titans, they've put in a lot of work between the end of stage number 2 and the start of stage 3, just consistently getting better and better. But I think for the Toronto Defiant, this is kind of another day in the office for them, when it looks like, you know, Happa just kind of slotting into that Junker Queen really well. Chorong too. I mean, it's not been a flashy performance by any means, just with the kill feed, but I think that Chorong has just been timing like the speed boosts and just the positioning on the map really well to make sure that Toronto Defiant are able to get the angles necessary for Hisu and Aldo. It's been fun to watch.
Yeah, it really has. I was pretty hyped on Chorong coming into the Toronto Defiant, as well as Twilight. It's a rookie and a veteran, right? Twilight's been around forever. Like, I looked this up the other day, actually, of how many players are currently playing in the league that were playing at the very beginning of like Apex kind of thing, and Twilight is one of those players. And in fact, there are a couple other players on the same team that Twilight was on that are still playing in the league. It's insane stuff. He has been around for that long and still performing at this kind of level, which is good to see. Twilight, at the very end, I want to mention, when he came back on the Ana, that's such a big brain play. You didn't have the rally, and you can just sit up on the high ground. The anti-nade can just win these final fights, and your damage too. You can't underestimate the Ana damage output as well as that healing. So
for sure,
I just wanted to point that out real fast. We are going on to a push map, and it is New Queen Street, which is, funnily enough, in Toronto. So
yeah, home field advantage.
Toronto Defiant can wrap it up here.
Yep. They might be able to. I mean, hey, I can't count Vancouver Titans out of it yet either. Like, they're also Canadian. Haha. It's the best analysis I can give you for that. No, but like, I think that we still have some upset potential here for the Titans. They're still looking for a series win, and they were able to even out the series when it came down to Paraiso. So I think that maybe New Queen Street as well could be something that they could tie up the series again with. We might just get another 5-mapper. Seems to be the what's the flavor of the stage, 5 maps?
Yeah, so far, definitely. It's been a wild ride. Like I said, quite emotional day yesterday. Reverse sweeps, denied reverse sweeps, and a denial of a reverse sweep here. Like, man, it is insane. Right. Toronto Defiant, they're going to run with the same thing. One day we're going to see, I saw a Spire hover on the Bastion, but like one day we're going to see
maybe.
One day we're going to see Bastion meta, but yeah, not today, not today.
All right, well, we do see similar compositions to what we've seen before, and you can see both teams using the commanding shout to be able to get that movement speed buff in order to make it to this statue. They basically both make it here at the same time, but where's Masa?
Yeah, Masa's in a little walkway there. You got to be careful with the boops. They're still as deadly as they've ever been. Nice little double tap onto Hisu. He gets booped away himself, but not before he managed to kill a DPS. Toronto Defiant will lose this first fight.
Means that we will get a chance to see Titans take control of this. Wow. Yeah, I don't even care about the bot moving forward. I want to see more Masa final blows. Hello?
There's been a lot of Lucio violence, I will say. Like, Lucio final blows, I feel like at an all-time high recently. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just maybe it's a little bit of recency bias like today, but I feel like a lot of the Lucios are getting final blows, whether it's Master Chorong, whoever's on it, and Violet.
I think it's just been Overwatch 2 in general. You can have more of these pop-off moments from the supports because you don't have as many shields, and like the Lucio, of course, you just turn that speed song on and go for it.
Yeah. Oh, nice little boop onto Twilight. It did have the bash to get away. Competed it with the slow build, or at least tried to. But Aspire opens up the fight. Why not? He's always doing it, and he's always picking off Hisu. Wasn't a headshot this time, just a body shot, but it will do. Titan's gonna get the point of Bud Scratch mode. Wow. Okay. The Toronto Defiant unable to stop them from getting that checkpoint, and Twilight ends up falling over. The Vancouver Titans use that rally, secure the fight, and Defiant pushed all the way back.
Vancouver Titans too, it was just the rally. They still have 4 more ultimates that are being worked up to. The overclock is already online. Masa is for sure gonna get the sound barrier. But Defiant, like, they haven't had a leg to stand on in this map yet. Oh, King.
Oh, well, that was good. Not quite so lucky as Mirror. He's going super low. Can Aspire turn this one around? They've lost their Jungle Queen already, and he finds Hisu again. Starts off big. 4 on 4. Oh, make that a 4 on 3. Hit another one. Go on, do it. King's going to help clean up house as Aspire has stamped his name in the snow. Chorong uses the beat to keep his team alive, but now he's also suffering. Not from success this time. Toronto Defiant have kept themselves in this fight, but the Vancouver Titans, they lost people early and they're able to come back with Master's speed and Aztec's healing, and they have not pushed the bot. Toronto Defiant have just not pushed the bot back. It's still around that checkpoint.
Oh, I mean, although is finally gonna go ahead and make it move forward, but Titans, like, they haven't used many ults at all. Like, overclock, that's it. They still have 3. They're going in.
Beat to counter the bite. Rally from Twilight. He's the main focus. King with a double kill with 1 slash. We'll take that any day of the week. Both DPS dead. Bob pinning down Aspire, so he can't even join the fight. And unfortunately for the Vancouver Titans, that Bob zoned one of the main damage dealers for them. And, I mean, he's still going to fight. The rest of his team are dead, but just a stalling tactic, if anything. Nice position from Hisu.
Toronto Defiant have such a long way to go, though. We haven't quite reached the halfway point, so there's plenty of time for them to be able to turn it around. But look at King's positioning, just kind of getting in front, trying to get this deflect damage to see if anything can start getting opened up here for Aspire to go in with a huge shot. Aspire's been charging up so fast, too, off of the Brig shield. Like, I think that's why Aspire has been so impactful. It's just like, it's hard to find that charge with these compositions right now as the Sojourn, but he's still finding it.
And that's exactly what you want from your Sojourn, just those initial picks. Oh, they are trying to kill this Jungle Queen. Yeah, Hopper, very unlucky. He ended up getting pushed in, so he wasn't in LOS of Twilight. And as soon as the Toronto Defiant hear that rally noise, yeah, it's pretty much over. Unless they went for a counter with the beat, it wasn't really going to be a successful fight for them. Now, Hopper, he can come back, and you are able to position here pretty well, but you are Vancouver Titans right now with half the time bank now missing and up to 90 meters. Toronto need to find something crazy to come back.
Maybe it's the sound barrier to be able to stop this overclock? Maybe.
Well, there's the overclock. It's been the opener for the Titans thus far in this series. He's chunking people away. Chorong's sound barrier, like, it went places, but it didn't go that far at all. Like, the Vancouver Titans basically ignored it.
Well, Chorong popped it so early that the Titans just said, we could just back up. That's okay. Like, Aspire recognized too, like, it's okay if I don't get the picks right away. And then once that overhealth expired, Aspire then went aggressive. And now they're close to completing the map. Jaws, they're right at their spawn.
Blade from King. Twilight is already dead, and Chorong was wishing he had a beat in this moment. That is a 3-man anti from the Rampage from Hopper, and it kills Aspire, but look how close they are to completing. They should just be able to do it. Although he's dead, who's coming back with an ultimate? Nobody. Maybe Twilight gets there, but looking quite unlikely. Bob's going to come out, eventually touch the point. This is the opening that the Defiant need. And now Twilight with the rally, but he actually just gets skewered by Mirror instead. Hisu at least has a nice bit of a high ground to work with, and it looks like Defiant are going to hold on, but it was a meter and a bit before the Titans ended up full cap in there.
That was so close. Like, Titans still, this is a huge lead. Defiant have no progress on this bot, and while they're rounding this corner, Titans are already back to fight in the neutral. They've got the high ground, and Hisu just switched over to the Sojourn. Is it going to be enough to get this clutch factor in with 3.5 minutes left?
How does he do it? How does one man make so many picks for his team? I do not know. Although with the blade's going to even the fight, but Twilight, who switched over to the Ana, is not alive anymore for the Toronto Defiant. They have no heals at all. They're relying on Hopper to give commanding shout, but that's just about it. A wave of goodbye from Aztec. Toronto Defiant. I mean, look, they're in Toronto on the map right now, but the home field advantage not working out for them too well. They only need a single meter. Look how close that barricade is to being completed.
This could be last fight. I mean, Chorong has to work up to the sound barrier now, or it is over for the Defiant for this map.
The Heat is back on to the Ashe. Chorong has the beats, and Mirror is dead. Okay, this is the turning point for the Toronto Defiant. You just got to stop Aspire getting away with these kills. His aim is just so clean. The rest of the team willing. Oh my god! Someone stop him before he does any more damage. Look at that smile on his face right now. He knows how dirty his aim is currently.
Disgusting. Like, Twilight wasn't even looking at that direction. You just went and you executed him. Like, at the back of the head. Holy moly. Stop. Like, Aspire has the overclock too. Imagine if Aspire gets behind Toronto Defiant and just clicks some heads. There's 2 minutes left. Toronto still hasn't made any progress this map, but maybe they do now.
Yeah. Okay, this time it is Defiant starting off the fight with a pick, and it is Marsa, but Aspire's got the ult, the overclock, and the entirety of Toronto are looking straight at him. Can he get more kills? Can he get anything? He's trying, but he eventually gets taken out. Hisu getting the kill. Okay, and now they start the bot rolling. A triple kill for the Ashe. A bomb has been earned, and meters are on the board.
If Vancouver Titans don't want to forgo this lead, they have to make sure that they keep their head in the game. Defiant actually have a comebackable position. 5 ults on the board right now. The Nano, the anti-grenades from Twilight really could just turn this around right now. Hoppa could just go in with the Rampage, and there's 1 anti on the board.
Nano on the blade. I didn't think I'd see this meta, not gonna lie. Although, swinging, he does manage to get Mirror, but King's got a blade of his own. Although with 3 kills, that Nano boost is what they needed to start this match off. And hey, look, they may be down 100-ish meters, but it's still winnable. 45 seconds to go means they cannot make a single mistake in these upcoming fights.
No, they really want to make sure that that bot reaches that checkpoint, and they are so close. But because they're missing Chorong and Twilight, Defiant have to back up here to make sure that they preserve their HP for the fights to come. Less than 30 seconds now, and Titans, they have a rally. Defiant are going to have to outlast that to be able to push forward again.
Vancouver Titans could opt to just trying to win a fight here and then not push the bot. There's only 15 seconds to go as Aspire tries to open this one up. There's a rally from the Titans. The Toronto Defiant, their only play here is to back off and wait for that overhealth to disappear. But they still need to contest this robot. Overtime is in a couple of seconds, and Aspire's on the high ground with a fair amount of energy. There's the commanding shout as Mirror is tussling in the front line. A 4-man anti. Toronto Defiant, they're going to get taken to map number 5 as soon as they get cleaned up. Vancouver Titans are going to wipe them off the map. Overtime ticking down, and yet another map number 5.
We are getting blessed today with these matches now, aren't we? This is another one that is just turned into such a banger when you see how these DPS are influencing these matches. Whether it's Aspire, whether it's Hisu opening up these team fights with a pick, Oh my gosh. I cannot wait for this 5th map.
The Toronto Defiant have been in this situation, the Vancouver Titans, sorry, have been in this situation a couple of times already, but they've been beaten at the very last moment. Is this their time with a brand new rookie and king joining the roster for today? Can they find that first elusive win against the Toronto Defiant? We'll have to wait and find out. We've got map number 5 after this. Another map 5. Yeah, I know. We've been here, what? The last couple of days, it feels like every game has been a map number 5. But so, Vancouver Titans, they've been in this situation 2 times already this season. A map number 5 with the potential to get their first win. And I'm thinking back to all the way to to the start of the season when they faced the Boston Uprising. This is week number 1 of season 2022. I know it feels like an age away at this point, but this was one of their map 5s they went to, and it ended up with Boston winning on Oasis. So can the Vancouver Titans here on Oasis claim this map number 5 over Toronto and find their first win of the 2022 season? I mean, it would be incredible. You have a rookie coming in King, who only joined the roster like a week or so ago, or however long it was, then you end up coming with a dub. Like, it's going to feel pretty good. Confidence is probably an all-time high right now in the Vancouver camp.
I hope so, but we did just witness history repeat itself with the Washington Justice getting reverse swept by the San Francisco Shock again this season. Yeah. So I'm holding my breath just a little bit. And I know also that the Toronto Defiant fans that are watching right now at that watch party, you blew out our eardrums with how loud you were cheering for your team. But let's hear some more noise, because I think they need it right now going into this 5th and final map. It's going to be a tough one, Jaws. I really don't know how this one is going to end up going, but I do expect that we will still see the same types of compositions that we have seen from both of these teams. But, you know, that Ashe versus that Sojourn is such a weird interaction. You have those dynamites that really help to pepper in some of that damage to soften up the targets on the other team. But with the Sojourn, it's just so explosive. And if Aspire can keep getting this charge and getting these headshots, I do think that's why the Titans see the success that they see versus the Ashe.
Well, they're just going to run out the exactly same thing they've done over the last couple of maps. It feels like Aspire and Hisu is just a one-on-one duel to the death at this point. More often than not, it's one of them finding these opening picks. Aspire on the Titans side, at least on the last map, found a lot more than Hisu did. Just looking at each other. Love to see it. But I mean, the Disruptor Shot does a lot of work here, I will say. Just getting a lot of damage on these choke points that the Vancouver Titans want to like push through. You can see already taking care of Twilight and Chorong almost, as the Vancouver Titans will find the first cap.
Really big capture for them as well, because you know when you're playing around the high ground on University, it just affords you so many more angles, and you also have great escape routes as well if Defiant end up trying to chase after you. Even just playing aggressively here at the choke, like, Titans just know how to control where Defiant are going, and that is another thing that Sojourn provides that the Ashe doesn't get a chance to unless you have the Bob online. And it's that Disruptor Shot, like you were mentioning, Jaws, that really does help to push your opponent into a specific position for you to take them out.
Both support elements for the Titans fairly close, but so are Defiant. Up to Aspire, looking for the first blood, maybe. He's unlocked the overclock as he's put under a little bit of pressure, but not enough before he gets a kill. Both Twilight and Aztec end up going down. Chorong uses that beat, Master 5% away, but Aspire still pumping out the damage. Hopper falls, and now he's up to Hisu. But King just being kind of more of a distraction than anything else, making sure no one looks at Aspire. They eventually did and kill him. And the Toronto Defiant are now still trying to fight over space, but the Titans are in firm control of the point.
They're already approaching one-fight territory. Toronto Defiant have yet to use any of their big damage ults. They finally are getting them online, but Twilight's gonna have to use this rally to sustain them to get to the rest of them.
Blade beats rally for Twilight, although is already dead. Very tiny Overwatch in that room, and Vancouver Titans want none of it, but neither does Toronto Defiant. They've already lost their Genji and now have to worry about King, who's unlocked a Blade. 10% to go for the Titans, as they are more than happy to wait for Toronto Defiant to come to them. Rampage unleashed, Hisu and Hopper in danger, as now Mira turns his face towards Twilight, and both supports are now dead. Nothing to worry about if you're King now. No groups and no tanks on the field. The Titans now one round away before they claim their first win this season.
Don't get too overconfident, Titans. Defiant are still a tough opponent. And yeah, while Vancouver, you saw them run with that first capture, I think Gardens becomes a different story as well. I mean, we will probably see that Symmetra teleporter strategy just to try to get to the high ground as fast as possible. But man, also just Hisu, unfortunately, having to deal with the deflects from King. Ooh. Clean.
Yeah, King is already looking pretty damn good on the Genji, I will say. What a debut performance from him.
It's been really good. I feel even better if he gets a win, too.
Yeah, I mean, if he keeps this up, it's going to turn something special, that is for sure.
Ooh, wow. Hisu is actually going to come out on the Sojourn here, Jaws.
Yeah, a little bit of a different shade here for the Defiant. Already going pretty low, so is Twilight. He's down on the ground. Good little boot there from Marsa. Just lying in wait was Aspiring King to finish up that damage. And there we go, Hisu dead. I feel like the Sojourn pick here is going to benefit Toronto somewhat, but they need to win these initial fights. Titans are just not letting him do that.
I think the Sojourn pick is still smart. Toronto can utilize Hisu's, marksmanship to just get these big, quick pop shots and just deletions of the Vancouver Titans. But the thing is that Aspire has been so warm on this hero already and has been making quick work of the Defiant before they're even able to move in. Already 20% for the Titans. And they're going to be working up to that rally very shortly here as Aspire keeps them at bay with the poke.
I mean, look at Hisu, he's already going pretty low. Got the commanding shout, so he's fine with a little bit of overhealth. Now Aspire even lower. Choron going for some Assassin's Creed style stuff in the skybox. Works out though, the rest of, I mean, Aspire was looking up as his team were getting cut down. All right, Toronto.
They got it. They've got the sound barrier. They're going to have the rally. Aztec's pretty close too, though, so it really is going to be about the timing of these support ultimates, but also, can he Aldo get this blade to do something big here? We're kind of just seeing, the cyclical nature of what these Drunker Queen compositions really do need to do in order to, find the success, but rally to start here for Aztec.
Yeah, early rally from Aztec. Double pack onto King, dashes back to Aztec to receive some of that overhealth, and now the overclock is out. A slide into the front line from Aspire, but he's still a little bit too far. Although, hasn't got a blade just yet. King does, but the rest of his team absent from this fight. Although he's just kind of dancing around, King currently earned himself a blade off of that damage on the enemy Genji. Toronto Defiant win the fight and tie the percentage up.
Gonna quickly run away with things as well, knowing that they were able to get some really high value ultimates out of the Titans. And the blade, so let's go.
Okay, blade in the spawn. Aztec dead. I mean, it's what we saw from Toronto Defiant. The very early start to this series was just bolt spawn holds.
It's gonna have to be a backup though for them, although did get very low there, and you don't want to go down with being so close to the spawns, otherwise Titans will just walk all over you. Hoppa though, just getting in a position to use this rampage for the follow-up from Hisu as well.
I mean, Hoppa's trying to line something up. Mira got 3. The rampage from Hoppa also got 3. Hisu on the heights. He's got to deal with King, who's trying to stop him from getting value from that ult, and he does so with the help of Aspire. Vancouver Titans end up using their beat at the very last moment. Toronto's rally didn't quite find the same success. Hoppa and Chorong at least get kills online and stall this one out. 99% for Defiant as the Titans win it and flip it.
Sound barrier could be so good here for the Defiant to be able to take back control and also tie up Oasis to bring us to a third round. But is it going to be enough when you know that there's the commanding shout from Mirror? King also so close to another Dragon Blade. Timing, Chorong. It's all about the timing here. Don't use this sound barrier too soon.
Aspire's a good little spot, dropping down the low ground. He's so close to that overclock. There's the beat, there's the rush. Aspire in a little bit of trouble. Every single Toronto Defiant member looking at him currently. Twilight takes care of Aztec. Another wicked shot from Aspire, but he ends up trading with it with Hisu. The Vancouver Titans holding on to this point, and they're going to need to for a little while longer. 85% and building for Vancouver, but Toronto Defiant are going to find this flip after these stagger kills come in.
Oh no, Aztec gonna go down here
I
too.
mean, they're just gonna keep forcing this. Why not? All the way to the spawn doors. You're gonna have to run through us before you can get to that point. Overtime is down, and once again, Rose, full distance series, third round of Control, map number 5.
This is ridiculous. This is just ridiculous. I think that like all of these matches have proven that you can, like every team is kind of on an even playing field right now when it comes to who's going to be able to win these maps, these rounds. Like I think all bets are off. All the cards are on the table. This is going to be a tough one for both of these teams, but it does come down to City Center. I think this Hisu Sojourn pick is working.
I want to see how many people predicted the Vancouver Titans.
Same.
I really do, and who predicted the Toronto Defiant, because, yeah, this is potentially not turning out the way people expected it to. Smaller, quicker rollout there from the Vancouver Titans. They take that high ground first. So nice to be up here. The Sojourn's given so much space. You can basically just open arms, except people jumping up on that jump pad. Spire starts out strong. Killing Choro. Now in a 1v1. Hisu, you're toast.
We're gonna see a quick capture here from the Titans. And this may be the beginning of such a great story for the Titans to be able to get their first win ever in this season. But they have still a little ways to go. Gotta outpace the Defiant, gotta get these ults online. Aztec's already 50% towards that rally, and Masa's not too far behind with the sound barrier either. But man, Aspire has popped off. That overclock is coming up quick.
He's doing so much damage, and you were mentioning before how quickly he's able to charge up these railgun shots. He does let that one go, doesn't find the mark, but now Twilight's in trouble. He's isolated himself. Master ends up just dunking him on the head. They do trade, but without Twilight, Toronto Defiant really have not much else. They gotta go, and they gotta go now, but Aspire is gonna put that nail in that coffin. Back-to-back fight wins for the Titans, as although gets burnt to a crisp.
Oh, Twilight getting isolated there is so detrimental to the Defiant as well. Aztec is going to be outpacing Twilight pretty heavily now. Already has the rally online. Twilight is trailing behind at 60%. And because of how fast these fights have been going as well, I mean, look at this, the aggression from the Titans.
Straight to the spawn, and with 60% in building, Defiant are going to be able to touch the point for quite some time, and with Twilight dead, it's going to be even more time before they're able to do anything. Titans are more than happy with that. Take the kill, back up. You didn't use support ultimates. It's up to Defiant to try and flip the point now.
And because you got that pick, you're in last fight territory. By the time Defiant touched this point, you forced them already to have to play flawlessly and maybe throw everything that they've got, but I don't know if they're going to even get ultimates online in time. Hisu is so close that overclock may take over just in time, but not before Masa and Aztec pop their ults.
Spent their heart rate right now, just absolutely skyrocketing in the Titans camp. Toronto Defiant needs to come back onto the point, and Hisu with a perfect first blood in the fight. A double kill for Hisu, in fact. Can he find more? He might not need to be fair. Both DPS dead for the Titans, and it's how much they use in this fight will set them up for success in the next one. Defiant, however, only used that overclock. A nice flip as the Titans now one fight territory.
Would have loved to see Aztec hold on to that rally. Too many members of the Titans were down for me to feel like that rally was going to be enough to flip it back into the Titans' favor. And this is also very risky. Precarious situation for the Titans where they need to force ultimates out of Defiant. Take an eco push here. Force that out.
There's the beat from the Titans. Everybody's purple. Mirror with a massive rampage. Can they capitalize? That's the question. Doesn't look like it now as the Titans get forced all the way back. A nice responsive beat from Chorong in that fight. King's gonna go in with the blade.
No.
Okay. A bit over antsy there, a bit over aggressive. 40% though, still for the Defiant. There's still time for Titans to see them in the series.
Oh my gosh. I mean, yeah, Defiant need to win 2 more fights here, and then they do take the win. Titans, they're gonna have the overclock, but the rally from Twilight, that could just seal the deal. If the overhealth is gonna be so important for mitigating this overclock from Aspire. Go aggressive.
Spire, is he going to come up big with a headshot? He's got 75 charge, looking for just the single right click to start this fight off well. Defiant know it, have to back off, using that commanding shout, the speed and the overhealth to get out of there. Looks like they're going to go for a big wrap around, try and stop the supports from entering the point and helping the rest of the team. Aztec ends up going down, and with 80% online for Toronto Defiant, Aspire may have found a good kill, but it is now one fight territory for the Defiant to deny Titans their first win.
Oh my gosh, Shisu as well, just trying to get that last bit of poke to get the overclock online as well. And we're gonna see King also switch over to the Tracer just to get back in time.
They're gonna go
5v5.
They're just gonna go, try and go for the spawn cap. The Master's already dead. No speed, and maybe not even a chance to touch the point. 99%, and luckily enough, overtime is triggered. Aspire's found the kill onto Hisu as the Vancouver Titans try and march on forward. Aztec with the rally doesn't quite survive long enough to help the rest of the Titans, but it is a fairly even fight. Although finds the brig, and now the Titans marching forward. The Tracer from King to try and pepper people down as Mira finds another fight in the kill, but the hero in Aspire takes down Hopper. They just need a couple more kills. Chorong has fallen, although versus King on the point, the rookie, the brand new player to the team, could put them at their first win this season. They are contesting the point just for the time being.
Oh my gosh, you gotta get Aldo off of the rafters, but this is so close. Jaws getting to the Titans.
Is ticking down. The pulse bomb earned, dropped to his feet, and actually it almost ends his life. And Hisu finishes him off with just a basic right click to the chest. OT is here, and the Titans have got a rampage to maybe end it all, but Hopper's got one in his back pocket too. Aspire ends up going down. The Titans' health bars and hopes now dwindling. The Toronto Defiant at the last possible moment deny the Titans a win and take the W.
No way! That was so close, but the Toronto Defiant clutch it out. I know that this is disappointing for the Titans, but I hope that they are so proud of the fact that they got this close. I mean, Toronto, they're a good team. They brought them to a map 5, but at the end of the day, man, Toronto Defiant played like just such a synergistic team. Dang.
Oh man, you can't quite see it, but in the lobby, Hisu was putting, you know, you guys are so good, like no joke. It's, yeah, that is.
It came down to the wire.
For the Vancouver Titans, yeah, down to the wire. The final map, they went all the way like they did with Boston way back in week number 1. The Titans, even with a brand new rookie player that they just integrated onto the roster, they don't end up taking the W, and it's the Toronto Defiant now 7-6 in the regular season. An exceptionally close series. My heart is going crazy right now. I'm not gonna lie. I'm shaking a little bit. I'm shaking. I need to get this, you know, oh, man, that was an intense series. Like, words can't describe those situations, and the players will definitely put it best. And man, it's a disappointing day for the Vancouver Titans, but the Toronto Defiant coming out the gate swinging, showing what they're made of in this meta and the series. And Hisu is actually going to be our player of the match for this one. His duel, honestly, with Aspire throughout the series, finding first picks in the fights, was kind of legendary. It turned out to be an incredibly clutch pick. This Ashe headshots and just the dynamites and the bobs helping Toronto Defiant stay in the series. I think we may have lost Rose, and she may have had a heart attack. I think I'm pretty close to one as well. But yeah, congratulations, Hisu, getting our player of the match. Instrumental in the win today for the Toronto Defiant. And I think both these teams look pretty good on the Junker Queen comp thus far. And we'll have to wait and see how it ends up panning out for the rest of the qualifiers. You know, 10k damage per 10. Pretty damn good. Scope crit heals per 10 as well. Not bad whatsoever. And the most important stat, of course, Bob kills per 10. Almost at 4. Bob did a lot of heavy lifting this game, that is for sure. But no thanks. A lot of thanks to Hisu earning that Bob to deploy him onto the battlefield. Yeah, Toronto Defiant. And look, I had a lot of faith in the Toronto Defiant coming into this stage. I think people like Hotbar. I thought Muse maybe was going to play the Junker Queen, but Hotbar coming in and really showing up on the Junker Queen, getting a lot of Rampage value. But again, it comes down to that superstar DPS lineup in Hisu. Chorong looked pretty damn good on the Lucio. And we mentioned actually on New Queen Street how much damage and final blows the Lucios are getting. It's kind of insane. So it's good to see him and Twilight doing well. Now, where does that really leave? Where does that leave the Toronto Defiant going to the later stage of the season? We'll have to wait, or the qualifiers, we'll have to wait and see. Vancouver Titans still looking for that elusive first win, but it is just me on camera now, and I'm going to say goodbye to you all. We're going to sign off from here at least, and we're going to jump to the desk after this.
나 이거 공 쏘자 비트 못 쳐.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to the Watchpoint Post Show, everybody. I'm here with Twilight from Toronto Defiance for the post-match interview. Twilight, what a great match. It was so close, but at the end, you guys were the winners today. So, how'd you guys get the win against the Vancouver Titans today? 자, 오늘 경기 일단 너무나도 고생 많으셨고 수고 많으셨습니다. 오늘 또 어떻게 보면 진짜 끝까지 정말 끝까지 간 경기였는데 오늘 어떻게 해서 밴쿠버 팀을 좀 이기게 되신 것 같나요?
일단 이번 새로운 메타에 들어와서 저희가 스크림 성적도 너무 좋아가지고 당연히 쉽게 이길 거라 생각했는데 일단 첫 맵까지 저희가 이기고 나서도 쉽게 이길 거라 생각했는데 좀 뜻대로 안 풀려서 많이 힘들었지만 그래도 멘탈 끝까지 잡고 정신력 놓지 않고 해서 이겼던 것 같습니다.
Yeah. With this new meta, to be honest, in our scrims, we really had really good results. So going into today's match against the Vancouver Titans, we honestly thought that it was going to be an easy win, but of course the results weren't that. It was a difficult fight against the Vancouver Titans. I think what got us through and to our victory was our mentality. I think we weren't shaken up when we were losing, and we kept our mental straight, and we just pushed forwards. And I think that really helped us get the victory today against the Vancouver Titans. Now, we're sort of talking about how close this match was, but for you personally, Twilight, was there someone from the Vancouver Titans that really gave you a hard time today in today's match? 오늘 또 트와일라이트 선수 방금 또 우리가 계속 오늘 굉장히 접전이었다고 오늘 경기가 제가 계속 이렇게 좀 얘기를 하고 있는데 트와일라이트 선수에게 오늘 어떻게 보면 트와일라이트 선수를 제일 좀 힘들게 한 선수가 있다면 밴쿠버 팀에서 누굴까요?
일단 아무래도 에스파이어 선수가 오늘 너무 잘 싸가지고 에스파이어 선수 때문에 솔직히 풀세트 간 거 같고 제 생각에는 그래서 많이 힘들었던 것 같아요.
Okay. I mean, I do definitely have to say that it is Aspire. Aspire really gave me a hard time today in today's match. I think it's because of Aspire that today's match went all the way to map 5. All right, with that question, I'm going to end the interview. Twilight, thank you so much for the time. And again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다. 수고 많으셨고 오늘 경기 승리 너무나도 축하드립니다. 트와일라이트 선수. 감사합니다.
네,
바이바이.
감사합니다.
The Toronto Defiant one win closer to qualifying for their own tournament homestand. Is it called homestand? It's a tournament. It's a tournament in Toronto later here for the summer showdown. Whoa, that was close. Whoa!
That
we thought it was it.
That very last fight.
Very last fight.
That was.
I don't want to talk about it. I don't think I want to talk about it.
I feel bad for certain players in Thailand to talk about it. You know.
King played a great series, and I think that's the important thing to talk about. He played very well on that Genji, Aspire on that Sojin. Honestly, Vancouver Titans, you can understand why they seem to be turning around. They had a good understanding of how they wanted to play it. Mirror on that Junker Queen, we know he's a very skilled player. The last round, they definitely fumbled the bag a little bit. Just getting a little bit anxious. King with that last pulse bomb was a little unfortunate, but as I said, I don't want to highlight those final moments because I feel like that's going to detract away from how well they performed. Toronto Defiant is by no means a slouch in this composition as well. They did go very back and forth throughout the entire series. But yeah, it's cool to see that the Vancouver Titans, yes, they're all in 13 right now, but I think every team is probably looking at this match and be like, this team is not going to be one that we're going to be able to get over easily.
Yeah, we actually talked about it. You don't want to be the team to give Vancouver Titans the first win, of course, because Yeah.
I've been there with the reality of it. Shanghai Dragons. I've been there. It's in the back of your mind that this is a great team. And you just don't want to be the first team to take that loss.
Yeah, but I think you said it well, that the Vancouver Titans, they showed great moments throughout the series. And then, of course, they showed moments where they, messed up a few things, whether it was, a sound barrier coming out a bit too late or, Mirror, maybe whiffed a rampage and stuff like that. But in general, for the most part, the Vancouver Titans were really competitive this series and showed us really good gameplay, which is exactly what you want to see from the Vancouver Titans, who are 0-13 now, but they are playing Paris Eternal later this weekend. That's what we've been, circling the calendar.
Yeah.
That's what we're looking forward to.
Oh yeah.
I might even go with Vancouver.
No, honestly, for me too. I think this is the best version of Vancouver Titans that we've seen throughout the whole season. So of course, it sucks that they lost against Toronto Defiance because it was so close. But like you said, Johnny, they got Paris Eternal coming up next. So if they keep playing like this, that first win is going to come soon, I do believe.
I want to talk about the Toronto Defiant for just a moment because I think that they have that individual brilliance, but sometimes it felt like they just froze and they weren't able to do something. I think that was most prevalent on New Queen Street. We really saw them just not really willing to go aggressive or reactive. They just sort of stood there and, you know, they had some really poor ultimates. So as a team, if they want to make their own land for these playoffs, I want to see them just be more decisive. And I'm not sure how I feel about this Twilight Anna, that it felt like he was...
Throw.
Yeah, the thing, I actually shouted this out when it was happening. In that moment on Junkertown, where he got to sit in that window and shoot, it made sense. It was a good final moment switch, but it's not going to work in the long term. The Anna doesn't provide enough throughput healing as a group and doesn't help the team. Yes, the biotic nade can be useful, but there's a reason that everyone is playing Lucio Brig. I don't think Lucio Anna is going to break the mold, so they need to be careful about defaulting to that because I think it's a corner they're going to back themselves into.
Yeah. Were the Toronto Defiant playing as good as you expected, Danny? Do you think, you know, we hyped them up a lot going into this match, and they had some good moments, but like, did Toronto Defiant like live up to your expectations this match, or are you like happy?
I'm gonna
with
be
what you
honest.
saw?
Just watch. I think I was just so focused in on Vancouver and so surprised how good Vancouver turned out to be that I sort of I was more focused on Vancouver. But I think even the fact that they got the win, sure, it was really close, but they still won. So I think they are on the right track, but I do believe that they still, like you said, like the honor thing and sort of these kind of stuff, they do need to work out some of them.
Yeah. And I think Vancouver Titans as well, because they played so well on certain points. Like Junkertown, point B stands really out to me. The Vancouver Titans, they played the high ground well, you know, engage on the back of that high ground. Toronto Defiant, like they weren't really able sometimes to like figure out the pre-fight setup. Like, are we engaging with rally here? And so Twilight and Showdown, I don't think they had quite the value they wanted from ultimates like Sound Barrier, like Rally, for example. And if you improve upon that, you have Hisu on Sojourn, which is like something to rely on. And Hotba had a pretty decent Junker Queen. It wasn't bad by any means. So
although Genji as well, I think, was pretty solid throughout that series. He hasn't been as good as Finale, in my opinion, throughout this season, but he is the Genji player for this team, and he stepped up.
So there is a road there anyway for Toronto Defiant looking better than perhaps a 3-2 win against Vancouver gives them credit for.
It's kind of interesting because we are in this completely new meta and it's flipped everything on its head. So it's kind of hard to really, just off of one match from all of these teams so far, it's really hard to place and really see where everyone is in the grand scheme of things because it's such a team-orientated thing that it's hard to see the silver linings from team to team if they're not playing against each other. So I'm excited to see both of these teams play against other people as well.
Yeah, you know, who knows? Maybe Vancouver Titans are about on par with Houston and LA Gladiators, judging from results so far. We have no idea. So we'll have to keep watching more Overwatch League. Stay tuned here on the YouTube channel. Of course, that's going to be it for day 2 of the Summer Showdown qualifiers. And we picked out some of our favorite moments. I'll kick things off here on our segment Best of the Day. And this one, it was all about the Atlanta rain. Turning things around when things look the darkest. It's always darkest before the dawn, you know?
Yeah, how does that relate to what we're talking about?
I'll find it there. 2 versus 5 on point B. Well, we're gonna rally anyway. It's Hawk and Ultraviolet against the world, and they do a great job of just staying alive here and pushing the Boston Uprising back. Go back to where you came from. This is our card. I think this was an unbelievable clutch because, I mean, if you're 2 versus like 4, 2 versus 5, and you're a Brig and you like rally, that's a throw.
Well, he rallied. We saw him rallying. We're like, oh, that's not great. And then Hawk had the eldest one. We're like, oh, okay.
Actually, Junker Queen is a great hero.
Giga Chad move.
Giga Chad move coming from Ultraviolet on the Atlanta rain. Costa.
Well, talking about Giga Chads, let's talk about our boy Proper. Not because of his gameplay and how talented he is at everything. This is about him being a spider. And it was impressive. I don't know. I love spiders. I'm Australian.
You love spiders?
Yeah, they're friendly. No, I don't. But look at this. Look at him go. Look at him go. How can you not appreciate this? I don't know. Proper neighborhood Genji men. That was a stretch on that one, Hex. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, but I appreciate the climbing of the walls.
Genji man.
The way Proper is playing, maybe he's spin botting.
He's spin botting?
Because spiders
have webs.
They spin.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
We're stretching in this post-show with a couple of these.
Yeah, talking about my best of the day, you know, we had this moment. You know, I think people... Before, when we were on breaks, people go to use the restroom or they get their favorite snacks and come back. And some people, when they might run late, so the team this time around, they wanted to wait for all the fans to gather. So even when the match started, they didn't start.
I know what this is
You
going
guys
to
remember? Yeah. They were nice enough to wait. San Francisco Shock
This is fast
and Washington Justice. Yeah, this is fast forwarded. I think it was like more than 2 minutes. How long was it?
I think it was like 2.5 minutes. Yeah.
2.5 minutes of just poking at each other, moving around.
Look
And
at
then
the ultimates.
I guess they're building ultimates and trying to get a pick so that they could, get the man advantage, and then go in. But yeah, this went on for a very long time. And meanwhile, all the fans, they got their snacks. They went to go use a bathroom really quick and came back. And yeah, right there.
And then Kilo's like, oh, okay, guys, everyone's back.
Let's go. Let's get started. Yeah.
Time to start. Wait.
All right, here we go.
That was historical. I think that has to be the longest time we've ever had in a match before someone gets a kill.
Yeah. And then remember Kilo was like, yeah, this meta, it's like really fast or it's really slow. And I was like, are you talking about that moment?
Yeah. That's one of the most unbelievable things I've seen in the Overwatch League.
Oh,
I don't think I've seen anything like that. So hopefully we have less of that. Please don't do that moving forward. That's 2.5 minutes. They were like, that was actually like the entire duration they extended push width. It used to be 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Now it's 10 minutes. They actually just played a stage 1 push map instead of stage 2 or stage 3 push map. Great stuff. Thank you very much for blessing us with that moment. Anyway, that's going to do it for day 2 here at the Summer Showdown. We got more matches coming your way tomorrow on Saturday. It feels like it's Sunday because we've done 3 days already, but it's Friday. We got Saturday's action coming tomorrow, August 13th. We got the Boston Uprising taking on the Toronto Spitfire in a blue matchup. We got the Paris Eternal taking on the Washington Justice, and we're ending things with a bit of a barn burner. It's the LA Gladiators taking on the Houston Outlaws. I'm looking forward to that one.
That is gonna be an interesting match.
Yeah.
Honestly, most of them are pretty interesting. I'm curious to see how good Paris is as well. I think it's the last team that we haven't seen just yet. And apparently all the weaker teams are strong now, and all the stronger teams are stumbling. So maybe Paris is the best team in the league, and we just don't know it.
So actually, you're saying the banger of this one is Paris versus Washington?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really looking forward to watching Paris versus Washington.
Yeah, those first 2 matches, those going to be amazing. So, Boston Uprising as well. Punker Queen?
Yeah, Punker Queen looking solid.
We're making
They're looking really good.
An actual thing. Well, there you have it. Thank you so much for tuning in today. We got some good Overwatch action. Plenty of map 5s, and there will be more map 5s coming your way tomorrow. Took a preview of the script. That's what it says.
Wow.
So trust me on that one. More map 5s coming your way tomorrow. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Watchpoint post show. We'll see you tomorrow for the Watchpoint pre-show before the matches start. So, make sure to stay tuned. Tune in. We'll preview some of the matches. What are we doing?
Bye, guys. Thank you. Bye. Go home now. Bye-bye.
Good night.